Keller Williams was kind of a cultural experiment. At the end of the day, I wanted to see if I could build an organization that put people first.
As soon as I heard about the economic model and how they were going to share with all the people that helped build the company, I actually said, this will be the #1 company in the world.
The Y4C 2Ts was the first time in my life that I'd seen a company actually express their value system and what they believed in on paper.
We are no longer outsourcing to third-party companies. World-class technology companies don't rent their vision, they own it. The only company on the planet that cares more about your success is only Keller Williams.
One of the secrets to great success is to change your perspective on failure. Everyone experiences failures before they ultimately succeed. Some let their failures stop them. Some keep trying. You'll probably have to fail a few times before you get it right. Success is not about avoiding failure. Failure is about avoiding failure. Success is about trying. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often. Keller Williams Realty has engineered a company that put people first, from how they do their businesses to how they expand those businesses. A higher level of thinking is being required by everyone. I get a lot of phone calls and questions from people who constantly ask me, who are these guys, Keller Williams? So in 1987, we did something that had never been done before in the real estate business. A compensation plan that rewarded our associates for building the business, and that's profit share. You were right there at the beginning of profit share. We were rebels. First, it was real estate agents gaining leverage through adding people to their business and creating what's been called teams. You know, 20-something years ago, people told me I was an idiot. Maybe 89 or 90, we would try to support real estate agents duplicating themselves. The industry and even the real estate agent themselves was not ready for that dialogue.
Expansion is nothing more than one simple thing, and that is taking your lead generation and your admin to additional locations.
Why is e-commerce the inevitable future? Because it's a natural extension of the information age. Someone took your data because they had control of it and turned it into free data that you lost control over. Happened right underneath your nose. We're living in a time where technology is rewriting the rules for just about everything.
We are not a real estate company anymore. And we're a technology company who is building the real estate platform that our agents and their customers will prefer to use.
Keller Williams, you know, this real estate company totally reinventing itself, coming up with what the machine learning problems are they should be solving, and then coming up with what data they need for those machine learning problems to be solved, and then prioritizing by where's the bang for the buck and figuring out how to do it in parallel.
When I made the comment back, I guess, at family reunion or even before that, and I said we're a technology company, boy, you would have thought I'd have said the weirdest thing, right? People were going, "You're an idiot, Keller."
Well, you said it and no one knew exactly what you were building.
Well, I didn't want them to know.
Yeah. But it was quite a declaration. I'm spending $1 billion in technology. You would automatically...
Okay, so if I let someone build my technology for me, what do I own? Amazon owns their software. Facebook owns their software. Yes?
Yeah.
Netflix owns their software, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would we tell the real estate agent, don't own your software? Or don't let your company you're in partnership with, why would we tell them not to own it?
The price you pay for getting where we are is you look stupid for about 4 years.
The world itself and most of the people in it really don't care if you think big or not, and many of them, maybe even most of them, will profit tremendously if you think small. So I'm ready to rewrite the rules if you are.
Hi, I'm Gary Keller, and I'm here to share with you the history of our company, Keller Williams Realty. Keller Williams is unique. We put our agents first and work tirelessly to identify and meet their needs. We are simply one of the most innovative and successful real estate companies on the planet. Keller Williams was a grand experiment in my life, and the origins of this company have their roots in my early experiences in the real estate business. On the advice of my dad, I got a degree in marketing and real estate with a specialization, particularly in real estate and insurance, from Baylor University. In 1979, I graduated and came to Austin, Texas, and got into the real estate business. I eventually went into management, and because I loved teaching and helping people and achieve their business and life goals, I decided to make a career of leadership and management and training. By the time I was 26, I was the Vice President of Expansion at Austin's largest real estate company at that time. And then I quit. The vision of the company I was with was that their agents worked for the company. And I'd constantly tell the owner at that time that I believed the company worked for the agent. If they just focused on building the agents and treating them right, then they would build the company bigger than they ever dreamed. Companies are nothing more than people. People create everything inside an organization and outside. And what's going to make us better in the long term is the way that our people think. Our goal is to tap the way people think, take advantage of that thought process and put it to use for everybody. So in 1983, the experiment began. I left where I was and I partnered with Joe Williams, great guy, and we started Keller Williams Realty with just a handful of agents and some folding tables and chairs. By the end of the first year, we had netted over $100,000 and put it in the bank. In 2 years, we grew to over 70 associates and had become Austin's largest single office real estate company and number 10 in the market overall. Then the market fell out. It was 1986. we shrunk from over 70 associates to below 40 associates. And although we were still profitable, a new competitor moved to town and 5 of my top 10 associates, plus my entire administrative staff, walked out the door. To meet the new challenges in the market and stand up to my competition, I knew I had to reinvent Keller Williams. True to my beliefs, I started with agents. Gathering my top 13 associates, I asked this question: how can we run the company in such a way that you achieve everything that you want, and at the same time we achieve everything we want? And here's what we came up with: the best possible commission structure we could think of, to be treating the agents like business partners, to profit share with access to the financial information, formalized input into how the business should be run through an agent leadership council, and supportive management who consults and promotes teamwork, the highest level of training we could think of. And we implemented these ideas. In less than 2 years, our company became #1 in our market. Positive, never to be relinquished yet. Putting agents first was obviously a successful model. So we took it even further by devising a plan to organize top agents into a series of agent leadership councils, formally at the local, city, regional, and international levels. Most people think we're crazy when we share with them that we've actually turned the entire company's decision-making process over to our associates in tandem with our managers. But we have. The Agent Leadership Council, the ALC, was set up so that our salespeople could directly impact most of the decisions and all of the decisions that impact them. Now, this revolutionary step gave Keller Williams tremendous credibility and was the catalyst for more actions aimed at putting agents in the driver's seat. Our open books policy, standardized accounting procedures, and published results. The result was growth. We began franchising in 1991 and expanded to Canada in 1998. By working one-on-one with masterminding with hundreds of top agents from across the country, we created a set of models that became the foundation of my first book, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, which I published in 2004. The book hit a nerve, found an audience. There were like-minded agents all over North America who found the answers they'd been looking for in that book. In the second half of the decade, as the crazy run-up in real estate prices started to backfire, Keller Williams Realty and our associates were uniquely positioned to seize the shift as an opportunity for growth. You see, Keller Williams Realty got its start during a rotten real estate market, and the hard-fought lessons that we learned during those years have really stayed with us. So we published Shift, which was a follow-up to The Millionaire Real Estate Agent. In it, we set forth a 12-point action plan for how top agents tackle really tough times. Shift became a national New York Times bestseller as our company and our agents took it up a notch, outpacing the market and proving that the market doesn't dictate whether or not we succeed. It only tells us how we're going to succeed. We launched a luxury homes division, which extended our reach into that segment of the market. We created Keller Williams Commercial, which is now the fastest growing commercial real estate company in North America. Pursuing our dream to bring the Keller Williams opportunity to the world, we opened Keller Williams Worldwide and have laid the groundwork for overseas expansion. Ensuring that our associates have what it takes to serve their clients and run their businesses with technological tools that are unmatched in the industry, we responded to the insights of the most tech-savvy associates among us and developed eEdge, one paperless loop for lead management, contact management, marketing, and transaction management. We're not a company that sits still, and it's all because Keller Williams Realty is in the hands of smart, determined, forward-thinking agents such as you. We're here to serve you, and we're very proud to be in business with you, and we're so glad you've decided to join us on this unbelievable ride.
Hi, my name is Lelena Rabari and I'm the editor of Outfront Magazine. Today we are on set shooting for our latest edition titled The Brave Ones. In this series we explore what bravery is from so many different lenses. We have 4 amazing agents here and we can't wait to share the magazine with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Gary Keller and Josh Team.
Good morning, thank you. We are grateful and humbled that you're here today. We really appreciate you taking your time, investing your money and your life, and trying to take your business to the next level. And we are grateful for the opportunity to be a part of that. So let's just dive in. As we did yesterday, we'll do today, and again, we'll do it tomorrow. We want to take a few minutes and talk again about technology. You're going to click.
Yes.
Thank you. He's my clicker. So we put this up there yesterday, and I just want to go to the upper top right-hand corner. One more click, thank you. And I just want to talk about this issue of build your database and build a relationship with it. So why is that important? It's real simple. When Jay and Dave Jinks and I wrote The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, we said your database is your business. And just so you know, we weren't kidding. Your database is your business. And if you think about how do you build a business worth having, it's having a group of people that know you, like you, and would do business with you. And that is the basis of all great businesses. So the whole point behind having a CRM is putting all of the people that you want to do business with in there, and then building a lifetime relationship with them. So when they think of real estate, they think of you. They don't go to someone else's site. They don't go do other things. They stay right there in relationship with you. So yesterday, we released Command generally to the entire world, correct?
That's right.
All right, next click.
And since we released Command and made it generally available, we've seen that every single second, 3 contacts are being added to Command 24/7, which is exciting. You guys are growing your database very quickly.
Yes.
The interesting thing about that is that tells us that it's easy, it's simple, it's to put people in your database, to sync it with your phone, with your different CRMs. But we started looking into that a little bit deeper. And what we found was only about 8% of the contacts have an address associated with them.
Stop. Say that again.
So we're approaching about 8 million contacts in Command. Of those 8 million contacts, only about 8% of them have a physical address saying that 123 Main Street, have an address associated with that contact.
So time out. What did you just say?
It's a big deal.
92%. So people are putting names and emails in their CRM. They're moving them over from their other CRM,
That's right.
and they don't know where they live?
That's right.
Okay. So this is an opportunity, right? Yes, we need to know where they live. This is important. So to me, it's an opportunity for all of you, right, you 92%, to go back and immediately pick up the phone and say, hey, Josh, this is Gary Keller with Keller Williams. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time.
No, it's a great time.
Awesome. I'll just take a second. The reason I'm calling is I was getting ready to prepare your specific data on your home that I wanted to send you in your neighborhood, and I realized I actually don't have your address. So if you wouldn't be offended, I'd like to ask if you would be willing to give me your address so I could send you specific information about your home, pricing, activity in your neighborhood, and anything else that you might want to know. Would that be okay?
That'd be great.
Awesome. So where do you live?
Well, and when we started looking at this data, Gary, we realized that this is actually a symptom of what we were talking about yesterday. That because we've got one-to-many marketing, and because we're being forced to just push more and more leads to our current websites, that's actually watered down these databases to just be names, emails, and/or phone numbers.
Yeah.
And so the problem is, like you said yesterday, any other agent that has that same phone book is calling with the exact same scripts, and it's really hard to differentiate yourself.
Well, that's right, because with Command, the opportunity that you have, because it's a platform, is instead of you sending out a blanket communication to 500 people, really like 1 to 500, it's now 1-to-1 for 500 different communications that can be done instantaneously, customized to each of your specific people in your database, which is what a true platform will do.
And another thing that we're excited about, again, like we said yesterday, the simple act of sending out these neighborhood landing pages to your database gets a 400% conversion and their likelihood to do business with you.
Say that again.
So the technology that you guys have all built in the labs process using the data and proprietary AI allows you to have a one-to-one experience to the homeowner with relevant information to them, giving you a 400% advantage of doing business with people that are in your database.
Wow. Yep.
So the one thing...
So what you're doing, let me just recap what you're saying. The simplest and easiest thing for all of us to go do right now that this platform has delivered the command, is to get names, addresses, right, phone number, email, but get that into a database and begin to build a one-on-one relationship via artificial intelligence with the customer, right? In other words, the world has changed. When you put up this landing page and it has the unique information on their house and on their neighborhood or any other neighborhood they want, and they could actually sit there and it might even change in real time in front of them.
That's right.
Right? Forever. The game changes.
Well, and this is...
Because the customer gets addicted to that.
Well, yes, and they can't get that information right now from Redfin, from Zillow, from Trulia. They can't get that from anywhere but you. And that's why we're seeing that conversion rate go up so high.
That's right.
And this goes back to having a database is only the first part of that first step.
Okay.
It's building the deep relationship. So the one thing you can do today, like Gary said, call people, add their address, put them on neighborhoods, send out the landing page, and convert more business.
It's the number one thing you should do.
That's it.
And as simple as it sounds, it actually completely changes the consumer experience to an experience they've never had before in the real estate industry. Sounds simple, and a lot of people will go, bleh, but when we did our tests, there was a 400% more engagement in that than on a static site.
Across 1 million consumer tests. Like, this isn't just like 10 people in a room. Like, we tested with 1 million consumers.
Yeah, it wasn't 10% better. It wasn't 100% better. It was 400% better.
Which just makes sense. People are curious about their neighborhood.
Well, that's how you get your unfair share of relationships.
That's right. When you send out these landing pages, the landing pages will be responsive, meaning that they look really good on a mobile phone. And we know that because we know that most likely your consumer will look at the page on their phone, because the phone has become the remote control to all of our lives, which is why all of you guys have your phone right now. This is where we want to move Kelly. Kelly, we want Kelly to become the remote control to your real estate business. And we've just released a new version of Kelly. You can download it in the App Store or in the Google Play. And it's a manifestation in our mind of how we can create a dashboard to give you information that's relevant to your business in real time.
Yep.
So I wanted to talk about really quickly the journey of how we got here. So when we launched Kelly Family Reunion last year, and it was just a voice-activated device.
It was an engineer's product.
That's exactly right.
That we let you play with.
We think of it as Kelly Battleship. You know, Kelly, can you do this? Miss. Like, she didn't know. Very similar to Siri and Alexa when they rolled out and you said, Siri, play the Beatles. I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Well, what's interesting again is the competition looked at that and went, this is no big deal. What they didn't realize is if they said that into Kelly, they had just trained Kelly for us.
That's exactly right. And if you think about that, since Siri and Alexa have come out, who's come out in the space to challenge Siri and Alexa?
They're not.
They're so far ahead.
The space is taken.
And you guys have done the exact same thing. Through our journey last year of you training real estate AI, you swept the board. You won every AI award last year in real estate. You're on the Wall Street Journal's watch list for real estate.
Well, it's kind of cheating, though. We were the only AI.
That's true. That's true.
Now, you got to realize that the journey to this is messy. But understand that the ultimate journey is when you use Kelly, whether it gets it or not right now, you're training it so that your customers can talk to your app. That's where the business is going. And the industry is going a lot faster than anybody realizes.
So let's take a quick video of us taking all of that insights about how you've been talking to Kelly and us turning that into a dashboard or a remote control for your business and what the first step of that journey looks like.
Yep.
So I just want to talk about a couple of the few features that we've done with Kelly. We've taken the best practices from some of the best assistants that we've labbed with. And like any good assistant, they have to predict your needs. And so when you open Kelly, Kelly tries to look at your business because we're all on one platform and it says, who are the most recent contacts that you've added or that you've contacted? And it gives you a quick dashboard from there. It allows you to see the activity timeline for anyone in your database. What's the last time you interacted with them? It allows you to see local insights anywhere you're standing with market snaps wherever you're standing anywhere in the country. So that, and the use case of that came to mind in the last process was we heard agents say, once people know they're an agent, no matter where they go, they get the question, what's going on in the local market?
Yep.
And they have to go back and like either get the information before they go or tell them to follow up with them. But now with Kelly, I can open it up, see what's happening around me, and share that information.
Well, excuse me. That choked me up.
You know, it's emotional.
Sorry, yeah.
Seeing your children grow up.
So let's just go one step further as a realtor, and that is, if I'm standing with someone, I'm going to say, wow, Josh, the market is really amazing.
Yes.
Would you like to know what's going on in your area?
Absolutely.
Right now?
Yes.
Let me show you. And show them. And they're going to immediately, I promise you, because I do this a lot, they're going to say, how do I get that?
Yes. Well, give me your address, and I'll send you your updated landing page.
By the end of the second quarter, you'll be handing them your personalized app that will have all of this.
Did you just scoop our roadmap?
Yeah, sorry.
All right. No. The other thing that Kelly can do now is agents spend a lot of time tracking deals with the loan officer. And so we've actually, and we believe it's the first time it's ever happened in the industry, where Kelly, through our platform, connects directly to the underwriter. So when you're using Keller Mortgage, Kelly will actually update you what's happening in the process. They just got pre-approved, they just got the appraisal's done, the inspection's over, it's now in escrow, so that you don't have to be spending time tracking, following it up. It just keeps you updated.
Yeah, if you're doing business with Keller Mortgage, you are connected directly to the underwriter because it's all on a platform. The underwriter's using the same platform that you're using and your customer's using.
That's right. Also, if you're doing any type of referrals and transactions, all of that's just at your fingertips. And so we're excited. This is just
So again, by the way, so I'm scooping you again, but when our consumer app comes out, the consumer is actually connected directly to the underwriter also.
That's right.
Right.
And you get to watch the entire journey just from your remote control.
Right.
We believe that Kelly will evolve this year so that 80% of the common daily tasks that you do, you can do directly through your assistant or the remote control for your business. And you can do that by just clicking a few buttons. Or, of course, we still have the Kelly Battleship game at the bottom where you can talk to Kelly.
Well, you can see at the bottom, even though the screens are changing, if you look at the bottom, it says Home, Command, Connect, Consumer, and More. What you notice is we simply took the 3 levels of a tech-enabled agent, right, which is around your database, which is around your groups and information and education, and around your consumer app, and we turned around and put it at the bottom of the control screen of Kelly.
Those are my favorites.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Exactly right. All right. So let's talk a little bit about our roadmap and where we're going. Now, again, because of the labs process, all of this is subject to change because this isn't our roadmap. This is your roadmap. You're telling us what you want to do. And so far, this is kind of what you've told us. In Q1, we had to make sure we have a CRM that gives you unique competitive advantage to take more market share and convert at a higher level. We also connected, and this is a pretty big deal for us, we have a global platform. So over 200 global associates in 30 different countries are all using Command right now. And it's pretty exciting. With that...
Time out. That's a big deal. That's a wimpy clap, but that's a big deal.
We also...
It is. You talk about a connected world. What we literally are now beginning to do is connect all realtors.
Right. So,
globally.
Well, and the reason that should matter to you guys is because, as you see, we're going really hyper-local with neighborhoods. And now that we're also connected across the planet as the largest real estate company, every time you're talking to a client, you're the best economist from the global perspective all the way down to the micro perspective. We want to give you the most information about what's happening in real estate across the planet so you can answer any question on demand.
Well, so this is how complex that is. We actually have 4 groups because we have America, and then we're standing up our New York group because they're in New York, of course, and we have to deal with those issues.
Yes.
Right? And we know that.
That's right.
And then we have Canada.
Yep.
Yes. And then we have outside of the continental U.S. and Canada. So you have then the global. So you have 4 different groups that we're standing up right now to deal with the 4 different issues around.
But they're all using one platform.
Well, there you go.
They're all using the one platform you built.
Right.
That's the game-changing moment.
That's right. We're changing applications.
That's right.
Yeah.
So in Q2, as Gary said, we're going to be launching the consumer app, and that's where we take all of our learnings that we're going to be playing with from here until then, and making sure that we give you an app. And this is where you become Netflix, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. We're also going to go double down on Teams on Command. And so right now, you guys are the gold standard for Teams in the industry. In fact, 33 to 34% of all the top Teams list is you. So who better to partner with us in Labs process to make Command the gold standard for supporting Teams? And that's our goal in Q2.
Yep.
In Q3, we're going to be moving to allow teams and market centers to collaborate real time. We're going to talk about that in 1 second. And then...
Well, you skipped consumer and connect collaboration.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to have consumer and connect collaboration in Q2. No, so the idea behind Connect, so right now when you log into Command and you go to Connect, you can see there's these groups. And this is where our first step into, again, taking Facebook and Slack, they had a baby sent to real estate school, all that jazz. We're going to be working in Q2 to make that really, really real estate smart so that the collaboration around real estate topics, it's so easy and simple and human for you to mastermind and connect with the people that are important to you in your real estate community. And that's going to be the focus through Q2.
Yeah, so just a simple thought, just to tease you a little bit around Connect itself, is that right now from KWP, we have so many things we want to communicate that we just send out an overabundance of emails to the point where I literally hit delete on most of them personally.
Gary, they love our emails.
No, I don't love them. And what's really cool about Connect is if you think about it going forward, once it comes out, you can check off and say, I never want to hear the word FSBO again. And it doesn't matter anywhere in the ecosystem of KW, if the word FSBO came up, it doesn't show up in your Connect feed. If on the other hand you said, I want to know anything about luxury real estate or anything about open house, anything at all that comes through the Keller Williams ecosystem, it's going to come straight into your Connect feed, and it'll also you can pop up, again, let's say luxury, you could pop up your luxury group over here and it would be there. So you could check daily, either your feed of all your information, or you could just check your luxury feed that day. Does that make sense? It kind of cuts all the noise out and allows you to custom design your information and education feed into your life. And that's just a base of what Connect starts to do, the new Connect.
So you can curate your real estate educational component with information important to you.
Absolutely.
So in Q3, we've got worldwide associates in 30 countries using Command now. By Q3, we want to be the gold standard for real estate transactions across the planet. And it doesn't matter what language, doesn't matter what country, our platform supports the entire globe.
Yep.
Command for leverage is every agent, when they get to that 7th level, or when their agent gets to a point where they need more and more leverage, they need a system to track and manage that process, and we've got a whole project around that. New agent websites that are partnered with Keller Cloud will be launching in Q3, and we're really excited about what that's going to look like. And then in Q4, we're going to have Command for coaching, the new KW.com, yes, and Connect. We're going to take all of our learnings that we have from Q2 in the US around Connect and then roll that out so that Connect worldwide works for the entire country. And then by the end of the year, we'll have the only global, fully connected, AI-powered real estate platform the world's ever seen.
So interesting. Yep. So it's as you can tell, it's a journey. It's a journey, and it will sit well. We were talking about improvements, and you told me backstage that since we stood on stage yesterday and announced the general release of Command, how many updates to Command have been done?
From yesterday from me on stage yesterday to me on stage now, we made 76 updates to Command.
Yeah, but just again, you got to. I know that's a weak clap because you still don't understand what's going on totally. But the world is moving at such a fast pace, and the only one that can keep up with it is a platform. The changes, right? In other words, the ability to make changes in real time. I would say right now, Josh, that we're the only real estate organization on the planet that just published their roadmap so that our people, our partners, can hold us personally accountable to doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I hope you and I have our jobs next year.
Yes. I'm a little nervous.
Me too.
So, just like we did this morning, though, as we have a platform and we see patterns, we have insights into what's happening at a macro level in real time. What we don't want to have to do, though, is when we learn things such as only 8% of people have an address in the database, we don't have to wait till the next event for us to get together to talk about that. One of the best things about the Keller Williams ecosystem is that we've got the top real estate minds in the planet, and our ability to come together like a family reunion and mega camp to collaborate is world class. So what we've been working on at KWP is a studio in Austin so that we don't have to wait to 2 events a year, but we can actually connect face-to-face human conversations across the planet with the best minds in any topic. And you, from your phone or your tablet or your computer or through your market center, can connect and join the conversation in real time. And we're really excited about that.
Yeah, we actually we invested in a company and ended up with the exclusive rights for this cutting-edge technology for the real estate industry.
Yep.
They're the only ones that get this.
We believe face-to-face human conversations are going to stay the center of all parts of real estate. Now,
we actually caught Jay having a private party, but we went ahead and took the picture.
We did. He didn't know there was a photographer there. No, this roadmap isn't our roadmap, like we said. This roadmap is your roadmap.
That's
so
right.
if you didn't like something we saw, if you think our priorities are wrong or we missed something, all you have to do is go to ideas.kwp.com and tell us. In fact, there's already been over 1,000 ideas submitted on how we can do better. And this is our roadmap. So you'll see, it's actually interesting. It's a little blurry, but the #1 voted thing inside of our ideas.kwp.com, our roadmap, is a previous and next button on the contact. So there's like 22 people having a conversation on that and 137 votes. So our product manager will get on the phone, they'll call, and they'll say, hey, help us understand what you mean by that. And the use case for this made sense. They wanted to create their list inside a command by filters and tags saying, these are the people I want to call today. And then they didn't want to have to go back to the contact screen to go back to the next one. So they said, just give me the next and previous button.
Makes sense. We missed it.
So now, through the 76 updates we did in commands, there's now a next and previous button on every contact. The point of that is that each one of those updates are extremely small baby steps, but they're baby steps that you tell us to take. And we're in partnership together. And so
right.
literally, anything you want us to do, just tell us in ideas.kwp.com or hit the feedback button in command, put it in our roadmap, and we'll completely build whatever you say.
Hold on, say that again. Hit the feedback button where?
So inside of command, you see on the bottom of the screen, there's a little dog on the right. That dog is actually, it's your dog.
It's actually our son's dog. That's her face on it.
Yes. So that's Riley. If you click on Riley, that activates our labs process, and you can give us feedback right there, or you can go to ideas.kwp.com through there and start voting and collaborating with your other fellow agents, helping us craft our roadmap.
Yeah, if you go on any significant page on command and you get lost and you don't know what to do, what can you do?
If you'll see, there's a little question mark at the top right. If you click that question mark, a little panel will slide out. That panel will understand what you're trying to do or try to and tell you, here's what other people have looked at that helped them. There's also a little search bar. You can search like, how do I add a contact? How do I use smart plans? How do I deal with filters? And then all the contextual training will show up right there in command. If you still get stuck, then you can go down and click support and start talking to someone that understands how to and can chat with you, working you through your problem.
Well, we don't. Maybe not immediately.
Yes.
Well, let me just say again, if 150,000 people hit that support button, I don't think we have enough people. But
it's a labs process.
But it puts you in a queue
Yes.
for support to come back and talk to you. So what we've tried to do is from tell us where we got it wrong to what we need to change to help me is all built into the screens in command.
That's right. Now, let's talk about the consumer app, because that's what all of this is gearing up to do. All of this is leading up to the consumer app. And the reason why is we want to make you Netflix. And let's talk about really quick.
Say that again.
Our entire job, this whole platform, the whole reason we're doing all this is so that at some point this year, you can go to your consumers and you are Netflix, so that they have a one-to-one experience where you're the local expert making them smart about real estate every single day.
And I've said this numerous times, but I'm going to say it again this morning. Anyone who says that their company is Netflix has got the wrong idea, that they're off base. You should be Netflix. The challenge, again, is you had to have a partner who understood that and then built your technology. So the way we think about it is KW's goal is to build an individualized Netflix platform for every agent partner in Keller Williams.
I do want to talk about Zillow for 1 second, because Zillow did something really interesting. They were able to take market share away from other portals by doing one simple thing: the Zestimate. And as much as we as real estate professionals know the Zestimate's accuracy is, well, it's not, we have to acknowledge it does something pretty well. And I like to think of it as compared to my wife, who wears a Fitbit, and she wears it all the time. And I asked her, Tara, do you think that Fitbit actually counts every step? And she's like, of course not. But what it does tell me is that I walk more steps today than I walked yesterday. And what this estimate does tell consumers is my home worth more today than it was yesterday? Is my home worth more than my neighbor's? And if you think about that, Zillow made the consumer feel like they were a little bit smarter about real estate. And that little thing made people use Zillow. So what we're doing in our consumer app is we're taking that to the 10th degree, because you've got a platform that you've built with your data that's proprietary to you. You're going to be able to make your consumers smarter with information they can't get on any portal or any other realtor's website, all hyper-local to the neighborhood. And we've tested this out, you and I. We've taken it out and we've asked people. If you don't believe it, ask them. Would you like an app that kept you up to date on the neighborhood you live in, the neighborhood across the street in real time?
Yeah, price per square foot, the activity of the neighborhood, just listed, just sold.
The personality of the neighborhood, all of those things.
Anything is changing.
100% of the time, in my experience, they go, well, yeah. It doesn't matter if they're renting or they're owning, there's just a natural curiosity. We want to empower you to give that to your consumers so that you can, for the first time, build a real moat around your database, going from just emails and phone numbers and names to actually understanding their needs in the real estate space so that you can curate that experience.
Now, to a certain degree, the landing pages they can do right now have some of that core information.
This is our early test.
Yeah,
yes.
You already have that. It shows up, and landing pages is a horrible word because it makes it sound like something everyone's familiar with. How about we call it individualized, one-on-one personal websites for consumers?
I love it. We'll get a card.
Because the landing page makes it sound like, oh, well, I know what that is. I don't think you know what this is. It's a completely different animal. But by the end of quarter two, that will all translate into the consumer app that the consumer is holding in their hand.
Well, let's take a look at what we planned for the consumer app.
Okay, let's do it. So here's the... So, absolutely. So here's the cool thing. Even though that, and I wish it were sooner, even though this won't be released probably until the end of quarter two, please know that we already designed it. It's already designed. It's simply in the hands of our developing team right now to make sure that it actually works for your customers. We can't do a soft rollout for a consumer experience. So we had originally set our roadmap for the beginning of Q2, and we've pushed that back a little. So we apologize for that. But the only reason we're doing it is to test it. The interesting thing is that when we get back from family reunion on the 25th, we will be sitting down and putting together our team to now go completely break what we just built. Did you get that? And yeah, we're already working on version 2 of what we're going to deliver in the second quarter. But that's the power of a platform, right? Our goal is nothing short of reinventing how people experience real estate through technology and making sure that you're the owner of that technology. All right. I figure that's enough. We can just leave. Oh, wait, we have to talk about the future. I love that. All right, so anyone familiar with this conversation? It is a rock and roll 90 minutes of nonstop information you never wanted to know. No, people always say, where do you get vision? And the answer is always by looking backwards and trying to figure out the path that got you to where you are, and it'll give you a sense of where you're going. So the goal today in the next 90 minutes is to walk you as fast as possible through an array of information that will give you a sense of exactly what you experienced last year, give you a different context for that, and also sets the stage for you to try to understand what will happen in the next year and the next year. Fair enough? So let's dive into the numbers that drive U.S. real estate. And again, just a reminder that all of this has already been loaded up, and you can download all of this. So it actually already exists.
Yep,
okay?
Let's go to KW Connect, search for Vision 2019, and these slides will be available for you to share with your team and your local market.
My partner in crime, Jay Pepazan, and Ruben Gonzalez, who works in our awesome research department, they're here to fact check me and keep me honest. All right, so number one, what happened last year? Well, sales went down, right? And you can see that. We had about a 3% drop in sales between 2017 and 2018. To me, this is the most important slide. And if you'll notice, let's just go back to August. And the yellow is 17, the purple is 18. So notice that there's a 0.1% drop in August. Notice there's a 0.2% drop in September. Notice there's a 0.3% drop in October. Notice there is a 0.5% drop in November, and there's a 0.6% drop in December. So even though it's interesting to say that it's a 0.03% drop, you can see where all of a sudden where you started to feel the heat from a national perspective, right? You started feeling it around September, August, September. It started happening. It's kind of accelerating. What happened with home price? Well, let me back up. So the expectation is in 2018, we're going to see a drop in sales nationally of 2%, 1.8%?
Yeah, right now we're projecting about like 3% decline. We might see a little upside in the spring.
Gotcha. And we'll talk about why in a second. So then secondly, let's look at what happened to home prices. Now the yellow line represents us drawing that for you to show you that if homes had continued to appreciate along that 4% path, that home prices today, the median home price would be $305,000. But a recession of all recessions hit, and you can see that we actually started a what we would say a new trend line probably around 2012, 2013. Initially, we didn't know if we were starting a new trend line. We didn't know what would happen. You can now clearly see that we will never make up the gap. That would throw us into a recession literally overnight if they tried to make that gap up that quickly, right?
That's that 12%.
Yeah.
About 12% got taken out of the market, and we're just started over from that.
Yes. Yep. Home price annual appreciation. If you look at this a different way, you can literally see that in the rebound we were at 7.6%, and then the 3 years, the last 3 years, we've calmed down to just about 5%. And what we want you to understand is even 5% is not right. It's untenable, right?
It's at the upper tier, yeah, for sure.
You can't stay there. You can't. If you stay even at 5%, you're going to have another mother of all recessions. Okay, so it's got to come back down to that 4% approximate trend line, right, Ruben?
Right, and we're actually seeing that slowdown start to happen now. Like next year, we're expecting prices probably in the 3% range in terms of the increase.
And it would be okay if they didn't increase at all. Just to be honest with you. Okay. Month supply of inventory. So when we look at this again, the way that the U.S. looks at it is different than Canada. U.S. looks at it as if you have 6 months of inventory, meaning that if no new real estate came on the market in 6 months, all real estate would be sold. They call that a balanced market. So we draw that line, that yellow line at the 6%, and then you can see whether you're in a seller market or a buyer market. And again, these are national numbers. You have to apply this to your local economies. But you can clearly see we've been in a seller's market, and we're going to stay in a seller's market for a good while. And why?
But the direction, though, as we saw at the end of the year where we had a 10% drop in sales, we know that it's slowing down. And if you remember yesterday, that pendulum has changed directions.
Well, you would expect us to just go flying into a buyer's market, fellas, but the challenge is such low inventory, right, causes this to be a little weird.
Yep.
Yeah. When we look at mortgage rates, part of the issue with like why inventory might not increase as rapidly across the country is the fact that there's a lot of people right now who have what we call a below market interest rate, meaning they bought in the last 5 years and their interest rate's sitting below what they could get on a new house.
That's right. They couldn't refi, or if they bought a new house, it would be cheaper to stay where they are.
Right.
That's right. So that's absolutely. So let's talk about mortgage rates. So I always love this conversation, and I always point out ad nauseum that I got in the real estate business in 1979. So just take a second and look at where interest rates were. And that was my entry into the world of real estate. And it was so interesting because the agents around me were so used to different rates, right? They've been in there 5, 6 years, 10 years, and all of a sudden this starts happening, and they just all went on the sideline and say, we're just going to wait till it goes away. Well, it didn't go away overnight. In fact, when we started Keller Williams in 1983, look where they were. So for me, I look at current interest rates, now go look where you are, and I go, oh my gosh, this is such a bargain, right? But I also, because I was raised in real estate in a massive recession, and then when we started Keller Williams a few years later, we went through another massive recession, that I have a whole different sense than most people about the real estate industry. And that is, I'm very comfortable in a recession, right? Now, we're not going in one, so I don't believe that what we're fixing to experience, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't stand here and project that we're going to have a recession. You're going to have a slowdown. But you're going to have a recession because when you look at all the markers that we're going to go through real quickly, would tell you or foreshadow that something was going to happen. It's not happening. It's not there. We have nothing there. Now, never underestimate the gift that we're given by dumb decisions made by our government.
Yep.
Yeah, they can literally start a war. And the reason why that happens, and I mean this with respect, is because you have parties that when they're not in office, they can't wait to get in office to enact their ideas and the legislature that they want. And when they get there, they almost don't pay attention to where we are economically. They actually say, this is our time to get our agenda out to our country. And invariably, it's the wrong agenda for they don't connect. And so they do these things. Anyway, that's kind of it. Mortgage rates are around I think we got as high as 4.9%. And then it's in the U.S. and it's pulled back a little bit. Most likely we're going to see about 2, maybe 3 interest rates ticks up. But I would be very surprised if we crested anything large past 5%. How about you?
Yeah, I think that's about right for this year, 5%. I think the Fed's being very patient, and we'll talk about it later, but Treasury rates have also been like fairly suppressed. So I think mortgage rates are going to rise fairly slowly, actually.
By the way, let me just make a sidebar comment again. This is exactly why Keller Mortgage was formed, because with no origination fee, no closing cost, and we give no lender closing cost, and $1,000 back at closing to cover the other costs, all of a sudden becomes more and more attractive, right? And that's why we did it. So we look at affordability. So here you go. It's still incredibly affordable when you think that in America it takes 17% of your income in order to live in a home. That's a big deal. When you look at the national average going back to the 70s of 21.6, right? Again, I feel great about it because I look back when I got in real estate and it was 31, 36, 36, 30. It took a lot. Yeah, and we sold a lot of houses. People still bought and sold. All right, so let's look at Canada real quick. So the first one to get is home sales. So what's interesting in Canada is all of a sudden, home sales are absolutely on a decline. And they're on a decline right now because the government of Canada wants it to slow down. And it needs to slow down, okay? The biggest issue, again, is not the number of sales, but it's the price of the real estate. So they're trying to put a governor on that through regulatory effort, right? So if we look at the appreciation of homes in Canada, that's unsustainable. And I've said that from this stage for the last 15 to 20 years, actually. I have. I'm not, I also, I commonly say every time anyone asks me, I say Canadians are smarter than Americans. And most people think I'm joking, but I'm actually not joking.
A lot of that, Gary, was driven in Vancouver and Toronto. They had those foreign buyers just driving prices through the roof. The government stepped in to try to cool it off, and it's kind of like whack-a-mole. Like they went from Vancouver to Toronto, and now they're in Quebec.
Yeah, and Montreal.
Right, and so they're moving it around, but they're really trying to keep this so that homes can still be affordable.
Well, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's it. They have to tamp this down. They really do. And they're not done, right? The big challenge that the Canadian government has is the number one economic driver of the Canadian economy is real estate.
That's right.
Number two is oil, but number one is real estate. So there's a constant conversation in their government about how can we not be so dependent upon the real estate industry. I always write in at that moment, it's okay with me. Ha ha ha. Yeah, inventory. Yeah, well, the same thing. They look at it differently in Canada. When they look at it, they say, look. So you see that number 55. So that number says that if 100 pieces of real estate came on the market and 55 sold, that's what that number means. Okay. So they look at it and they then turn around and say anything around 40 is a buyer's market, and anything around 60 would be a seller's market, right?
Right. Either the inventory is declining or increasing, and that's just kind of, they see it directional.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that even with everything going on, it's still considered overall a balanced market. Mortgage rates, they tend to be a little higher than the U.S., but they tend to follow the same kind of pattern, just at a little higher rate. Okay. But this is, again, you can see, right, if you put American interest rates on top of it, you'd see the same kind of movement. So this is all good news from an interest rate standpoint. So affordability, though, still takes a hit. So on single-family homes, the change is affordability took a hit of about 1.2% this last year on single-family, and then almost 2.5% hit on condos.
And people are paying attention. It's 60%. They measure it differently. So in the U.S., it's just principal and interest. In Canada, they measure the cost of a home as principal, interest, insurance, taxes, and utilities.
Yeah. So
it's a different measure.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're saying that someone spends 59% of their income on a single-family home, but their measurement, they have in there the cost of heating. They have a whole other index, which is probably more realistic to some degree, but remember, they are smarter. Right? So it's tougher in Canada right now. I mean, it just is. It's tougher, and it's because the government's getting involved to try to slow all that down a little bit. Okay, so let's look at the U.S. economy and look at what drives everything. So GDP. So, and this is true in Canada as well, and that is that 2 to 4% GDP growth is what they're looking for. And if you look at our economy, we've been playing in that since around 2012, right, even back to 10. We're playing in that. We're playing in the percentages. This is good. This is exactly why you're selling real estate.
Yeah,
it's because of that number.
We're on the second longest run of economic growth in U.S. history right now.
Say that louder.
We're on the second longest run of positive economic growth for the country right now.
Cool. Well, what goes up comes down. Yeah. Well, yeah. So again, if you got into real estate and you got in 2010 or 11, you've never experienced a recession, much less a devastating recession. Okay, you think, well, this is the way it is. So people who got in the last 5 years, sales are slowing down a little bit and they're panicking, right?
Yeah.
But as we heard yesterday on our panel, those individuals who have a sense of understanding about this actually go, this is a wonderful opportunity. But right now, GDP is exactly where it needs to be. Unemployment is exactly where it needs to be. Again, this 3.9% is literally uncharted territory. Once again, it's employment is so good. Income, this is interesting, right? So we've had now 3 straight years of wage increase, right? And they expect it to happen again this year.
Yeah, this number's lagged a year just because of the way the Census Bureau kind of works, but based on like other statistics, this year looks like it's going to be positive as well and probably higher than 2017.
And the challenge that you have again is if real estate went up by 4.9%, but wages only went up 2%, what just happened? Do you see the point? It's not complicated to begin to understand. Now, you have 5%, 3%, 2% in the last 3 years. That's really good. But real estate prices have actually, if you took the 3 and added them up, appreciated higher than that. So then the average person still goes, well, I feel like I'm going backwards a little bit. I will say again, though, this is why we want people to buy homes and pay them off in 30 years. Right? This idea that I should move over and over again is probably going to slow down a little bit, you guys. And the reason is because people will stay in their home longer. We'll see later at the end of our presentation that's already happening. They're staying.
What's keeping homes affordable has been the interest rates. Our incomes haven't been growing. You can really see what was happening before 2013.
Yeah.
And you still had inflation. Home prices were going up faster than that. So those declining interest rates is what kept it affordable.
Well, that's exactly right, James. That's right. And you look at inflation, the numbers are good. Again, anywhere between 2 to 4% inflation, the government looks up and says, that's really good. The target would be 2. You get above 3 or 4, they can't sustain that over a period of time. So if you could get anywhere around 5 to 6% unemployment, and you could have a GDP of 2 to 3%, and you had inflation that was 2% or less, man, you're smoking. This is a good economy, and that's where you are right now, okay? Yep. Also, the Canadian economy, same kind of thing. You can see their GDP is really, again, doing well. That's not what's causing the challenge in Canadian real estate sales. It's not GDP. Unemployment's a great number in Canada. Same thing, 40-year low, by the way, for unemployment. Inflation, the Canadian government says anywhere between 2 to 3% is a target range for them. The CPI is on the high side of that, by the way.
Yeah, and that CPI is probably affected by some trade issues that happened this year.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's why we have this core issue that kind of excludes certain items, and that's kind of what they tend to watch more closely, which is right at that 2%.
Yeah, so you get rid of those, you're back at 2%. So that it's all good news on the economic front. There's nothing out there nationally as you go back to your career for the next year. There's nothing economically out there that is anything but good news for the overall economy. Our challenge, again, is affordability and the lack of inventory in the United States. That's the issue. In Canada, the issue is simply the federal government wants to slow down this unbridled price growth. And so you have two different things going on that they're different, but they have the same effect of all of a sudden throwing real estate sales into a slowdown. Make sense? Okay, it did make sense. Let's start over.
No.
Oh, no, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm not going to start over.
We have healthy economy. It's really the inventory is one of the driving things. It's only a few things you have to remember to take away from this. And Brian said it yesterday up here. In a shift, your consumers need you to be the economist of choice.
Yeah.
That's why we do all of this.
Well, we do, even though this is ad nauseum, but honestly, again, the consumer would expect for you to talk about what's going on in the national economy, what's going in the local economy, and how will that affect their real estate decisions. Again, we publish all this for you. All you have, my advice, and I say this every year, is to, if you just go back to your office, print a copy of this off, and get in a room with a bunch of other agents, and for about 2 hours over lunch, y'all just flip through the pages and talk about it. You will be shocked at how fast you assimilate this, and all of a sudden it starts coming out in your conversations. If you don't do that, there's a 99% chance that you'll never mention any of this. Okay? The gift that we get is we have to do this for you every year. So by the time I've read through it a number of times, I can get up here and just talk about it because I absolutely understand what's going on. Okay? That's what I want for you. All right, let's look at size per agent. Well, this is an interesting thing, right? And that is it continues to go down. The number one reason why it's going down is what?
More agents.
More agents. And this is a phenomenon, by the way. It is we have more agents. Okay? Now, if you do the math on this, though, and you take the median price and you take the average commission, 7.9 in the United States, I just ran those numbers quickly, is $55,000 of income. So it's not like the real estate agent is the average real estate agent is broke at all. Okay? 7.9 is not a horrible number. That's where we are. Distress sales nationally, now we have about 3 or 4 cities where that's still an issue, but that's it. The rest of the United States, it's done. Underwater homes, same thing. Again, we have about, I think I was looking at the stats, it's about 4 cities, isn't it, Ruben?
Yeah.
Yeah, that still have this issue. But the rest of the United States doesn't have this issue. And this is not an issue in Canada, right? Mortgage rates and 10-year Treasury notes. So if you want to kind of understand where interest rates are going, all you need to do is look at the 10-year Treasury note. So on a regular basis, back in your world, if you guys are talking about the 10-year Treasury note, that will get where it's headed. That will tell you what interest rates are doing. And you can see it right there, can't you? Say yes. Yeah, you can see it, right? Credit conditions, this is a little unnerving. This is where you start to see some things, and that is, on one hand, we go through the recession, the Great Recession as they call it, and you see all red, meaning they're tightening up, tightening up, tightening up, tightening up. And then all of a sudden, you see starting in 2014, what happens? It's all green, and they're loosening and loosening and loosening. You do understand that as they continue to loosen, all of a sudden, you'll start trying to sell homes to people who shouldn't buy homes. Now, in Canada, they fight that. They make you overqualify for a house right now. That's one of the ways they're pushing all this down. In America, they try to give you more house than you should buy.
I don't think that it's loosened. You correct us if we're wrong. I don't think it's loosened so much now that we're close to where we were before the big recession.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Well, that's true, by the way. But
it's
the loosening of that before the Great Recession caused it.
That's right.
So, yes, but that is a great point, and thank you for saying that. So, I know what Jay's saying is if you took all the red and took the green, it's a canceling out a little bit. But we're going to see in a second about new home construction. That,
there it is.
Oh gosh, how'd that happen? Yeah. So if you look at I know what I'm talking about a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at new home construction, to me, this is you could take this page, and then you should go to your local economy and try to understand what's happening in your neighborhoods and in your city. But this right here tells all the story because we are missing. What is the number we said? From this right here, it's over
4.7 million homes that weren't built.
4.7 million homes that weren't built. The national average, if you go back since the historical average, would be over 1 million new home construction. And right, new home construction meaning that wasn't a custom job.
Right.
You with me? This is not custom homes. This is new home construction, meaning that the land and the house were sold at the same time together. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We're going to add this with something else, but basically it's an inventory problem. We've had this demand, and if you have no inventory, prices go up, and it's not equal across all price points.
And even though this is a completely inaccurate comparison, so after I say it, forget that I said it, but if you do the math real quick, and you said, okay, well, what about the 100 most populated cities in America, if that 4.7 million of homes that were not brought into the market, if you divided them out, that would be 47,000 homes in each of the major 100 markets of homes that never got built. Do you see that? And that, by the way, you can't bring on enough resale homes to make up for it. So what you have going on there then is it drives prices up because you don't have enough inventory to hold prices down, not appreciating as much. The other thing we have that went on is the institutional buyers came in and took what? How many million did they take out of market?
It's 2.5 million more that essentially have gone single-family homes that went into the rental pool, and they aren't available now to be resale homes.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's actually interesting, one thing we're seeing in new construction now is built for rent. Some of those guys are actually behind some of the new construction we're seeing.
Yeah.
It'll never be for sale. It just shows up as a rental, a home for rent.
So it's kind of interesting, right? You take those two things, and again, you have to apply it to your local market, but this is what's causing the issues that we have right now of sales slowing down and prices going up. If you look at new home construction, right, this is let's go back. If we go to new home sales, which is different than new home construction, what you can see here is if we go back to the year 2000, we have over that, right, we're at 50% less than what was sold in 2000.
In that starter category. So that blue line represents the lower priced homes. And everybody feels this. First-time home buyers are competing with investors for fewer homes, and it's really, really competitive, and they're getting shut out.
Yep. About a push on the greater than 400,000, and then, right, and then you look at the 300 to 400, and you're actually above, right? Might be considered the sweet spot. Home ownership, this is interesting, right? We go back to 2009 and look at it, and we're now about 5% lower than what the national average would have been, right?
Yeah, and an interesting thing about this one, Gary, is people's preferences seem to have more or less stayed the same. The same number of people, same percentage of people are living in single-family homes as were, 10 years ago. But the number that own them has actually decreased.
Yeah, yeah. Student loan debt, this is a big issue, right? I think, what's the average student loan debt? $350 a month?
Yeah, it comes out to about a payment of about $350 a month on average. And, you're talking about your first-time home buyer category again in this section. Most student loan debt is held by people, under the age of 30.
And by the way, there's an 11% annual default on that debt.
Yeah, it's the highest default rate of any form of debt.
Yeah, but this is, again, is a lost generation, right? The promise of higher education came with a price and a debt attached to it. And getting that $350 off someone's plate is a big issue. So all of a sudden it pushes back the people are buying homes a little later in their life. All right, let's look at the luxury market real quick. So here's how we look at it. First thing we say is, are there people out there that could afford to buy luxury real estate? And the answer is yes. From 2006 to 2017, you have an 81% increase in the U.S. of high net worth individuals, 52% in Canada, globally 91%, right? Now you can see it. So there are people that can afford luxury real estate. The allocation of financial investments is kind of interesting. It might concern you because you say, well, in 06 it was 24 and now it's 14. But this is more about high net worth individuals moving their money around because of the extraordinary performance of the stock market.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, that's all that is. We believe that you'll begin to see a movement back towards real estate as people take their money off the table in a volatile situation and try to put more of that back into a stable environment. And real estate would be considered more stable.
Mm-hmm.
Month supply again is actually pretty good for luxury, meaning a 9.6 months worth of supply. That's actually a good one, right? And then you see that on average it's 95 days on market, and you go, okay, this is good. Now you notice it levels out a little bit. We could start seeing an uptick of that. We probably are seeing an uptick of that, depending on the market that you're in, right? Yeah, we are. We already are seeing that. It's just a national average from last year, but the numbers are still good for that. When we think about commercial real estate, we look at three things. The first one is we just look at job growth. So let me back up and just say again that overall the luxury market is still healthy. People can afford it. They still want to buy it, okay? And homes are still moving in the luxury market. They're just not moving as fast, right? You look at the commercial market, and the first thing is job growth, because if people are hiring people, then they need places to put them. So the numbers are good on that. And then you look at the vacancy rates, and it's all kind of stabilized, right? We're not seeing any massive movement in any of the categories from office to industrial to retail. I want you to notice an apartment again and realize that they only have a vacancy rate nationally of approximately 4.9%, okay? Which means they're going to keep building apartments until they can drop that down, right? Because that's kind of how construction goes. They'll just keep building it until they built too much, and they'll tank the market, and then they'll fill it all back up and start all over again. That's why they call it a cycle. Loan delinquency rates, no, you're in uncharted territory, right? This is extremely low on that. It's not happening. All right, so let's switch gears. Let's look at our industry and look at all the things, the topics of the day, if you will. By the way, did you notice so far the calm Gary versus the agitated Gary of the last year? I can still bounce, by the way, but what I want to... I'm making fun of myself. Let me just say again that, and you don't hear us talking about competition or anybody else, the main reason that you saw agitated Gary for a year is because I knew that the battle coming to us in the real estate industry was a platform battle, not a bolt-on technology battle, and I knew that. But in order to go build a platform, an innovation platform, the kind of platforms that Google and Amazon and Apple and Netflix and those companies, Facebook, that they all use, it takes a couple of years to build that. And in the time between you realize you have to build it and you build it, in the field, you look like the stupidest people on the planet. You look dumb because you're not doing anything. And people go, well, I have to do something, so... And then people begin to doubt that you're going to be able to do it because you've talked about it so much, but you actually never did anything. So all you saw was me being very agitated, trying to get everyone's attention to say, just hang in there, we're going to get there. So, by the way, we got there. Okay. The thing that surprised us was, again, I had one of he was in the first couple of hundred that went to work for Google, and I had him in our offices because we partner with Google. And I said, so how long does it take to build a platform like this? And he said, well, assuming that you had all the data, and that you had it piped in, it would then take you 2 years. So how long would it take you to build artificial intelligence on top of that platform? He said, well, that would take another year to 2 years, right? So you understand that we started this movement towards the platform battle approximately 4 years ago, okay? We've had competitors who called themselves technology companies that released technology and then publicly apologized for it not working and took it off the market. You're not seeing that from us, okay? I'm just trying to explain. I just want you to understand. So the two key battles in the industry are the platform versus the bolt-on technology. And the other one is the agent-enabled tech versus the tech-enabled agent. And that battle, again, is over who's going to be the fiduciary. And by the way, the answer is going to be whoever has a tech-enabled platform for real estate agents is going to be in the battle for the most successful platform, or the platform that consumers want to use more than any others. If you're the agent-enabled tech or your bolt-on technology, you're in another category. Okay, so these are the two battles that are going on. So
Gary,
it's kind of called the.
I was just going to add on that last one, because I was privileged to be there in 2002 when we were working on the Millionaire Real Estate Agent back with Dave Jenks and our partner. And when you started talking about the industry all moving to the teams, there were a lot of people who took pot shots at the company back then.
Oh.
And it's one of those things where you're caught between, we know what's probably going to come, and we're preparing to go there before everyone else. It's kind of like Noah building an ark. I'm sure he took a lot of flack. And
yeah,
I've seen you take that, and I'm really happy to see agitated Gary go away too. And it's a lot more fun, right? That technology shows up, and we're like, okay, we got to this place. It really is an important thing. And I walk through the halls out there, platform, bolt-on. We're defining as a company together the language about where we're going as well.
Oh yeah, the industry is now using the language that we started using. And they're starting to announce that they're following our playbook.
Right, we're getting a platform, we're getting AI. And that's reassuring that, yeah, we were going in the right direction, and now they're going to follow. We have to keep going.
Yeah, that's no question about it. That's correct. Okay, so now I can get agitated if you want me to. I'm good at that. What I was trying to do was get everyone's attention, and was trying to use information to do that. Today, we'll just let our products speak for themselves. So the platform effect. So this is the issue, right? And that is, it kind of works like this. The larger the network that you have, the more data that you can get. The more data that you can get, the more insights that you can have. And the more insights you have, you can create more value, not only, again, to the user, the real estate agent, but also the user, the consumer. You can provide a better experience because of that, right? So it comes down to, if you build something that the network uses, whether it, again, be an agent or a consumer, and you get adoption of that, you end up with a big connected data platform, right? That then, when you apply artificial intelligence, and by the way, the artificial intelligence has to be built for the industry. You can't go get artificial intelligence for the medical industry and drop it into real estate. And you can't go get Siri or Alexa, which are just general AI, and say, okay, let's let real estate run with that, right? There's multiple levels of artificial intelligence. The first level is simply the level that's called the developer's platform, meaning it's a developer's tool. And Amazon built one, Google built one, Microsoft built one, and you can pick the one that you want to use, okay? So you build on top of that, and then you have and that's your industry artificial intelligence. And then on top of that, if you wanted, you could build applications on top of that. So you hear real estate agents going, well, I got AI, and what they have is they've built a little bitty application on top of Amazon's artificial intelligence. Well, first off, Amazon has all the data. Number two, that's not an earth-shattering thing. It doesn't change the market, doesn't change anything. It's just a little bitty, nice addition to your service, but it doesn't change the industry. It doesn't change anything, okay? Yeah. What we're talking about here is revolutionizing how things are done. The thing that scared me, and again, you saw me agitated, was for the last couple of years, my biggest concern is that someone who was not hired by the real estate agent would build the industry's first, most robust AI-driven platform, and we would all be sitting here going, oh crud, what do we do? It's no different than the reason why we went into the mortgage business, which is why we're building out an insurance marketplace, which is why we invested in one of the largest, one of the most successful property management software businesses, and we're an owner in that, and we're turning around and morphing that into help you getting in the mortgage business, but also to take all of that and build it into the consumer platform so that you have a relationship with your customer from the time you sell a home until they sell it again because of the home management. So the consumer platform, the vision for that is a lot bigger than you can comprehend. So we just don't call up Inman News or anyone else and say, we just bought another company. We just want to let you know so you can write an article about it. Hey, we just did this or we just did that. Again, it's so interesting that you see all these articles, but you never hear anyone write about the fact that we bought Smarter Agent. There are only 4 companies that exist in the United States that have the ability to deliver all the MLS data to an IDX site like that. There are only 4 companies, right? Zillow and Realtor.com are 2 of them. There are only 2 others, and we made an offer on both of them, just so you know, right? And when it was Smarter Agent. The thing that's weird about owning Smarter Agent for us is that we are now the company that has been hired to build for Berkshire Hathaway and 300 of the largest independent brokerages in the country. We now have their data, and we're hired to build their platforms. Well, by the way, that wasn't the intent. I mean, actually, we didn't even think about it, and then it showed up later, and we went, holy cow. So we called up Berkshire Hathaway, and we said, this is a true story, and we said, hey, why don't we'll sell you, you have to pay the same price, you have to pay what we paid, market value, but we'll sell off to you what you're having built, and we'll even let you hire the employees on the project so that you can stand up your own business and do it.
It's pretty fair.
They never got back to us.
Okay.
It's a true story. And then we heard that the IT director got fired. It's a true story, by the way. It's a true story. We have another competitor that just announced that they were hiring, and they had just hired an AI specialist, which means, of course, that they never built it. And then number 2, that they were going to hire 100 people to then go work on that. And I went over to Josh and I said, how many people do we have touching our technology? He said, well, today it's 292. Okay? It's not
you weren't asleep at the wheel, Gary. I mean, and I'm thankful for that. That's why Lance was wearing that shirt yesterday.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you a sense respectfully of what's going on in the industry. And then you have company, again, because real estate agents don't really understand, it's not, right, you're working in your business, not on it, so you don't spend a lot of time thinking about these types of things. You just enjoy how Amazon destroyed the book industry, but you're okay with that because you love your Kindle. And you're right? I mean, you're okay with the destruction of newspapers. You're okay with the destruction of the travel industry. Now it's real estate, and you're going, whoa, but I'm not comfortable with that. And yet, in every industry, it's the platform effect that is what put those industries into jeopardy. Which is why, for the last couple of years, we've literally been on pins and needles because we had no. It didn't matter if someone who wanted to demarginalize the real estate agent had come out with a platform like we built, we couldn't move faster. More people can't move it faster. More money can't move it faster. We'll talk about in a second all the money that's coming to the real estate industry, but the issue is it doesn't take all of that money. It takes a lot of money, but it doesn't take all that money, and it takes time. It takes time to do that. So we just kind of held our breath. And you're now there. So you're there. So, yeah. And there will be hiccups along the way, right? There just will be. We'll have gotten it right. We'll have gotten it wrong. We did this. We didn't do that. That's okay. You saw all the buttons that we put on all the technology. You have so many different ways to yell at us and tell us to fix it, right? I mean, that's cool. I mean, they made over 70 changes in the last 24 hours.
Yep. 72 deployments. Yep. Gary, we spent 3 days, I don't know, what was it with the research team, trying to find the simplest example of like how to explain, like, this is where it's going, this is what it's doing. And I think the only one that kind of, I think everyone here has seen where you have a network that gets a lot of data, it takes AI to actually interpret it, to actually give you things of value, is probably Waze. Hopefully a lot of you have used it when you're out showing buyers, but in real time, every single car is getting their own unique mapping around obstacles, traffic. It'll tell you where the speed traps are, where the TWI traps are, right? And it's all happening in real time. That's a platform that when you have all of the things going together, it really magical value shows up, and it's very hard to compete with it.
That's right. And it will get more powerful when they start attaching gas stations. They're actually attached to your car, and they know your fuel gauge, right?
Like, I wanted to know that my blinker is on. It doesn't have to tell me to turn right at 100 feet, right? But it's not completely connected yet. That's why we're building everything in one ecosystem.
That's it. And that's it. And that's the big challenge. And it's not easy to do, and it takes a little time, because all the software, all the cool things that we use today that have software in it, don't forget real estate, is all bolt-on technology, meaning that it wasn't built in anticipation of AI. It wasn't built in anticipation of all of this connected data, right? The benefit that we had was we profit shared. And people have made fun of that program, even though we paid out $1.2 billion, you paid out $1.2 billion to your people. The thing is that the gift of that is we had to have the same operating system. So because we had the same operating system, we have all the data going all the way back to 1989. We have the data. We have it. All we had to do was create the pipeline. You didn't realize it, but the fact that the company profit shared actually put you in the position to become the most innovative real estate company out there. It's weird how that worked, but I'm glad that it worked that way. I'm glad that it worked that way. You know, anyone who would profit share, any owners who would profit share that kind of money deserve a break, right? And I'm serious about that. So then you have this issue, bolt-on versus platform, and we talked about that. If you look at bolt-on and you notice the software stands alone, you have to build connectors. And in the absence of a platform to show you what a platform can do, bolt-on technology can look like it's a platform. In fact, your competitors will try to convince you that they have a platform and that it actually is talking to each other. And trust me, they're not lying. You could call that a platform. It's not an innovation platform. It's not an AI-driven platform, but it is a platform, okay, of sorts, right? But they're bolting it together, which means you don't get the insights. That's the challenge. You don't get the kind of insights. When you build a platform, by the way, you can, through APIs, you can attach all of them, but understand that all those APIs now communicate with all of the tools. It's all on the same platform, right? It's the way that without us doing anything at all, we can connect the real estate agent and the consumer directly to the underwriter on the application that they're using, because they're all on the same connected platform. It took literally nothing to do that. Okay. Just a test to see how fast we could innovate, when NAR announced their hackathon, we entered it without a product. And then in 3 weeks, we built a product from scratch, right? And came up with it and invented it that actually won the award. It wasn't a tech company that won it, was it? Maybe it was, but it was us. And we did it in 3 weeks. And it was really just again, you're very kind, but this is your company. This is what you own. This is yours. You own this. You control this. There was a company recently that had some technology, and then they announced that they were going to let companies that were not a part of their company use it. And of course, I read that and I went, oh my gosh, their agents are not going to like that. And sure enough, a couple of weeks later, it was agents revolt, and company quits doing that. And you're going, if I came in here and announced to you, it's really cool, you paid for all of this, and now I'm going to let your competitors have it, what would you say? Wouldn't you? Yeah, of course you would, right? So who would do that? That's agitated Gary just a little bit. Well, again, yeah. I just get agitated about it. Anyway, so platform revolution is real simple, and there's a battle, and I know that, again, the battle is not the battle that you fight every day. Every day that you fight will someone willing to sell a home at a price that the market will accept, or does someone want to buy a home? And that's the battle and the services you provide. What's coming, however, is a reimagination of how all that works. And what's exciting is that as an organization, You're the group that's going to be defining it more than anybody else. If you look at the industry landscape over this, right, you can kind of put it in this matrix, right? You could say where you want to be is you want to be a tech-enabled agent, and you want to be operating off of an innovation platform driven by artificial intelligence and big data that's connected. And then you have three other choices, though. And the interesting thing is you can fill all the other technology that's out there in the real estate industry today, other than Zillow and Redfin, by the way, other than Zillow and Redfin and Realtor.com, and all of them will fall into the other three quadrants. They won't fall into the top right one. Only Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com, and Keller Williams fall into that, up into that category. The risk of a slowing housing market. So we're going to switch gears. So the risk of a slowing housing market is really this is for the public companies and the private companies. And there's a lot of conversation and information, articles constantly about private-backed and publicly financed real estate companies or ventures, right? You understand, again, that there's only one player out there of any size that's privately owned, and that's you. And the rest of them are, they fall. Well, the only reason that matters is because we can make a decision right now if y'all want. Okay, well, we'll wait. But my point is that these other companies operate differently. I honestly think the reason why I'm the most vocal and agitated, because after I spoke at Inman, extremely agitated, my email was filled up with the CEO of these major companies. Seriously, it was filled up saying thank you so much, and for speaking the truth or trying to. And I came back, and each one of them I said, hey, jump on in, the water's fine. But the problem is they're privately funded or they're publicly traded, and because of that, they can't step into controversy. And it's why I got left on an island by myself, looking stupid at times because I seem to be really agitated, and people are aiming back at me publicly going, well, why is he so agitated? What's wrong with him? What we didn't understand is that all those companies are extremely agitated privately, but because of the way they're funded, they cannot risk the stock price being moved over how they talk. Keller Williams doesn't have a stock price, right? So it doesn't matter. Anyway, so the risks are, you can read them, right? For a public company, falling stock prices impair their ability to raise capital. Large stock investors get jittery. So one of the challenges that all of our competitors who are public companies or private venture that are looking to go public, they were all hoping for, and they've publicly said they're hoping for a tech valuation, in the stratosphere of, 40x, 30x, 50x. They're not going to get it. And they're not going to get it because this weekend you stopped all that. See, prior to this weekend, they were hoping you were going to fail. No one had any idea what we just released. They'd never seen it, wasn't any of their business. We didn't talk about it, okay? But the world today now understands that you own a platform and it works. You built the most sophisticated CRM on the planet. You did, by the way. You did. You did. It's going to be glitchy. It's going to be glitchy. It's going to have some little challenges, but trust me. Again, like I said, we had 30,000 people in a lab using it before we walked in here, which already made it the most used CRM in the real estate industry. Again, no one writes about that because they don't want to write about that. But that's actually the most important news in the industry, believe it or not. That's the most important news. Real estate agents now own their own platform, okay? That's a big thing. And you're going to start, again, the network effect. And that as people adopt, right? For instance, we found out, we put command out there, it's used, people they're on it, right? Well, we had 10,000 a minute, or 10,000 a second last night of requests coming through on it. 10,000 a second for what'd they tell me, 7 minutes? I could get that wrong. It might have been 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes. Yeah, and the system got slower, but it didn't break. Okay, but that's a big deal. That is such a massive thing, right? But our point is that it's the dumbest it'll ever be. It's the worst it'll ever be right now, right? Meaning that as we get adoption, we immediately have insights. So one of the insights that we walked out today and told you is that
got an opportunity to get those addresses.
Well, you don't have the addresses, right? Right? 92% of what's in Command today doesn't have an address attached to it. Now, we didn't know that 2 days ago. We know it now. You see the point? Yeah. That's the network effect. You get smarter every minute, every day you get smarter about your business, right? Yes. All right. So next one is the coming soon listings. So we're switch gears completely. So coming soon listings is becoming more and more prevalent. I don't think that's any big news, but I do think that it's important as real estate agents try to get a little control back and create their own mini markets, if you will, outside of an active MLS listing. It's becoming a bigger and bigger deal.
Some MLSs have tried to say no more, but we're seeing the big platforms creating their own coming soon listings as well.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Keller Williams is. Make no mistake about it. It's already in that queue to build ours as well. Absolutely. So let's switch gears. Talk about the state of the global real estate tech industry. Look at two things real quick. Number one is, again, you constantly are bombarded with impressive numbers, and it is impressive if you look at 5.5 billion. Ruben, that were invested in 2018. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, though, Gary, is that about $1.5 billion of that was a Vietnamese company that raised a ton of money. So it still went up, but that made it look a little more dramatic, maybe, than it really was.
It's still. If you look at 2012 and that dollar amount, and you look at what's poured into the industry in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18, that's where you're feeling the heat. And this is where the money's going, by the way. Notice that it's not so much in search anymore. How come?
That's kind of played out, right? They're moving it into the other quadrants.
Yeah, the players are established.
Right.
They're established, and you know who they are, and that's not going to change. So there's no money is really being attracted into that. But you jump over the brokerages that's a big number. There are just a handful that took the majority of that money as well. Mm-hmm. And going at it, you see the iBuyer. There's the biggest category, which again is why Keller Williams is we've assembled our team, and we're heading into the iBuyer business in the second quarter of this year. One of the things that I hope you now understand about us is we don't stand on the stage and make idle statements. If we say we're doing it, I think by now, after having known me for 40 years in the real estate industry, I'm going to keep my word. If I say we're doing it, we're doing it. But here's the thing about that. By the time I tell you I'm going to do it, I did it. That's why I'm not a liar. Yeah. Well, we stood up last year and we said we're a tech company. And at that time, man, I just took shots everywhere from everybody on having said that. But remember, when I said it, we already were. And then we said we're going to build a platform. A lot of people thought that was an aspirational statement. And actually, we had spent the last 3 years building it. I wasn't standing up here saying what we were going to do. I still remember that guy, Notorious Bob, and he wrote an article and said that
yeah, he was one of the more vocal persons.
Not picking on him, just using an example of he was an individual who said, well, when Google calls, let us know. Well, Google had already called when he wrote it. And if you were here yesterday and you saw the kind of, we were poking fun at ourselves a little bit, and you saw that the CEO of Google AI in California just a few months ago stood up at a conference, and what you saw was her opening statements where she talked about Keller Williams. Okay? Yeah. So anyway, if none of it works, right? Yeah, right. Okay, so there you go, the iBuyer. And that's a big deal. One of the things I want you to understand is in all these categories, from search to brokerage to iBuyer to mortgage to ancillary service to post-purchase, all of those are all headed to the same place, the end-to-end platform. They're just entering the game from a different position, okay? True story, I tried to, in my first meeting with Open Door, I said, keep me out of this business. I don't want to go into this business. This is where I am. I don't want to do this. True story. And so we had lots of meetings. And then in April, they clearly just shut us down and just moved off in their own direction, right? And what I was trying to get them to do was to reveal their hand. And that is, are you really just an iBuyer? Because if you are, you should just hire the largest real estate sales force that's selling more real estate than anybody, and we'll meet all your numbers.
We'll save you all your marketing costs.
Yeah, we'll save you all that money, right? And all you have to do is pay the agent and keep them at the center of the transaction. That's all you have to do, and they will take you to the promised land. And in the end, they couldn't do it because they fully intend to do everything. They're an end-to-end, and so it's
going to be agent-enabled tech. It won't be a tech-enabled agent.
Well, so the challenge that all of us have, Jay, is and I say this with love and respect in my heart. The challenge we all have is when we use any of these players right here, understand that it's kind of like an Uber driver giving money to Uber while Uber is building a driverless car to put them out of business. So I'm not saying that we don't do business with these folks. I've never said that, and I'm not saying it now. I'm just saying be very aware that as you use some of these businesses, and you will, and some, if not all of you, will need to use these businesses in a variety of ways. Just remember again that they have an intent, right? I'm not going to say it. Never mind. That would sound like agitated Gary.
Good job.
It would sound like agitated Gary, and I almost went there, and I'm not going to go there. But yeah, so anyway. So you have the same with you have the money attracted to the mortgage industry, who, by the way, Quicken now owns a search portal. They now own an agent matching service, right? I'll use them as an example. And they announced this past year that they're not a mortgage company; they're a data company. Go figure, But that's happening in all these categories, meaning they're all going to converge. They're just coming at it from a different spot. They're ultimately all going to be there, okay? Zillow bought a mortgage company, blah, 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 blah. This is all going to happen. I'm telling you it's going to happen.
If everybody there is making a platform, the advantage we have is we've got a lead. So if we adopt the tools, we start using the tools, we can start getting the data, the insights, and keep that lead head. So go break it. Just go break it. That's what we've been saying. Josh has been saying, go break it so we can make it better and make it better. That's how we stay in control.
That's exactly right. Thank you for saying that. That's exactly right. So that's kind of the landscape of what's going on, right? So let's switch gears. As we always do, we always end. See, we're right on time, moving fast. You're not completely bored, right? So let's look at the National Association of Realtors. One of the good things that they do for you and I, and this is a real service, is they do their surveys and studies, and it really does allow us to get perspective on so much about what we do. So we want to walk you through. We pull out the slides. They're usually, I mean, not usually, there's a lot more slides than this. We pull out the ones that we like to talk about that we think matter most, and we cover those, okay? So let's just go through these. The first one is first-time home buyers. And again, you can notice there's a steady decline. It really ramped up in 2009 and 10, but that was the government stepping in and encouraging those folks to get into the market. So one way to think about it is we said it at the time, and that is you do understand that we're borrowing from the future to make sales we wouldn't normally make today. So if you look at 2008, 9, and 10, and you look at those percentages that we went way over where we should be, you now go, oh, they didn't go away. We just sold them houses ahead of their time. Got it? Yeah. Now, of course, inventory, home prices, interest rates, student debt, all that also conspires to take a percent off the table. What I hope is that we as an industry will do our job and help people understand that the number one reason they want to buy a property is so at the very least they can stabilize the cost later in their life. If they make more money, then they could sell the home and move up or change. But if they don't, then in 30 years, they don't have that mortgage anymore. Does that make sense? To me, it's the number one reason why we sell real estate, is to help people stabilize their life. More than anything else, folks, that's what it does. Okay? So the primary reason for purchasing a home. Number one is just the desire to own a home. Number two, a larger home. They're being relocated. There's a change in their family situation. The desire to be closer to family or friends or be in a better area. And that's kind of it. Everything else is everything else. That's kind of why they do it. So if you think about lead generation, and you think about, okay, what would be where can I go find people that might want to buy a home? Well, understand that the very fact that everyone in the end desires to own that if they can, but a larger home meaning that something has changed, their income has gone up or something, job relocation, right? All of these are opportunities, like change in family situation. You know, when I got in the real estate business in 1979, I started calling newlywed couples out of the newspaper. I did. And it was so humorous because this one time I called, by the way, I'm so dumb at 22, it's embarrassing. And I'm calling everybody. And I wasn't even looking at the faces, right? The couple. And I get this one gentleman on the phone, and he goes, son, I think we're just going to move into her house, right? He's like 65, 70 years old, you know? And I'm going, man, yeah. It was funny. But, right, we understand that's a family change. I understood that naturally. There's a change. They might want to downsize, sell, or whatever, right? Sure, absolutely. Tenure in previous home. So this is really interesting, right? If you look at your percentages. 1 year or less, 4%. 2 to 3 years, 10. Right? 4 to 5, 12. So just go to the bottom. This is the one that really matters. The median is 10 years.
Gary, we had to chop off 2018. The numbers on this and the next slide were a little weird. They had 24% of home buyers or something. It was like there's even a bigger number of people buying in 1 or 2 years. So we just excluded it to see if it gets straightened out. Yeah. But basically, it's been pretty stable.
Yeah, I don't think it changed. I think 2018 was the same as 17, Jane. I think same here. Their expected tenure, they stay 10 years. They expect to stay 15. That's a big deal. And that all started back in 2012, 2011 with the massive shift and people became uncomfortable. Okay? But there you go. The length of time that it takes to buy a property, to search for a property, that's really not changing anymore, which I find fascinating because you would have thought that the internet and the availability of all this information, people would be able to just go bam like that, right? But you were telling us that we talked about the number of homes that people actually see. We'll talk about that a little later, but you talk about it right now. That when they use the internet and they walk into an agent, what's the odds of they'll buy the home that they found?
It's 9.5% of buyers already show up with a house that they think they want that they end up buying.
Yeah. What percent?
9.5%.
Show up with a list.
They have a list, and in that list is the house they buy.
Right. So 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10.
So 1 out of 10.
The rest of them need our help. Yeah,
90% walk in and they don't have the property they're going to buy anywhere on that sheet of paper. Mm-hmm. That's what the study says. Okay. So for all that information and the fact that the property is everywhere and a buyer can see everything, they only get it right 10% of the time. And I think that number is going to stay I think it's going to stay there. Mm-hmm. Okay? Yep. Okay, so first step in buying process, number one, They look online. Now, we say this every year, and NAR never gives us better guidance on this, and that's we don't know if they stumbled on a website or if they were actually looking at your website or they were, right, it doesn't say. So we don't know how they got the website, whether you sent them or they went themselves, but there's where they went. Number two, which is fairly steady, is they contact a real estate agent. But let's remember, people want to buy a house, and a realtor usually comes along with it, which is why we promote a house. We put a for sale sign out there because people are looking for real estate agents. They're looking for houses. So the number one reason why this idea of we're going to start a company and it's going to match buyers with agents doesn't really gain a lot of traction. It sounds like a good idea, but the statistics say that people aren't looking for real estate agents. They're looking for a house, and the agent comes with them. Now, the referral is completely different. But if you're working off a referral, you don't go to a site for the site to refer you. You actually go to a friend or family member, an acquaintance that you would trust, and say, who would you use? Who are you using? And that's what you do, right? They looked online for information about the buying process, 11%, not a big number. Contacted a bank or mortgage lender, 7%. So this is interesting, right? So I want you to understand that the mortgage industry is competing with you, right? This is why I found it weird that when we did our thing in the mortgage business in order to connect it to the platform and connect everyone to the underwriter and moving towards that seamless end-to-end transaction, that the mortgage industry took a lot of pot shots at us. And I didn't understand that because they were over here trying to get in front of our agents and create leads and then try to control them and sell them to us. Why are they then turn around and poking fun at us? I never understood that, by the way. Talked with a friend or relative about the buying process 6% of the time. So you can see it's kind of all over the place. At the end of the day, it's have an online strategy, and number two, build your database. Build your database. Get that address, by the way, and communicate with that database, right? Trust me, it's a game changer. If you will just focus on your business as your database and you build your relationships through that, you will transform the real estate industry. You will transform it, I promise you. Information sources buyers use, obviously websites, real estate agents, mobile devices as well, open house, yard sign, even print newspaper advertisement. But notice that everything below online video site, everything drops off dramatically, right? And it's kind of interesting, right? Because open house and yard sign are holdovers from a former era, correct? Right? And then you have online is, right, online video, tablet, or mobile device, and online website is taking over. So technology is taking over, I mean, in terms of how people use, what people use for their sources of information. Where buyers found the home that they purchased. Well, again, there you go. It coincides with the other one. We were looking, and we also found it, 50%. Our research, however, says that this is misleading, and that is that that's actually not what's happening. They're not actually themselves finding this, right?
Well, that's the 9.5%. If 50% found it on the internet, at least 40.5% of those people were doing so at the behest of their agent.
Right.
Right. So
that's exactly right.
But this is your marketing plan for your listings, right? If this is where they're actually finding it, how are you marketing your listings? Just walk through that list and make sure you're checking those off.
I believe that's actually correct. Yep. And then they go through what consumers think are valuable about website features. And again, if you just go with the orange and the purple, you get a real sense of they want detailed property information. They want lots of photos, which, by the way, is now, standard in the industry. They want detailed information about recently sold properties to help them get perspective, right? That's that whole Zestimate phenomenon and all that. Yeah, and we've built all that into, again, we were calling it landing pages, but these individualized websites for every consumer that updates in real time that we've built around neighborhoods. It does that. It tells them all those things, right? Customized to them. Neighborhood information. So detailed property information, photos, recently sold properties, and neighborhood info. All that now sits, right? You can you'll be able to walk from your car and say, if you have the address, and say, send this to this person, and by the time you start your car, they will have the consumer will have their individualized website that shows all of that, just like that. Okay.
I think it's interesting on that one, Gary, that information about recently sold properties in neighborhoods is not as valued as some of that. It's way up there, but I also think it's not widely available at any quality.
Yeah,
and if it becomes available through our app, I wonder as we'll do our surveys if people don't value it a lot higher. Because in our labs, they love that information.
Well, absolutely. It's the number one thing consumers like in our labs. No, you're right, Jay. The real estate industry, because they didn't have the neighborhood information, built it around zip codes. Mm-hmm. And zip codes is an inadequate way. It's not laser-like focus. But Keller Williams has the exclusive right to the neighborhood information. We have over 200,000 neighborhoods currently mapped into that. In Canada, we're having to take a different route because that didn't exist. So we're in the process of figuring that and working that out. But we have all of that. I thought it was interesting that Trulia announced with big fanfare that they were going the neighborhood route, and they have 300 neighborhoods.
They're getting started.
Well, they have about 200,000 and to go. Yeah, that's right. All right. So we get all of this, right? The truth of the matter is what's changing again is you think about a website, but why do you actually need a website if every one of your customers has their own custom website that you own, that you're communicating directly with? Which would you want as a consumer?
An app, you mean? Their own app?
Well, both.
Both, yeah.
Well, they already, right now on command, they can, we call it a landing page, but in essence is a website.
They don't need your website, they want their own. I got it.
What he said.
I'm slow.
See, this is where the game changes, and that is we're all thinking about, hey, come to my site. Instead, and I'm not saying that's a bad idea. What I'm saying what the consumer wants is the consumer wants to go to their site. They want to go to their site, customized for them, okay? And that's what changes the game. It completely changes everything is when that shows up. And that just showed up. Okay? Again, the industry's going to think, and some of you are going to think it's not that important, and you're both wrong. Okay? Right? I'd love to do it with you. We'll find somebody. Consumer's going to find somebody that's going to give them what they want. Right? In a meeting the other day, and I said, who's going to win? They said, the consumer, the agent. And I went, the consumer wins every time, you guys. Consumer wins every time. They're going to get their way in the end, okay? And you want to be the one providing that. So the method of home purchase, just because buyers using the internet more doesn't mean they're not relying on you. Look at the stat.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very consistent, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, they're using you, by the way. Yep. Buyer representation agreement, we see the same thing every year. I'm not sure why, I understand why. We take listing agreements, we don't take buyer agreements. But again, real estate agents feel a little uneasy about that. I sure wish y'all would get over it. It's a big deal, and people will sign it. They will.
And it will protect your income when they do.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a professional thing to do. It takes you from being a salesperson to a professional when you operate off of an agreement. Right? Yeah. All right. What buyers want most from their agent? They want you to find the house, negotiate it, right? Help with the price negotiation, with the terms, show them comps, help with the paperwork. Bam. That's what we do. Okay? How buyers found their agent. Well, this is the thing that's interesting, right? The one that I always find fascinating, look at the referral, right? So referral is always the top number. So when we say build a database and work that database, the reason why we're saying that is the statistics every year say that that's the number one source that buyers use to find their agent is through a referral or a relationship. Now, the thing that gives us distress every year, the number doesn't change, and that is 12% used the agent previously, and now they use them again. So when they're surveyed and they ask, would they use you, what do they say?
Almost always 87% say yes, absolutely.
It's around 87% always say yes, and then every year only 11 to 12% actually do. Now, whose fault is that? If they said they would, 87% of the time, but only did it 11 to 12% of the time, whose fault is that? It's ours. It's ours, guys. Now, understand again, by owning the platform that we all own and now being able to provide customized one-to-one experiences for the consumer, for Keller Williams, we're going to be watching that number, but I have a strong suspicion that you're going to change those numbers. And by the way, that's your opportunity. The opportunity in the business is to take all the other options off the table by providing more value to the people you're in relationship with, such that when they go to buy and sell real estate, they think of you, right? Yeah, this is your lead generation source, by the way, right here.
Yep.
Buyer interviews, yeah, number of agents buyers contacted before deciding who to buy. Well, we just talked about that, and Jay was right.
Be first or second, 88% of the time.
Yeah. So what's fascinating about that is the most brilliant person isn't always one or two. They just choose one or two. And that's what they do. So it's getting there first. This is why we always say lead gen, lead gen, lead gen, right? Work your database, work your database, work your database. And the reason why is because the buyer's not discriminatory about it. In 88% of the times, they're going to hire one of the first two people they talk to, okay? Most important factors for buyers, well, it's kind of interesting, right? Honest and trustworthy, yes. Experience, yes. Reputation, yes. Friend or family member, yes. Knowledge of the neighborhood, yes. There you go. I mean, what they want is someone who tells them the truth, right? I used to tell people when I got real estate, because remember, at 22 years of age, I don't own a home. I had never gone through that process yet. I'm supposed to be a transaction expert. And I would sit down with a seller or a buyer and I'd say, I know you want to hire a professional, and can I give you my definition? And they would say, yeah, we do. I said, well, can I give you my definition? They said, sure. I said, well, a professional is someone who knows what they know, knows what they don't know, and knows the difference between the two. So when I know, I'll tell you. And when I don't know, I'll go find out. I'm always going to be the source of truth for you and give you the right answer. I won't always know it, but I will find it. Do you get that? Okay. That's what people want. And if that's your dialogue, I still got it. If that's your dialogue with people, you're good, because that's as honest and transparent as you can be with a buyer or a seller. Okay? Home is a financial investment? Absolutely. 72% say real estate is as good or better as an investment than a stock. Absolutely. And it's totally true, by the way. Well, we already talked about this, right? Yeah.
We don't have a customer service problem. They like the service we give, and they would use us again and again.
Now, this is what they're asking. They're saying, would you use them again? And in 90% of the time, it's definitely and probably. We don't have a service problem in this industry. We don't have a they don't want to do business with us problem or repeat business with us. We don't have that problem. We have a contact problem. We have a relationship building challenge, which is why we went right to building that. Okay? Method sellers use to find their agent. Well, again, referral is always number one, you guys. Use an agent previously to buy or sell. So look at the numbers there, right? Right? They either used you or they're referred, right? One of the two. And then everything else is everything else. Notice how the internet is not predominant in this list.
On the seller side, Gary, if you added up all the ways we have repeat and referral, right, agent-to-agent referral, it's 66% of the time your seller's going to come from that. More than almost 7 out of 10. It's not complicated.
This is why your CRM matters so much, which is why, as we started the process, remember, we could have started with consumer. The reason we didn't is because the consumer product that we've built allows you to interact directly with the consumer. It also allows for the artificial intelligence to know the minute a consumer is on it and everything that they're doing, and they're looking for patterns. We needed the CRM first, so when you get your consumer app into the hands of your customers and they start using it, we can start looking for the patterns. Because what a platform will do that spans across there is it will literally say, it knows when someone got on a website, used your app and did something on it, either on the desktop or the mobile, it'll know. and it'll track it all the way through. So the second that we start having listings show up, it comes back and it starts looking for the pattern of usage of the app or the website to see why, if any of those turn into listings. All of us. And then, by the way, what percent of listings turned into sales that then closed. So imagine, this is why we had to do it this way. We start with command, then we go to consumer, so that you have everything in place that the second someone starts using the consumer app or the companion website, that you have 100% visibility in the actions. So what you'll start getting once all this happens is the platform, the network effect, is you'll get a note, you'll see in your box every day, you should contact this person, you should contact these 5 people this month, because the pattern is they're going to list their home in 90 days. Blah, 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 blah. Do you see it? That's what it is. That's the network effect of all of that. That's why we had to start with the CRM and then go to consumer second, so that you would be ready to receive all that information as people start using it. Right? Seller interviews, same thing. 88% are going to talk to 2 people. Get there first. Top of mind awareness matters. Yep. What sellers want most from their agent? Well, they want you to find a buyer, right? They want to help you. They want you to help them sell the home, right, within a specific time frame for the most amount of money, the least amount of problems, right? It's the standard. It's the standard reason why they would do that, right? Most important factors for sellers: your reputation, you're honest and trustworthy. Isn't that interesting? Where these things show up, these first 3 things show up literally every time for buyers or sellers. Tell the truth. So here's the thing: is you're thinking to yourself, well, I don't lie. But here's the issue: is simply not being a liar does not convey that you're truthful. So you're internally saying, well, of course I tell the truth. But you realize that you have to behave in a manner so that they understand that you are truthful. And the number one way you can do that is being a transparent person. Just be transparent. Get your ego out of the way and just be transparent with people. And from the beginning of your transparency, they're going to realize that you're a truthful person. You don't have to say it, but you act that way. And transparency is how you convey honesty and trustworthiness. Okay? Tip of the day: be transparent. Because they want honesty. But you don't sit down in your listing presentation and say, and of course I know you need an honest person and I'm an honest person. You're not going to say that. Who says that? If you say it, they're going to go, why'd they say that? They must be not trustworthy. You feel compelled to tell me that you're honest, right? You don't walk up to people and say, well, the thing you need to know about me is I'm honest. You don't say that. But you have to understand, you have to convey it in some way, right? So that's the biggest issue, right? Be a great listener. There it is, right? Compensation negotiations. This is interesting, right? That the real estate agent initiates that 47% of the time. The client brought up the topic, and the agent was able and willing to negotiate 21% of the time. Well, we've said all along, and it's been true since the day I got into real estate in the 70s, and that is our commissions are always negotiable, right? But the trick is to, instead of walking in saying, you can negotiate with me, what you should say is go in and offer your menu under the circumstances, right? If you list your home with me and buy another home, then here's what I charge. If you have the buyer before we list the home and you register with me, this is what I charge. If I'm marketing the home and you bring the buyer and they do buy, this is what I charge. So instead of,
you can also add Keller Mortgage to that.
Well, yeah.
Right? And I can make sure that the buyer brings Keller Mortgage, and we'll make sure that that's where, we have so many more tools for having a great, transparent conversation about how this is going to play out to their advantage, and you keep your commission.
And Jay and I and our research team we don't report them anymore, but we did studies year after year on this, and what we discovered was the agents who offer a menu of services, kind of like what I just described, actually net more money per transaction than anyone else. That's a fact. So you think, oh, a menu is going to harm me. No, actually a menu is what the consumer wants. And when you offer the menu, what's fascinating about this is that many times they'll take a higher price. It's crazy, but they make more money by doing it, not less. the same thing with this, right? It's off the chart. They're gonna use you, right? They want to use you again and again. That's what they want to do, right? Method used to sell the home, well, 91% were sold by, and I want you to just scan across that real quick. Is that the highest ever?
Highest ever.
Isn't that crazy? At the height of the internet, it's the highest ever. Now, understand the goal of a platform by a competitor who is not a real estate agent-centric business would be to try to destroy that number. That's why it's exciting that we got there first, and we can go build these relationships, right? Yep, that's it, right? Incentives offered to attract buyers. Nothing's changed. It's the same stuff, right? Honestly, the biggest number is nothing, right? And it's the largest it's ever been.
We track that because if the market shifts deeply, you may have to offer incentives, and that's when we started tracking.
All right, two more pieces of information, and we're out of here. Breathe. Here we go. Right. Number one is commission study. Average seller commissions, not much change. Right. Though we have seen in the last 4 years, we've seen just a slight degradation of that. But the average commission is 2.6. For the buyer is 2.6. Right. And we again have seen at the beginning of the Great Recession, it zoomed all the way up, and we just watched it go. Wow, that's interesting. And ever since then, it's gone back to it. And this isn't new information. Go back to 2002 and prior. The idea that commissions were this number hasn't been ever accurate, right? This is more in alignment with that. And with that, we're done. Thank you so much. We will see you later.
I was in medical school in 2009. And when I came across some autoimmune health issues, I decided to leave medicine and get into real estate. And people thought I was crazy. I had this 6-month-old. I was on food stamps. I was over $100,000 in debt from med school loans, but it seemed like a better fit for my personality. So for the first few months when I had no business, all the realtors loved me. But then it started picking up about 3 to 6 months into it, and I started doing really well. And then everybody hated me. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Things became a little bit more difficult for me in my independent brokerage. And so when that happened, I decided to look for a new brokerage. The team leader at the time took me to Mega Camp. I was sold. The culture, the training, the focus on personal growth, the potential and the vision was widened for me. And I saw this whole new world and thought, I want to be a part of that. I want to step into that world. Keller Williams, all the way, I'm doing it. My first year I did really well, and then I doubled that my second year. And then my third year, I did about the same. Things were hitting the wall for me. And that's when I thought, I can't do this alone. I'm gonna get a coach. So I just jumped in, went to mastery coaching, and that's when I broke through that ceiling. When my core why evolved into also including others in this vision. And I realized when we work hard, when we pursue something that we're personally passionate about, you can touch other people. You can help other people, and that's the whole point. One of the big reasons I do love Keller Williams is their investment into technology. We live in a very interesting time where we have all this advanced technology that allows mothers to also be businesswomen. Because if I didn't have this technology, there's no way I could have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old and do what I'm doing. My office is my home office. It's my clients' homes. It's the playground. My office can be anywhere because I have all these things available to me via my iPhone. I'm just so grateful that I did listen to that inner woman who said, this is what I want to do. And you did.
Right after I'd gotten out of college, I had tried odds and ends jobs, and then at that point decided to get into mortgage. I built a mortgage business and had worked with several different mortgage companies, and came to the point where I partnered with an associate of mine to build a mortgage company. The mortgage industry was quite lucrative through the early years of the 2000s, and but it did come to a head. So I had the option to continue on or make a decision to end our relationship and exit the business, which I chose to do. So I was faced with some interesting things when I left the mortgage industry. When I decided to leave, part of my agreement to leave was to not compete with my existing partner, and of course honored that. But it also left me a new challenge because the database that I'd spent so much time building was one that I unfortunately had to leave behind. I'd had so much experience in the mortgage side of things, I of course looked at the real estate agents in the business thinking that I could do it better or do it different or be smarter. And it was a rude awakening. It's a lot of work. In my first couple of years were not super profitable in the business, but have grown every year more than double from the year prior. And if I keep this pace, my anticipation is things should continue to get very good. Keller Williams was a big player in my development. The business model was a plan that showed me steps to get where I wanted to go. And that could have been applied in many different brokerages, but the reality is when I walked in the doors of Keller Williams, it was obvious to me that the structure was in place to support the vision. And that made all the difference to me. The financial model was very real as well. I mean, it was very competitive financial structure as a company, and it made the decision really easy because I realized, it's not about the golf clubs, it's about the player. If you stay convicted and keep your eyes focused on that goal, you'll get there.
Keller Williams Realty has engineered a company
That put people first.
from how they do their businesses to how they expand those businesses. A higher level of thinking is being required by everyone.
I get a lot of phone calls and questions from people who constantly ask me, who are these guys, Keller Williams?
So in 1987, we did something that had never been done before in the real estate business. A compensation plan that rewarded our associates for building the business, and that's profit share.
You were right there at the beginning of profit share. We were rebels. First, it was real estate agents gaining leverage through adding people to their business and creating what's been called teams.
20-something years ago, people told me I was an idiot. Maybe 89 or 90, we would try to support real estate agents duplicating themselves. The industry and even the real estate agent themselves was not ready for that dialogue.
Expansion is nothing more than one simple thing, and that is taking your lead generation and your admin to additional locations.
Why is e-commerce the inevitable future? Because it's the natural extension of the information age. Someone took your data because they had control of it and turned it into free data that you lost control over. Happened right underneath your nose.
We're living in a time where technology is rewriting the rules for just about everything. We are not a real estate company anymore, and we're a technology company who is building the real estate platform that our agents and their customers will prefer to use.
Keller Williams, this real estate company totally reinventing itself, coming up with what the machine learning problems are they should be solving, and then coming up with what data they need for those machine learning problems to be solved, and then prioritizing by where's the bang for the buck and figuring out how to do it in parallel.
When I made the comment back, I guess, at family reunion, or even before that, and I said we're a technology company, boy, you would have thought I'd have said the weirdest thing, right? People were going, "You're an idiot, Keller."
Well, you said it, and no one knew exactly what you were building.
I didn't want them to know.
Yeah. But it was quite a declaration. I'm spending $1 billion in technology. You would automatically...
Okay, so if I let someone build my technology for me, what do I own? Amazon owns their software. Facebook owns their software. Yes?
Yeah.
Netflix owns their software, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would we tell the real estate agent, don't own your software? Or don't let your company you're in partnership with, why would we tell them not to own it?
The price you pay for getting where we are is you look stupid for about 4 years.
The world itself and most of the people in it really don't care if you think big or not, and many of them, maybe even most of them, will profit tremendously if you think small.
So I'm ready to rewrite the rules if you are.
We've taken the labs process and we've condensed it down.
We're going from ideation to general availability in 4 days. We have about 3 labs per day with 16 agents each, and we have an hour with them each.
We are hyper-focused on bringing in our agents for every step of the process.
Getting feedback, masterminding, having critical thinking exercises.
We are physically putting a lab in the center of the floor, in the middle of the action with all of our agents, and we're bringing them through the entire process.
Meanwhile, we have the designers and the developers listening and actually putting that into design and code immediately.
We brought agents in on day one and we asked them to ideate.
They want us to tell them what to do. They're like, it's not for us, it's for you. And they're so open to any crazy idea you think might be crazy. They're like, yeah, we can do that.
We held 3 sessions. We said, tell us, what is it you would like Kelly to do?
Today we labbed about mapping our contacts in our database. So having a feature in Kelly where we can actually say, show my contacts within a certain neighborhood or within a certain area.
And one of the things we talked about too was to be able to drop an insight in that area to say, hey, I'm at this new restaurant that just opened up, and to be able to send that to people in a certain radius.
Or if we're driving down the road and we see a new listing, we could share it to all of our contacts that are in that neighborhood.
Agents came up with an idea of how could they map their database with Kelly, asking it questions and putting it on a map.
We had agents come in and design what that experience looked like.
Labs is for agents to design the technology.
It allows us to take the technology and actually make it work for us instead of us trying to figure out how to make it work. It works for us instead of the other way around.
The focal point was always like, do you want it? We can do it versus, well, I don't know about that. Well, that's it's a tall order.
Today, we're actually walking them through the flow in a prototype, and they're giving us feedback of what they like, what they don't like, what's missing.
So you can actually see within the span of 2 days, we were able to go from idea to actual physical working prototype.
This is crazy fast.
The most surprising thing to me about the lab was how quickly everything was done.
It's amazing how fast they're making those changes.
We're going to have this actually in the Kelly app for them to get value from it for their business.
All of these tools that are being created are really providing value not only to you, but to your clients. And you have this unique opportunity to be part of the recipe for success.
One of the reasons we can do this within 4 days is because of our technology infrastructure and Keller Cloud.
We can build and build upon the foundation that we've laid down. And all of those services, all of those experiences we've built, it really enables us to just move at an accelerated pace.
It's a tremendous feat, and I don't think we even grasp how amazing that is.
We are so far ahead that others just aren't able to catch up.
You're not going to be able to get this level of just synergy with any other product that you use on a regular basis.
The fact that we're meeting our agents where they are, the fact that we're bringing them into the process, not just here at MegaCamp, but on a weekly basis, actually on a daily basis, they're there with us.
They truly are asking us questions, taking our answers, and then implementing our answers.
It's their products, it's their experiences that we're bringing to market.
I feel like I designed it.
To be able to see all that was done in a week, I'm just like, this is really exciting. Like, what does our future look like?
So let's look at the industry real quick. Let's talk about real estate. So it all started out private and offline, right? It's called a book. Most of you don't remember it. I got them. I remember them, okay? And then next, it was private and online, and that's MLS, right? Next, it's public and online with public search portals. Now we have a big question. What's coming next? What do you think?
I think it's going to be, and we already start seeing it, people building proprietary experiences on how you buy and sell a home, both online and offline together. And you'll have the different companies saying this is the best way of doing it.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. Yep, that's what's coming, by the way. Right, so the book was you owned the data and the search and transaction. MLS comes along and it's now we own the data and search and transaction. Public search portals come up and all of a sudden we own inventory data and transaction data, but they own search data and the eyeballs. Yes or no? Yeah. Now when they brag, Zillow brags, says we have 185 million unique visitors, of which only 2% are legitimate buyers and sellers, by the way. They have the eyeballs. And it's your data. They're just using money and technology to enhance the experience such that everyone just wants to go there. Okay? What's next? Depends on you. We have some ideas about that. Okay? So what's left? What do you have to play with that you can rewrite the rules today? And by the way, you have your database, you have your transaction, and you have your proprietary knowledge and insights around real estate. And by the way, these are the three most important things. I didn't fully understand this. As we began to deep dive into all of this, my eyes really got open. And I also let out a huge sigh of relief because I'm digging into the patient believing that I'm looking at a cadaver. And then all of a sudden I see a heartbeat. I see a pulse. And I go, holy cow. The patient's not dead. They just need to be revived. You need to be revived right now. Okay? That's what needs to happen. And you have this is what they want. It will come. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah. Be aware of false prophets, by the way. So, think of it this way. You're not safe today if you use any off-the-shelf CRM. Hang on, no clapping, just listen. We'll clap in the end. Top producer, Commission Inc.
Interestingly,
Boomtown.
So Commission Inc. is an interesting example. And again, not good, not bad, but Fidelity actually owns Commission Inc.
And Fidelity is a title company that also owns a real estate company called Pacific Union.
And so if you're using Commissions Inc., it's a short way of saying, I'm going to pay my competitive brokerage to give them my data to compete with me. It's almost like if you went to said, hey, RE/MAX, to make my life easier, RE/MAX agent, I want to pay you money so you can service my clients for me. I trust you. I really do.
Well, they're just counting on that you didn't attend this meeting today. They're just counting on the fact that you're oblivious because you just need to make a sale and you're willing to pay a 50% referral fee to get a lead. That's what they're counting on, right? It's really interesting. Commission Inc. is a good example. So there's a company out there called EXP. And former Keller Williams person, and this is not the first time that Keller Williams has been copied by a former Keller Williams person. I mean, right? This is they're
Avalar, Exit. There's been plenty.
Yes, and they're somewhat irrelevant today, but they were the darlings of Inman for a period of time. But the problem is they barely made $1 million last year. They're already a public company allowing agents to earn stock in this over-the-counter stock that isn't worth much. The problem is their entire New Edge cloud platform is nothing more than 2 different cloud services that you can buy at the 5 and dime store at Amazon or Google, bolted on with Fidelity's, right, or conversion. This is all off-the-shelf stuff. Lord help them. Lord help anybody there. Huh?
We've played that game.
We've been playing that game. Here's the weird thing is, it looks like we're still playing that game. Be careful what you see, what you think you see. Look behind the curtain. We're going to show that to you in a few minutes. We're going to show what's really behind the curtain. By the way,
and Gary, I think your point, they made $1 million or whatever. It's not enough to turn that ship. You can't make your own proprietary technology.
$1 million won't even pay for 2 or 3 amazing data scientists. The biggest challenge that even an individual real estate agent has, let's be honest about this, is the data set is tainted and it's small. So even if they could mine their own data, it's not that useful to the consumer. It's not useful in any major way. But the bigger problem is, if you were going to go build your own software platform or cobble it together on Salesforce or anything like that, it would cost you a minimum of $300,000 to $500,000 over a year or two to get anything that was really credible. By the way, to spend $300,000 as a real estate agent on technology means you had to earn between $1 million to $1.2 million after you split with your team and paid your bills to have $300,000 pre-tax to just go hire 2 data scientists to build something. The individual agent building technology that they're going to use for their business is going to leave them by the wayside. And I'm not saying that to insult anybody. It's just not going to happen.
Well, and that's the bet.
You're going to get your butt beat in the game against Netflix if you think you're going to go do that. Any off-the-shelf transaction management, dot loop, sky slope, guess what? You're giving them your transaction data. When Zillow comes calling and tells you that in fact you should use dot loop and you're not with Keller Williams, they have your data.
Now it is different if you're with Keller Williams.
That's what I said. Keller Williams is the only real estate company that when their agents use dot loop, Zillow cannot use your data. But here's the bad news. Yeah, here's the bad news. The bad news is they got everybody else's. Do you hear that? Yep. That's my cattle sound. Okay. Yeah. And any AVM, any consumer and neighborhood information, any insight around the market and the consumer, right? Trulia, Zillow, Realtor.com, Nextdoor, any of those, by the way, they're coming right after your proprietary knowledge and insights. And they've now begun to understand that the MLS data was just the first data set that they wanted. They're coming back for the rest of it.
Well, okay? and Gary, did you know that these are just the ones we see? There's actually a whole nother fight happening that we don't see.
Yeah.
The founder of Google is actually the owner of a company that owns over 50% of all the appraisals in the country.
Did you know that? Let's say you did 20 deals last year. On average, half of the appraisals on the deals you did are owned by a company that was started by the founder of Google. You don't even own your appraisals. Folks, you don't even own your inspections. And you're so screwed up that if you represent the seller, you don't ever want to see the inspection. You don't want anyone to see it. What do you think's happening? There are people seeing it, by the way.
This kind of feels like the Cold War, right? Nobody's fired any missiles yet, but the arms race is on.
Well, that's the whole S-curve, Jay. That's right. In other words, we've been in this stall zone, and everyone is now, and we're moving out of the stall zone. Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's look at the outsider's inside sales journey, okay? This is my take on it, and then I went to our awesome team and asked them to verify if I got it right, and I did. So this is before you were born. But I want to just show you the history of your industry. And that is, Century 21, Art Bartlett ultimately sold that company to Metropolitan Life. That's an insurance company, by the way. Why would they buy a real estate company? Because they thought, silly them, that the real estate agent would be a team player and tell the buyer and seller that they should use MetLife, their company, for all their insurance. How'd that work out? Man, it didn't work, right? Next up. Private companies were bought by Merrill Lynch. They built one of the coolest largest privately held real estate companies in America. Why'd they do that? Why'd Merrill Lynch want in? Silly them. They thought the real estate agent would say, we're all Merrill Lynch. And after you buy a home, you should use Merrill Lynch for all your financial services. How'd that work out? Didn't, because the real estate agent would not walk across and refer. We're dadgum independent, right? We're not going to help anybody out. That's the way we are, right? By the way, Coldwell Banker was bought by Sears. Why did they do it? Silly Sears. They thought that if you bought a house through a company that was owned by Sears, that the real estate agent would then say, and you should go down to Sears and you should buy a rake and a hoe and a lawnmower from Sears because we're all in this together. They even put desks. I still remember walking in to Sears stores back in that day, and there would be a desk with an agent with a blue jacket on sitting there in case you want to talk about real estate when you were looking at garden hoses. How'd that work out? Didn't work out, by the way. You with me? C21, Coldwell Banker, now owned by Reology. They all got out of that business, right? Merrill Lynch, by the way, that didn't work out, but a bunch of guys over at Coldwell Banker whispered in Prudential's ear and say, Sears got it all wrong, they screwed it up. So, oh, by the way, we know how to do it right, so you can really do this. So then they turned around and Prudential went into business, and how did that work out? Real estate agents did not refer any Prudential business, and ultimately Berkshire Hathaway, who had already gotten into business. Why? Because Berkshire Hathaway was a major play in the utility business in the Northeast, and they erroneously thought that if a Berkshire Hathaway agent sold a house, and this was Edina, so they bought Edina, right? Companies like that, and they just believed that if we were all part of the same family, that after the home was sold, that you would say, oh, and you should use our utility providers that are part of our company because we're all in this together. How'd that work out? Well, it didn't work out at all, but Berkshire Hathaway looked up and said, wow, real estate companies make money, and so they were able to buy Prudential for a healthy sum, and there we go. Now, why didn't any of this, what was the goal? They wanted the data. The problem was the only way they could get it during that era was you had to give it to them physically, and you said no. Guess what? They don't need to ask you anymore. They're not asking you. What they're doing is they're offering you software. They're offering you leads. They're basically saying whiskey cigarettes like this. And you're going, gimme, this is awesome. Yeah.
Well, they're not asking, they're charging you now. That's the crazy part.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So, I'm not picking on this. I'm not making you decide good or bad. I'm just telling you the facts, ma'am. Fidelity is a good example, by the way, right? We already, like you mentioned, they own Pacific Union and other real estate companies, and they've started getting into the software business. If you're with EXP, you don't own your data, Fidelity does. You get it? Yeah, they're coming for your data, and they're going to come up, they're going to literally come in and say, I'm going to solve your problem. I'm going to stitch all this together, right? Realtor.com, I'm going to stitch all these products together around top producer, and we're going to put in a transaction management. We're going to make your job easier. Run like heck. Please run away. Now understand that these are so well funded that they are ahead of the curve. So there's a pain point when you say no to that today. You say yes to that, you are literally handing it to them. This is how they're getting your data, and they're not asking you for it, folks. You already gave it to them. I just don't remember Amazon asking me for my data. Did you ever get that call? I don't remember Facebook saying that, right? They said they weren't going to monetize it, then they did. I still remember when they said we're not going to do it, and then we are. Oh, we changed our mind.
They went public.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. See, they're no longer asking for you to introduce their products to your customers. They're now buying the tools you're using, and they're taking the access. And you're willingly giving it to them. And by the way, your MLSs are, your boards are, they're all doing it. One of your greatest challenges is how you'll survive NAR and your local board. Because they will literally sell you out. They already did it once. The whole Realtor.com thing, right? The people that what in the world were they thinking, right? Now, if you go to Canada, they're a lot smarter. They don't have your problems. They don't have foreclosures, right? And they don't have a data problem because their national association formed a public portal. Thus, Zillow does not exist in Canada. Lord, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Well, Canada, you bet. Honestly, man, I think Canadians are a lot smarter than Americans. In certain areas. The only thing that makes us think we're better is we just have more land mass. It gives us a false sense, I'm just telling you, it gives America a false sense of security. We just have more people and more land. Yep, so here's the good news. You did a great job protecting your database, your transactions, and your proprietary knowledge from outsiders. You have done a great job. Here's the bad news. You're doing a poor job of protecting your database, your transactions, your proprietary knowledge from technology companies that are masquerading as services, right? One more lead and the promise of the easy button. And when a real estate agent is starving and is trying to get a sale any way they can, instead of getting off their butt and lead generating, they will sell out the industry. They will sell you, listen, quit clapping. They will sell you out. They are selling you out. And they won't be in the business in 3 years. I go, even in the groups I teach, the one constant all the years is that I'm still in that room. People come and go in this business by their own choice. Don't screw it up for the ones who decide to stay. Today, these services and promises have resulted in your having to use multiple systems that don't talk to each other and add complexity to your life, and you have pain. I get it. Tomorrow, these companies will offer to solve your problem by combining everything into one platform. Easy, easy, easy. One big problem, when you use their easy all-in-one platform, it will be game, set, and match. The battle's over. If you choose the wrong partner, you've just empowered the agent-enabled platform, right? So let's look at that. So the industry starts out, and we're just agents, right? And then what happens is we have the tech-enabled agent, which is MLS, very unsophisticated. What happens is we take our data and we give it to someone else, and they flipped it on you. Zillow is now the agent-enabled tech, folks. Redfin is agent-enabled tech. Make no mistake about what they are, okay? And of course, last, the thought would be, well, then someday we just won't have agents, it'll be tech. No.
Kind of like Uber with self-driving cars. We don't need drivers anymore.
No. This is the game right here. Well, there you go. Yeah, I didn't mean to gloss over that. But there's Uber literally turning to their drivers saying, thank you so much for making us so valuable that we have so much money that we'll now create autonomous driving cars and put you out of business. But because they're independent contractors and the money's good in the moment, what are they going to do? You're going to have some mass boycott of Uber? No, we refuse to make money while you put us out of business. No, they willingly show up for the slaughter, drive the cars, collect the money, and make Uber so valuable that they'll put them out of business. God, it sounds like the real estate industry to me. Okay, you're at that interesting moment where that's exactly what is happening to you, right? Yeah. So the battle is going to be, what's going to be left standing, and you heard it here, is going to be either the tech-enabled agent or the agent-enabled tech. They are both going to exist, by the way. That game's already been decided. You gave the MLS data away. You did. You still do, by the way. You don't have to. You could boycott MLS and walk out. Why do you think that, now I've gone blank, the platform that we actually put money into and supported, thank you. Yeah, it's so irrelevant, I couldn't remember it. Yeah, Up Yours, yeah, that's it, yeah. Well, that's what, by the way, that's what the MLS has said. So by the way, the industry, agnostic away from MLS and the boards, said this is what we need to do. This makes total sense. One portal where you can put your information in, and then you can literally turn around and decide where you send it. Who's trying to make that not happen? Your boards and MLSs. They're stopping it, right? And then of course what happened was Zillow looked up and they realized exactly what was happening. They saw it. So they immediately created their own service and said, whoa, we'll do this for you. We'll create the easy button so you put it in here and then you can decide. Beware of people bearing gifts like that, okay? Your own boards and MLS has literally sold you out. They're stopping it. Why? Because MLSs look up and go, well, you could someday make us irrelevant. And you go, well, we won't if you work with us. If you don't work with us, we may have no choice. It's getting easier and easier for there to be a national MLS. And we won't call it MLS because that will have a bad connotation and taste in our mouth by then. So the world is not decided yet. okay? So let's talk about our company journey. So here's what I want you to understand about Keller Williams. So that's, by the way, breathe, okay? That's where you sit today, okay? That is the state of your industry. And that battle is really clear. And that's either you're gonna be the agent who is tech-enabled, or you're gonna be the agent who enables tech. And you're gonna decide based on who you give your data to, okay? So, in '83, we formed Keller Williams. In '87, we were massively disrupted, and we had to totally pivot, and we recreated the company, and KWP was born. What we created literally changed the industry. We asked real estate agents to do things others didn't or wouldn't do. We forged a new relationship between the company and our associates, right? So you had dependent, you had independent. Keller Williams showed up and said, hold it just a second. We could have interdependent. And we forged a new relationship. And by the way, as a result of that, right? So let's look real quick at that journey. So the first thing we wanted to do was we wanted to share the money. And so we created profit sharing. And in order for that to happen, it required that we had to build the software, we had to get it right. You had to agree to then go tell our story, and then you had to trust us that we would keep running this. And that's how it got started. And then what happened was, we literally had a group of agents come to me and say, well, what happens if you die, right? And literally, and I remember going home to my wife and going, they care if I die? I've never had that happen before. And so, by the way, to protect the program, we created the Agent Leadership Council, we assigned decisions, and we assigned profit sharing to the National Council. You do understand that today, you can't change profit share, and Keller Williams Realty International cannot change profit share without both of us agreeing. It's called limited democracy. We had to form it, you had to serve on it, and we have to trust it, right? Number three, we looked up and said, well, the agent said, well, what happens if you cook the books? How do we know you're telling the truth? So in order to have transparency, we had to create the MORE system. We had to build the software, we had to create the green sheet, right, this point of data entry, and then you had to give the data, and you had to trust what we did with your data. How'd that work out? You betcha, okay? Next one was, we looked up and said, hold it. We're gonna open the books, you're gonna make decisions, and then those decisions are gonna affect the amount of money we can share. We better get on to education, A, so you can sell more real estate, and B, you can make better decisions when we open the books and you get to make decisions. So we formed KWU, KW Maps Coaching, Mega Camp Family Reunion. We had to create it, we had to deliver it, you had to buy into it. You had to agree to share your insights and experiences. You had to agree to teach as well as us. We had to coach.
Everything here is interdependent.
Yeah.
Keller Williams had to build something and the agents had to do something to get the mutual benefit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. And then came culture. In the end, we have to protect all of this, right? Interesting thing about why for C2Ts. You may not know the history on that, but what happened was, we went out and started expanding across the state of Texas, and every day I was in a different city, right? So if it was Tuesday, I was in San Antonio, right? If I was in San Antonio, I knew it was Tuesday, okay? And that's what my life was like. I literally was running these offices one day a week, even though we had leadership and all that. Finally, I wore out, I couldn't do it. I came home and said, my work's done. They were all profitable. A year later, they were all unprofitable, going out of business. And I actually did a couple of things, but one of the things I did was I actually asked Gary Gentry, Althea Osborne, where is Althea? I saw her a little while ago. Althea, yep. And I asked Sharon Gibbons, our first employee. So our first agent, our first employee, and one of our first 13 agents, Althea. I invited them into a room at a lawyer's office, and I said, tell me why you like this company. Tell me why you like it. And I wrote down everything they said. And then they went home, we came back the next day, and I'd organized those into categories. And I had sheets of paper, and each sheet of paper ultimately ended up representing one of those letters. And that's how the culture was built. It wasn't something we invented, it's something that we acknowledged and we identified so that we can continue to do it. Does that make sense? And that's what we did, right? Now, what did you accomplish? Well, this is interesting, isn't it? That journey led to the largest real estate sales force in the world. Number one in sales volume and units in the United States. Number one, 1 billion in counting in profit sharing paid. Yeah. In other words, folks, we're on all cylinders today. Look at the numbers. Over 200 million in owner profits created in 2017 alone.
What's the next number? 8 what?
Billion.
How much? $8 billion in agent income in 2017 alone. There's some numbers for you. More. All right, Steve, hold me to this. But more real estate offices and real estate agents in Real Trends. Yes. Yep, he's shaking his head, yes. And the Wall Street Journal. #1 training company in the world, Diana. And here's some things you may not know. #1 happiest place to work in America. #2 was Nike. Top 13 top place to work in America. Ahead of people that were on that top 5 most valuable companies. Ahead of them. And last one, which is interesting, is you've been taught for over a decade at Stanford and Harvard. Okay? RE/MAX is not. Coldwell Banker is not. EXP is not, by the way. Compass is not. You are. Okay? And let me tell you, hang on. Let me tell you why. The reason why you are taught is for one simple reason. Because you agreed to profit share. So here's the thing, you guys. I'm going to ask you a question. We took our relationship, pushed the industry, right? So you literally have the agent is a salesperson. Keller Williams came into the industry, and what did we do? We said, no, the agent is a business person. I think we actually wrote a book about that. I'm not sure, right? Then we turned around and said, whoa, 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 whoa. In that book, we said, you're not only a business person, you could have a mega business. It could be a legitimate business like any other business on the planet, okay? #3, in the last couple of years, we put forth the idea, and it was Keller Williams that put forth this idea that the agent mega business is an expandable business. So I want you to look at those 3 circles. That's you. That's what you represent to the entire industry. Okay? This is what you did. By the way, we'll talk in a second what we're fixing to do with the consumer. Right? The question is, who's going to decide, who's going to define the ultimate consumer experience? Who are you going to let define that? Our pitch is that you should allow yourself to do it, right? So we're there again. We have to change right now. If you want to remain as the fiduciary to the real estate buyer and seller, right? KW invested all of its time and money supporting the agent building business. Together we powered through the business agent era. We did. That era, by the way, isn't going away. It lives, but we have another era to add on top of it. Today we have to partner again in a completely new way. We're going to have to lock arms, team up again, power through the 4th industrial revolution by creating the most powerful proprietary real estate database on the planet and consumer experience. We're going to have to do that, okay? Now, we disrupted the real estate industry through profit share, right? When you, what was it 2 years ago, the Reology report that was written, and the only real estate company that was mentioned in there was Keller Williams, that you were the biggest threat to Reology, and you were called out as a company. Folks, you did change the industry in an amazing way, right? Today, you're going to have to disrupt it again, right? We're going to have to go from a profit share relationship to, and additionally, we're going to have to win the data share war. You with me?
The issues that we were dealing with, they were challenging, but I will say I have never seen a group of people that came together like the Des Moines group.
I love a challenge. Don't tell me I can't do something.
We banded together, we worked together.
The culture and people of Des Moines, I would say, are good Midwestern people, like you would expect.
They are a salt of the earth, outgoing, friendly, a wonderful community, very family-oriented.
We were launching Keller Williams in kind of virgin territory. There weren't any other Keller Williams that were anywhere close nearby, so we were a relatively unknown name, unknown. We were still Keller Who at that point. Certainly, anytime you're bringing a new product to the market, you expect challenges. We didn't expect to have this level of adversity early on.
I guess in my mind, I expected it. Not really maybe to the severity that they did, but yeah, I expected to be challenged on getting any kind of compensation.
From the $1 to the legal troubles, all of it, I mean, it weighed heavily, very heavily. In my position, I had the unique ability to speak with a lot of agents on a personal level about all of their struggles they were having. You know, whether they were experiencing medical bills, they were trying to pay for their children's tuition, or just trying to put food on the dinner table.
Watching agents come off of a transaction where they had that euphoria almost of finding a great house for someone and feeling really good about getting through the process and then walking away and then asking how they were going to pay their bills, basically. You knew something had to happen.
One of the things we were able to do is create a local fund. So we were able to give our associates about 25% of the commissions they would have received, so they were getting something.
I was really excited. I was one of the original ALC members from the very beginning. And so we knew, I mean, in those very early ALC meetings, we knew that we needed to do something to help people, to be able to make a car payment, to be able to do something.
I think it was a really neat atmosphere to walk into and see everybody unified. I think it actually helped bond the office together, and to walk in and feel that unity, I think, was really cool.
To tell someone that's thinking about joining you that they're going to get something when they have one of these sales, to not get an entire commission is a difficult thing. Those were times that we had to ask ourselves some hard questions about how long we could sustain that. And with the advent of the Family Fund, it was just the most remarkable example of culture. You never could have suggested to me that something like that would happen.
Today, in this room, we are going to make you whole.
And then when they said we were going to be fully reimbursed, it was really nice to know that I had gotten involved with a company that truly cares.
It was amazing to see this great big family become a small family and take care of this little place in Des Moines, Iowa.
My experience that day, what I really thought to myself is I thought the cavalry has arrived. To experience 80,000 associates coming to your rescue, people that don't necessarily know us, strangers who are willing to dip into their pockets and contribute so that we can continue to do the right thing and take the high road, it was an incredibly powerful experience. It's really hard to put something like that into words.
There definitely is that look of determination and desire whenever a check was received that we had to get through this, that we didn't want to continue to receive benefit from our peers, even though it was overwhelmingly gratitude.
When we found that there was a settlement, there was lots of cheers and there were lots of tears because it was very emotional.
We focused on the outcome of not having to have the Family Fund in Des Moines anymore. It was such an amazing feeling to make it go away, and to play a role in that, as hard as it was for 18 months. It was pretty cool.
It was great fun to walk through the office and start to hear the buzz. And then it got louder, and then there were hugs, and there were high fives, and there were cheers, and everybody was just looking for someone else to talk to about it.
As we've gone to company-wide events, everything from, oh, you're from Des Moines, let me hug you. Let me support you. How can I help you? So many offers of support from everyone.
The entire Keller Williams family, we'd just like to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
To everyone who supported us, from our international leadership to our agents in the market centers, donated on their green sheets, the MCAs who have helped support us, and the team leaders and OPs, I just want to say thank you.
It's amazing what your gift has given our market center, what we've been able to do, and thank you for the honor of being able to distribute those checks to our agents.
When I joined Keller Williams, before I'd been in real estate for many years, and I had never even known how to be a business person. Bold had just come out, and it came to my market at the end of 2010. And immediately, by simply changing my mindset, removing my limiting beliefs, changed my whole world. I had never seen myself as a successful real estate professional. I had just, I would just move through the business of being a lead receiver. I knew nothing about proactively talking to people and helping people, and that just changed my life and my mind. In 2011, I got a Mastery Maps coach, and that is when the production from Bold to getting a coach doubled in 1 year. When you first start bringing on people to help you out, it's usually in the wrong order or the wrong people. And I kind of did both of those. Well, I did do both of those. I had brought on a couple agents in a time of my life where I was still holding on to so many tasks that I shouldn't have. It's when I was over leveraging to the wrong people. I had stopped lead generating. In the same week, they both, one was released back into the workforce, and another decided it was time to go live her dream at the beach, and she was closing on a condo in 30 days. I did have a pity party. I really was sad and confused and not sure where to go from there. And then I just knew that failure was not an option, and I had to get up and get going and get it all right again. I leveraged some showings to other agents in my office, and I just offered them compensation for their help. I got to show up and be the kind of agent that I wanted to attract. And by doing that, I took Bold 4 times in 2015. And I took 3 of those 4 Bolds in Oklahoma City, which is an hour and a half away from Tulsa. So it was not only to get out of my own market center, to get out of my comfort zone, it also had a little strategy behind it of, in every Bold classroom, I'm going to meet 100 agents from a different market center that's really close to my town. So that is when everything really shifted and changed. And when you're in the Bold classroom 4 times in a year, and then the next year I took it 3 times in the year, and 2 of those were in different cities as well, I was showing up as who I was looking to attract. And that's when talent started coming to me. That's why today I have a team that the agents, they saw me model it, and we do it, and we share the vision together, and we're all in, and it's an awesome culture right now.
Yeah, so I was a salesman at a beer company, and I decided to leave that job and pursue a job at a food service company driving a truck and delivering groceries so that Heather could stay at home with the kids. 3 years into that job, I started having some shoulder pain. I ended up going out of work for surgery. I was out of work for 7 months, went back to work and was fired after a month. So when I was out on short-term disability, we were dipping into savings, borrowing money from 401k.
We were on food stamps, and kids were on Medicaid, and selling really just selling things around the house, that we didn't need anymore, just to make a little bit of extra money, borrowing from family.
So we were obviously at rock bottom, and there was a point where we just gave everything to God and said, God, we're trying to make all of these things happen, and nothing's happening. Show us what you want us to do. In between job searches, I would send listings to this younger couple that are good friends of ours, and kind of emulating what their real estate agent was doing. They came over and they said, hey, have you guys thought about getting into real estate? You're really good at what you're doing.
and the light bulb went off. It was like, that was our sign. So when we went to Keller Williams Fort Mill and met with Sydney Crane, who was the assistant team leader at the time.
We're in Ignite and doing all these contacts, the daily 10-4, and open houses, and nothing's happening. And so we sat down with our team leader, Shelby Ryburn, and it was a huge moment for us. Heather's in there in tears because we didn't know if we'd made the right decision. Our productivity coach, Jake Dixon, said, guys, look, he put out a scorecard every week with contacts and trainings attended, and if people got any contracts. And every week we were leading in contacts and we were leading in trainings. And he said, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and just wait, in 90 days, you're gonna start seeing, seeing results. Whenever people believe in you that much, that strongly, it lifted us up. And I kind of feel like that was a springboard to what we did last year and where we're going in the future.
So we went from 2016 making, say, $10,000 to 2017.
Making almost $300,000.
Yeah.
When we got to Keller Williams, obviously you have all these great agents that come before you, and the beauty of it is every one of them at our market center and beyond tells you exactly how they built their business, and success leaves clues, as we all know. And we literally are just following in their footsteps. And if we know that if we do the activities that we're supposed to do day in and day out, that failure isn't going to be an option.
So I joined KW just over 3 years ago. I was thinking about starting another brokerage back home and going through all that stuff to get up and going. And then thankfully, as soon as I had that first meeting, I was like, oh, done. This is where I have to be. Specifically because of Keller Williams, I've been able to grow our business. From the first year to second year was like 4 times. So from like 300 to 1.2 in GCI, and then almost doubling that to about 2 million in GCI. I don't feel this growth that we've had would be possible anywhere other than with KW, especially the training and just the mindset that KW offers. We've really been able to, I think, build a business that will be sustainable for, like, we have 20-year projections, and like when my kids can come work with us and everything. And I've never had a business like that before. My whole goal my entire life was to be a millionaire by the time I was 30. That was my entire why. It was very selfish and kind of inwardly facing, not really worrying about anybody else. And the second I cashed that check and I saw I'd reached my goal, it really meant nothing at the end of the day, because all it was it was a number. I went home, I was still the same person. That growth that I missed in myself, that's what was lacking. And so from that point, it wasn't so much the money, it was the fact that I get to grow as a person every day. And then coming to Keller Williams, help other people grow. When we have our big group discussions, like our Monday morning meetings, we start off with a stand-up where we give our win from last week, our goal for this week, and then a positive affirmation about ourselves. And we know each other's big whys, why we're in this business and what we're doing. So it really helps us to understand each other. So my biggest source, I guess, of pride in what we've done is actually create a culture that really takes what KW offers and really make it our own. I have the conversation all the time about why someone should join KW. And it's not a matter of why, but like when your business grows to the extent that you do. If you really want to grow yourself as a person, this is really, in my mind, the only brokerage that offers that.
I've been a licensed broker for 22 years, and previously 12 years with my former company. I used to work like 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day. Definitely felt like I was in competition with my brokerage. It was all about the agent trying to grow their business, but then it was like anything that they learned, they didn't want to share with others. So when I decided I wanted to come to Keller Williams, it was actually at Mega Camp. There was so much positive energy, positive people, the leadership that I was traveling with. They would introduce me to other top performers, and those agents would take time to learn about me and just say, hey, how can we help you? Since coming to Keller Williams, my GCI grew 25% in a 12-month period. One of the benefits of joining Keller Williams was that I became a member of their luxury division. So I was also in luxury at my previous firm. And the biggest difference with luxury at Keller Williams is that Keller Williams actually has a strategic marketing plan to help you market your properties. Domain, magazine, unique homes. And then the website, I can just click a button and say these ones go to luxury and they're there. And they've already negotiated like the best rates for their agents in luxury to get their properties exposed to the broadest pool of buyers. So in Roseburg, I've been able to take more market share in the higher end homes. Coming to KW has helped me learn about different personality styles, different job descriptions, how different people can fit in different positions. I have a team that I've built over the last 16 months with the help of the training that Keller Williams has offered, and they push me and hold me accountable. So I like that because they're business partners with me, and we're growing this business together. So now I can actually go to a conference, sit through 3 hours with Gary Keller, and not stress about looking at my emails or an offer in my inbox. I'm not working in my business, I'm working on my business. I'm excited when someone asks about Keller Williams. I mean, the biggest thing is if they really want to have a lifelong business, this is the place to come to learn how to grow and run a business. For me too, right now, focusing on building my profit share tree, I mean, it's just a huge benefit you don't see at any other companies.
I had been with my previous brokerage for 13 years. We felt flat. After being somewhere for 13 years, we didn't want to just move to move. We're coming to elevate our team, and we're coming to make ourselves better agents for our clients. That's really the goal at the end of the day. Keller Williams is actually new to our market in Chicago, but I'd followed Keller Williams through the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book and Gary Keller. Training was something that was attractive to us, and so we participated in a lot of Keller Williams trainings. For Keller Williams to be open to any agent to come to any of their trainings is amazing. Through the trainings that we participated in over the last year with Keller Williams, we finished 2017 doing 65 units, 30 million in volume. Our goal for 2018 is to do 100 units, 40 million in volume. What attracted us to Keller Williams is the technology. The technology that Keller Williams has far advances, I think, what's out in the marketplace right now. The training. Everybody on our team is very open to learning. Everybody really feels like they're going to excel at Keller Williams. The economics of it made sense for us. The firm that we were with before was from a split structure, whereas Keller Williams is capping. And most important, the culture. Our core values are service, integrity, and passion, and we feel like that aligns very nicely with Keller Williams. You know, the industry's changing, and I just think Keller Williams is making sure that all the agents that work for Keller Williams are positioned exactly where they should be.
So when I first started my team, we were not a training team. We just kind of threw people in and we're like, if you make it, awesome. If you don't, we'll find someone who does. And that was kind of the way we started it. For a while, I was working 70, 80 hours a week. And now we're part of a training company. And so being part of a company that's their goal is to teach you how to have family time and have work-life balance and all that. It drastically changed my life. We've been at Keller Williams since November of 2017. And we closed 367 transactions and we're shooting for 550 to 6. So without the proper systems and structures, we couldn't have hit those numbers or even hope to hit those numbers. And at Keller Williams, we have them. And any of the other franchises that we've looked at, nobody has it. I was still at my old brokerage and I had gone to 2 family reunions. I went to Mega Relief, and just the heart that Keller Williams has is what did it for me, hands down. I always looked at it like those Russian nesting dolls where we have a corporation that says God, family, and then work. And then we have a market center that says God, family, and then work. And then we have our team, which we push the same thing. If it doesn't better everybody's quality of life, we don't do it. And so it's exciting to be part of a company that actually thinks that way and no one else does. 4 out of my 5 kids are adopted out of local foster care. There's got to be some why behind it, like why do you want to do this? And for me, it is my kids and foster care in general. But money came into play as well, because when I first started this team, we found out our daughter needed $120,000 a year therapeutic school. And so we thought we were selling our house we just bought to pull the equity out of it and put her in the school. But because of what I learned through the Keller Williams processes, the business just took off. And so never had to take out a loan, never had to do anything like that. And now we're closing 367 transactions. And some people have asked me, why do I keep growing my team? Don't you make enough? I was like, well, no. There's no cap to what I could potentially earn or what the team could potentially earn. And the reason that's so important to me is because the more money you make, then the more good you can do with it.
Andrea Wright. I'm the team leader of Keller Williams South Forsyth, and I'm here with John Foster, and he's going to tell us a little bit about why he joined Keller Williams.
Thanks for asking, Andrea. You know, for me, I'd been with RE/MAX almost 15 years, and it was a great experience there, but probably the last 5 years, if you go back and look at my production, I've been hitting probably 32 to 40 transactions a year. And I felt like I just kept banging up against the ceiling, and I'd come back down. So I knew I needed to do something to make a change. And so originally what I started to do was I thought I really wanted more leverage. And so I looked at buying a RE/MAX franchise, and going through the process, it was kind of interesting because I went and I talked to 3 other RE/MAX brokers. And one of the questions that I asked them was, what brokerage is the most difficult for you to compete with? And every one of them said Keller Williams. And so then what I decided to do was go to Keller Williams offices and interview, not necessarily to find a job or to move my license, but to figure out how I would compete as a broker against Keller Williams. And as I looked around, the people that had the best teams were Keller Williams agents.
John, thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate it, and I know that I am really excited to have you at Keller Williams and partnering with you in your business and continuing to watch you grow and achieve amazing things.
Thanks, Andrea.
So Christy, thank you so very much for being with me today.
Absolutely.
I'm really excited that you have partnered with the #1 real estate company. Tell me what that's been like.
At my last brokerage, I felt like we hit a glass ceiling, and we weren't able to grow our team to the next level where we had expected it to last year. I've learned so much about the technology here. We have a lot of resources available, and we're just super excited to see where we end this year.
Wonderful. I'm excited for you. The first time I ever met you was at the luxury retreat in Washington.
Yes.
Tell me what that experience was like.
Well, that was great because I'm in the luxury division in Houston, and wanting to be able to go out there and take that to the next level without having that resource available at my current brokerage. So being able to be a part of the culture there and seeing the technology definitely made my decision to move forward and to learn more about KW.
What do you feel you can achieve here at Keller Williams that you didn't get at your other brokerage?
Wow, where do I start? The profit share, the growth opportunity and expansions, taking it to the level 7 business where we want to be. And then just even our values just line up with this company. God first, family, and business. I wasn't able to do that. My focus was completely on my business at the other brokerage. And I mean, our values line up. The culture is amazing, and this family has been amazing.
Wonderful. Well, we're glad to hear that. So tell me about the transition. I know a lot of people consider moving to Keller Williams, but they're afraid to make that leap.
Oh yeah, it was very smooth.
Okay.
Again, we have a transaction coordinator, and your team had made it a very smooth transition. Went from one brokerage to another, and it was great.
And did you feel your clients?
We haven't skipped a beat.
That's what I was going to
Yes,
say. Yeah, your
we
clients
haven't
have
skipped a
not
beat.
noticed any difference because they want to work with you,
Right.
not the brokerage,
Right,
which is
exactly.
amazing. Well, I'm excited that we
you.
have not only partnered, but I'm really, really excited that you joined Keller Williams. You made an excellent decision.
Hey, it's Sarah Stevens with Keller Williams, Nashville, and the Haggard Group, and I am over the top thrilled to introduce Brandon Knox and the Knox team. And so, Brandon, what got you excited about making the move to Keller Williams?
There's so many amazing things that Keller Williams offers. I think for us, we were sort of on an island where we were. We were the top team. We'd been the top team for years. There was nobody pushing us. There was nobody from upper management or ownership breathing into us. And with Keller, we saw an opportunity to grow and an opportunity to do the things we were already doing better, but to institute some of the new Keller Williams models into our business to watch it grow. And so we're really excited about that.
What has been the biggest difference for your team since you made the move?
I think the energy, like I said, the old place that we were, which is a great firm in Nashville, very respected, but there just wasn't a ton of energy. Whereas when you walk into the Keller Williams Green Hills Nashville office, which for those of you watching happens to be the top producing office in the state of Tennessee of any firm.
Right?
There's a lot of energy.
Absolutely.
There are people doing about our production. There are people that work the kind of hours that we work. There are people that are crazy for the business like we are. And so it's fun to feed off of that. That's been really exciting for myself as the team lead and for all of our agents. Like I find them re-energized.
That's awesome.
So it's pretty cool.
What would you tell people that are thinking about making the move to Keller Williams based on your experience?
Yeah, if you're just a strict business person, look at the numbers. The numbers are real. The caps are real. The access to technology, to training is real, and it's something that very few, if any, that I know of other firms offer, and they certainly don't offer it in the way that Keller offers it. So I would just say do your due diligence on the company, the lore, the history, see what it's about, and see how you can see yourself within that structure. Because I found for us, we were doing so many things okay, but we have the opportunity now to do them so much better because of the support we're receiving.
Well, I just want to say that we are honored to be in business with you guys, so cheers to even bigger things this year.
I'm Erin Barrett, and this is my husband, Sonny Barrett, and we've been married for 16 years. We met as newly minted real estate agents. We had both moved back to Austin at the same time. Got engaged in 6 months, got married in 18 months, and had our daughter 10 months later.
We've been in real estate for almost 20 years now, and we were at our old brokerage for half of our career, and so a decade there. It feels like that we were starting a plateau, and we really needed something to ignite our career. We believe now it was time to make a move because we had to do something different in order to get different results.
I am so beyond excited that Sonny and Erin have decided to bring the Bauer team to Keller Williams in Austin. They are such influencers in our city and really respected. People like Sonny and Erin joining Keller Williams, who are a huge team, are going to make a big impact and make people pay attention, hey, what's really going on at Keller Williams?
The big selling points for me was actually getting to sit down with Gary Keller and hear about his vision, where he wants to take the company in the future, and all of the technology that they're going to be rolling out over the next 2 years is amazing. We just are so excited to be part of Keller Williams and the Keller Williams family. We know we thought about this long and hard. We interviewed with a lot of other top brokerage firms in Austin because it was a huge decision for us, and we wanted to make one move to the company that we felt like we could align ourselves with, that would provide us the best resources and the best level of service to our clients until we retire.
Keller Williams is actually a company for top producing realtors. Now that they have all the technology to support their agents, there's not a better place to be than Keller Williams.
I'm Paul Reardon, part of the Reardon team. We are a brother-sister team, new to Keller Williams.
I'm Mary Reardon Lewis. I'm born and raised in Boston and excited to be with Keller Williams, Boston Metro.
One of the great things about working with a sister is I know her, I trust her, and I know that she's always going to take care of my business.
And he can boss me around, because he's older.
I am the older brother. One of the things that I really enjoy in this business is being an ambassador for the greater Boston area. And when I have someone who's coming in to relocate to work for a new corporation and they're not familiar with the city, I love to cast the net really wide and help them explore the different neighborhoods, the different price points, different locations. We've been here 5 generations, so we have intimate knowledge of the different neighborhoods and the city itself, and
Harvard Square,
and the surrounding suburbs as well. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on the trains coming, to and from work as kids. Boston's our wheelhouse. We came to Keller Williams because we were looking for an office that would help me rebrand my business as a downtown Boston agent. We really respected and identified with the technology that Keller Williams has created, and we think that's going to help bring us to the next level.
They care. They really seem to get that the agent's business is only successful if they have the tools that they need to do the business.
Not only have they been in the business for decades, they're a brother and sister team who get each other, who are ready to expand their business. And we feel like with our technology and their experience, we're just so excited to have them on our platform and with our company.
I think all change is good. And I think that this company change to Keller Williams is going to really help us grow both as a team, but also as individuals.
We've been interacting on other sides of transactions with Keller Williams agents for years, and we've always had a positive experience, and we feel like they're very professional, friendly, and good to work with. So we're excited to be part of that team.
When you joined Keller Williams Realty, you were asked to name the one person who was primarily responsible for bringing you to the company. It may not have been the first person or the last person you talked to about Keller Williams. It was the person who was most impactful in your decision-making process. That person was your sponsor. Your sponsor was asked the same question when they joined. They named the one person who was most impactful in their decision-making process to join the company. That person is your sponsor's sponsor. Just like a family tree, we can trace sponsors back in the growth share and profit share tree many levels. Whether a Keller Williams associate participates in profit share, growth share, or both, that associate will have one tree that goes down 7 levels. When someone names you as their sponsor, they go into your first level. Then, if someone names one of those people as a sponsor, they go into your second level. There are 7 levels to the profit share and growth share tree. While you'll focus on directly developing your first level, if you're truly purposeful about it, you will certainly want to encourage people in your first and other levels to develop their own first level. Why not get started now? As the Chinese proverb states, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
This is a KW video app. It's changed the real estate industry, well, a lot. Works on iPhone and Android. No favorites. It changed how you list properties. You can edit entire listing videos and send them right from your device.
It's got a great open floor plan.
Is this my house?
Yeah, cool, right?
Branding yourself just got easier.
Yep, that's me.
Customized to you and your business.
Check this out. Enjoy the panoramic views of living downtown.
Wow, that's incredible. It's really changed a lot. Download it now at the Apple App Store or Google Play Store.
In 2015, we shared the mission of KW Kids Can to provide learning experiences for our youth that inspire big thinking, model wealth building, and instill a passion for generous giving. Because of your financial support, our instructors are holding QL events all across America. Powered by Gary Keller's Quantum Leap, the QL program introduces powerful concepts and models. We invite you to join us in our mission to change the world. Check out opportunities to get involved by going to kwkc.org. You can become an instructor online and bring QL events to your community. And of course, you can pay it forward by donating directly to KWKC. With your help, KW Kids can adopt the mindset of high achievers, set big goals, and live a life of intention. And together, we will change the world.
Accomplish more by doing less with the Wall Street Journal bestseller, The One Thing. Learn how to identify the lies that block your success and the things that steal time from your day. To discover the surprisingly simple truth to extraordinary results, visit theonething.com.
Jill, you haven't responded to any of my messages about this new business proposition. I would take this on myself, but I'm so swamped with work. They're willing to pay your full commission, plus an extra $1,000, all up front for your services. Okay.
Why leave money on the table?
Who's that British guy?
Kelly makes working with referral requests easy. Watch for push notifications. When one comes through, click the alert. View the request in the Kelly notifications window. And then press accept, reject, or counter. So if growing your business is important to you, leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly, an easy way to grow your referral network and build your referral business.
Tell me, will I see record profits in my real estate business this year?
I do see fortune. I see riches. All for you.
Really? What do I need to do?
You need to find the opportunity. You need to seek the path. You need to follow the light.
Can you be more specific?
That's gonna be an extra 50.
Why leave your future to chance?
Who said that?
Kelly makes tracking your CGI goals and actuals easy. Say, what is my listing appointment goal for this month? And Kelly will show you exactly what you need. You can even update your listing appointments on the go. So if taking control of your future is important to you,
Who is talking?
leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly,
Did you hear that?
an easy way to track your CGI goals, manage your actuals, and take control of your future.
I know, honey. Yeah, I'm about to find out the test results. Yeah, any minute now. I know it's ridiculous. You're not the one sitting here.
Mr. Thomas, the doctor will see you in an hour and 45 minutes.
Waiting sucks. Don't make a potential client wait for your reply. Respond quickly to leads and earn your unfair share of the market.
T-minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Keller Williams Realty has engineered a company that put people first, from how they do their businesses to how they expand those businesses. A higher level of thinking is being required by everyone. I get a lot of phone calls and questions from people who constantly ask me, who are these guys, Keller Williams? So in 1987, we did something that had never been done before in the real estate business. A compensation plan that rewarded our associates for building the business, and that's profit share.
You were right there at the beginning of profit share. We were rebels.
First, it was real estate agents gaining leverage through adding people to their business and creating what's been called teams.
You know, 20-something years ago, people told me I was an idiot.
Maybe 89 or 90, we would try to support real estate agents duplicating themselves. The industry and even the real estate agent themselves was not ready for that dialogue.
Expansion is nothing more than one simple thing, and that is taking your lead generation and your admin to additional locations.
Why is e-commerce the inevitable future? Because it's the natural extension of the information age. Someone took your data because they had control of it and turned it into free data that you lost control over. Happened right underneath your nose.
We're living in a time where technology is rewriting the rules for just about everything. We are not a real estate company anymore, and we're a technology company who is building the real estate platform that our agents and their customers will prefer to use.
Keller Williams, you know, this real estate company totally reinventing itself, coming up with what the machine learning problems are they should be solving, and then coming up with what data they need for those machine learning problems to be solved, and then prioritizing by where's the bang for the buck and figuring out how to do it in parallel.
When I made the comment back, I guess, at family reunion, or even before that, and I said we're a technology company, boy, you would have thought I'd have said the weirdest thing, right? People were going, "You're an idiot, Keller."
Well, you said it, and no one knew exactly what you were building.
Well, I didn't want them to know.
Yeah. But it was quite a declaration. I'm spending $1 billion in technology. You would automatically...
Okay, so if I let someone build my technology for me, what do I own? Amazon owns their software. Facebook owns their software. Yes?
Yeah.
Netflix owns their software, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would we tell the real estate agent, don't own your software? Or don't let your company you're in partnership with, why would we tell them not to own it?
The price you pay for getting where we are is, you look stupid for about 4 years.
The world itself and most of the people in it really don't care if you think big or not, and many of them, maybe even most of them, will profit tremendously if you think small.
So I'm ready to rewrite the rules if you are.
Will I see record profits in my real estate business this year?
I do see fortune. I see riches. All for you.
Really? What do I need to do?
You need to find the opportunity. You need to seek the path. You need to follow the light.
Can you be more specific?
That's gonna be an extra 50?
Why leave your future to chance?
Who said that?
Kelly makes tracking your CGI goals and actuals easy. Say, what is my listing appointment goal for this month? And Kelly will show you exactly what you need. You can even update your listing appointments on the go. So if taking control of your future is important to you,
Who is talking?
leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly,
Did you hear that?
an easy way to track your CGI goals, manage your actuals, and take control of your future. Oh, hello. While I have you here, I want to tell you that now is the perfect opportunity to download Kelly to your smartphone or your mobile device. The more that Kelly is adopted, the faster Kelly grows. The faster Kelly grows, the smarter Kelly becomes. And the smarter that Kelly becomes, the more that Kelly will be able to do for all of our agents in the field. What's not to love about any of this? Do yourself and everyone else in the Keller Williams family a favor and begin your adoption of Kelly today. Kelly, your business's future operating system. Download today at the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Do you guys need adopting?
Since launching in February, we've seen tens of thousands of agents use Kelly on a daily basis, getting value for their businesses. And we have a new feature that we want to announce called Kelly Snaps.
So we thought, what better place to unleash it than the tech capital of the U.S., San Francisco, California.
All right, Michael, so we're out here today in Union Square talking about Kelly.
I'm with Jennifer Rosdale, KW agent.
How has Kelly made an impact on your business today?
I use Kelly for referrals.
I've been using Kelly for referrals since Family Reunion.
It's great for connecting with other agents across the country.
I've received several and sent several.
Both inbound and outbound referrals. It's been great for my business.
And have you heard of the new feature that we just launched in Kelly called Kelly Snaps?
No, I haven't.
On my team, I use it myself when I'm showing property to show people transitions between neighborhoods. But I have a showing assistant who is both new to real estate and San Francisco and is able to use it to educate himself.
So with Kelly, you can simply say, Kelly Snap for my location, or Kelly Snap for Union Square.
And what it's going to do is going to generate a market report based off the real estate activity in that area.
Hyperlocal market statistics mapped to next door neighborhood data that'll give you, average price per square foot, number of listings sold statistics. And so knowing that, how do you think Kelly Snaps would have an impact on your business?
Well, I can think of a couple use cases, Daniel. One, when we're with a buyer out in a neighborhood touring, we'd be able to look up relevant stats about what's happening in that specific neighborhood. And two, when we're the seller and we're trying to get the listing agreement signed, really show them relevant data about their home today.
So it sounds like you're using Kelly for referrals, you're using Kelly Snaps. How overall have you felt about Kelly since you adopted it?
I feel like it's really cutting edge technology and it's designed just for us.
If you haven't already, download Kelly and start using Kelly Snaps today.
I think the coolest aspect of the lab so far has been being able to be in a small room with the decision makers of this company and really understanding that they honestly want our feedback.
And they told us right from the very beginning that nothing is impossible.
Can we do this? Can we do that? And so Josh was constantly, the answer is always going to be yes. You just need to tell me what you want and we'll make it happen.
There's a huge confidence knowing that agents are involved. It's not just something that a programmer somewhere thought was a good idea. Agents know best what kind of products we need.
Going to a lab a couple months ago compared to now, I can see how the products have changed.
We kind of build on the idea and it continues to grow and it continues to get better.
And they're honestly trying to build something that is useful to all agents, regardless of production and age and anything.
Labs is putting the future of real estate technology into our hands.
No other company is doing this for their agents.
This is clearly to move my business forward, and I had no idea how advanced we already were.
Definitely feel like we're on the ground floor, and it's awesome to be a part of that.
When Hurricane Florence came through, it just a flood of water.
We are here in New Bern, and we are ready to rock and roll.
The Carolina region has been extraordinary in responding to this emergency.
We've had volunteers come from all over the country to help us.
So when you go into the house, the very first thing the leader of the group will do.
The agents have all come together to support our agents in need.
The outpouring of support that we've received is absolutely beyond comprehension and belief.
We've been working very hard, cleaning out houses, trying to support people in any way we can.
We'll be looking for work crews of 6 to 8 people.
I called KW Cares, the crisis line, and they were out here the very next day.
This crew just came in and took over. They're tearing out the walls, they're tearing up the floors right now. It is real help.
We've got generators, we've got cleaning supplies.
We would love shovels, also wheeled trash cans.
They gave my mother a generator, they gave us gas, and now they're here cleaning out my son's house.
Just the fact that we're here, showing them that we care, that is as important as going in and demucking these homes.
It would have been a long road if KW Cares wasn't here.
We cannot thank you guys enough for helping save our dream home.
We have a lot more to do. We've been in it for a week, and I can tell you we're going to be here for quite a bit longer.
It is honestly very overwhelming, the support and the help that we've gotten from them.
When you see how you're changing lives, it will change your life forever.
KW Cares is one of the greatest examples of what families do.
Finding reliable, on-demand training and information shouldn't be as hard as finding Sasquatch. That's why we made it easier to access KW Connect through Kelly. Now hopefully your hunt goes better than the other guys. So if you're looking for an easier way to access your KW Connect account, leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly, an easier way to find reliable, on-demand training and information. It's easy to get lost in the forest of real estate.
Kelly, give me a Kelly snap with my current location.
Luckily, Kelly provides you with Kelly Snap, which gives you detailed insights into any neighborhood anywhere. So avoid that unnecessary hunt for neighborhood data and make your life easier with Kelly Snap. Kelly, an easier way to access insights that matter and create an amazing consumer experience.
Fitters and my old friend Red. How you doing?
I can't complain. Yourself?
Gonna move this house in no time. Then be off to another conquest, baby. Look at you. Got a fancy open house accessory.
Yeah, my agent says we're going to get a couple bites today. How about you?
A bird landed on me and a dog took a whiz in my leg. Contract pending, amateur.
I can still hear you.
You got lucky. Of course that place was gonna sell fast.
It's all in the presentation, my friend. Oh, there's my cue.
Don't leave me here like this! If only I had been on the other side of the street. Hey! What are you doing here? Hey, wait! Man, I thought he'd never shut up!
Real estate is about helping people with one of the most fundamental aspects of their lives, home. And you are the expert they turn to. And not just when someone buys or sells, but before, after, and all the little spaces in between. So it can be frustrating when you don't have the time or technology to know when someone needs your help. And when you miss that opportunity, it creates a gap that someone or something else can step into. So let's close that gap and give you the time and technology you need to build high-quality relationships with more people. Let's join forces and demand our technology not replace us, but help us be more human, more present, more everything. Let's take command. Built exclusively by and for Keller Williams agents, Command is your do-it-all, do-it-quickly, people-centric, less stress, more time, end-to-end platform to grow your relationships, your pipeline, and your market share. Whew! Luckily, using it is a lot easier than explaining everything it does, but let's give it a try. Organize, customize, and sync all your contacts. Group them however you want. Know exactly who to reach out to, when, and about the things they really care about. Send personalized neighborhood-centric just-in-time marketing materials in a snap. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Say, hey Kelly, and escape from your desk in the office. Add a new contact, log notes, and sync everything while on the go. Seamlessly and transparently source, send, and manage referrals through one of the world's largest and most profitable referral networks. Deploy an ROI-maximized ad campaign across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter in like 30 seconds. Integrate the systems and tools you already use every day. Automate paperwork and background tasks. Access real-time revenue projections, end-to-end ROI insights, and goal tracking to get a bird's-eye view of your business. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Command empowers you to be a better agent by giving you more time, more value, and more freedom. And best of all, it ensures you and your relationship with your clients remain at the heart of real estate, where you belong.
At Family Reunion 2018, we rolled out our first ever Labs Live, where we put a glass room right in the center of the trade floor and invited agents to participate in brainstorming solutions they wanted us to build to help grow their business. We conducted 23 labs with over 350 agents in a span of only 3 days. Those agents generated over 115 ideas they identified as potential solutions to solve their current business challenges. Within 24 hours, we designed 3 prototypes and invited our entire agent base to vote on which concept they wanted us to build. The number one takeaway from that event was that agents were using 10 to 15 different applications on their phone to manage their business, and they wanted to unite a single app to consolidate everything. This was a critical moment when agents helped guide us to evolve Kelly to become more than just a voice chat interface, but become a central mobile app for them to run their entire business on. And that's exactly what Kelly's becoming now, thanks to the agents.
One of the secrets to great success is to change your perspective on failure. Everyone experiences failures before they ultimately succeed. Some let their failure stop them. Some keep trying. You'll probably have to fail a few times before you get it right. Success is not about avoiding failure. Failure is about avoiding failure. Success is about trying. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often.
KWP Command is going to be an agent's one-stop shop to run their business. So that means workflow automation, task management,
accountability and tracking,
mailings, do Facebook ads,
saving time, saving money.
And I think specific target marketing is going to be a huge game changer.
I'm excited to see what the business looks like with those opportunities being available rather than missed.
I think the most surprising thing to me about Command is that it's going to do everything that I've wanted a CRM or a product for a real estate agent to do for the last 10 years.
To be able to have it all rolled up together, to have it as one system.
I think it's going to save time mostly in our day-to-day activities because we're going to be able to accomplish a lot more in a short period of time and then move on to what we do best, which is lead generation and selling homes.
I've been feeding off the excitement. Everybody has had a lot of great things to say about it.
Even just today, they're changing things on the spot, so I'm able to create a product that really works for me as an agent in real time and have impact on what's going to happen for everybody.
It's huge, just the fact that we can give feedback and bug them with their questions.
Other companies don't put that kind of emphasis into their agent support.
And it's so important because agents are running it. It's not someone who's not in real estate and doing this on a day-to-day basis. It's really taking it from who's going to be utilizing it.
Jill, you haven't responded to any of my messages about this new business proposition. I would take this on myself, but I'm so swamped with work. They're willing to pay your full commission, plus an extra $1,000, all up front for your services. Okay.
Why leave money on the table?
Who's that British guy?
Kelly makes working with referral requests easy. Watch for push notifications. When one comes through, click the alert. View the request in the Kelly notifications window. And then press accept, reject, or counter. So if growing your business is important to you, leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly, an easy way to grow your referral network and build your referral business.
Good morning, KW.
Welcome to this week's
Career Growth Initiative live stream.
We are going to give you an overview of all tech resources.
We are talking about Kelly KW Command.
Agent-to-agent referrals.
The vision.
I am so excited. The future's unlimited.
This is actually alive in itself. Tell us what you like, what you don't like, what works, what doesn't work.
We're going to try to keep this as interactive as possible. So we have an awesome group of panels.
We have 3 market centers joining us. We'd love to get your questions.
How are they going to have access each day?
Have all the statistics.
Oh, hello. While I have you here, I want to tell you that now is the perfect opportunity to download Kelly to your smartphone or your mobile device. The more that Kelly is adopted, the faster Kelly grows. The faster Kelly grows, the smarter Kelly becomes. And the smarter that Kelly becomes, the more that Kelly will be able to do for all of our agents in the field. What's not to love about any of this? Do yourself and everyone else in the Keller Williams family a favor and begin your adoption of Kelly today. Kelly, your business's future operating system. Download today at the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Do you guys need adopting?
Are your action plans being fully implemented? Are they really action hopes?
With Command, you can move from action hopes to smart plans. Smart Plans is the engine behind Command that allows you to automate your functionary activities so that you can focus on being a fiduciary to your clients. This workflow management and automation tool enables you to be 100% certain your listing checklists, drip campaigns, marketing, and much more are carried out in the way you intended. To get started with Smart Plans, click the Smart Plans icon. Next, click My Smart Plans. When you first open the page, it'll be blank and ready for you to select or create a smart plan. If you want to use a smart plan that's already been created, browse the KW library. If you see something you like, you can preview the plan and add it to My Smart Plans by clicking the plus sign. If you choose to create your own smart plan, just click Create New Smart Plan. It's quick and easy with the click and drag features. Add items such as tasks you need to complete, such as staging a house on a listing smart plan, delays, the amount of time to wait before taking another action, emails. These could be part of a marketing campaign or follow-up emails. Watch for additional items to be added as they move through the lab's process. If you're on a team, your smart plans are immediately shared in the exclusive team library, and since Command tools are integrated, smart plan activities are automatically associated and accessible from the relevant contact. For example, if you use Smart Plans to send personalized happy birthday emails, you'll also find those emails on that contact's activities. Once you've activated a Smart Plan, you can go back to the dashboard to view My Analytics. From Analytics, you can easily measure your results and make smart decisions about which activities to adjust or double down on to amplify your business. With Smart Plans, you're not hoping. You're automating smart business strategies so that you can focus on providing extraordinary value to your consumer.
Keller Williams technology starts with the agent's notes from labs. Those with the daily experiences are actually the ones that are drawing our mock-ups. You are the designers of your own technology.
I think the coolest aspect of the lab so far has been being able to be in a small room with the decision makers of this company.
There's a huge confidence knowing that agents are involved. It's not just something that a programmer somewhere thought was a good idea. Agents know best what kind of products we need.
Going to a lab a couple months ago compared to now, I can see how the products have changed.
It continues to grow and it continues to get better.
Labs is putting the future of real estate technology into our hands.
Definitely feel like we're on the ground floor. It's awesome to be a part of that.
One of the secrets to great success is to change your perspective on failure. Everyone experiences failures before they ultimately succeed. Some let their failures stop them. Some keep trying. You'll probably have to fail a few times before you get it right. Success is not about avoiding failure. Failure is about avoiding failure. Success is about trying. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew: agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets. We solved this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. It leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
Cannot thank you guys enough for helping save our dream home.
Keller Williams has been awesome.
It's like I've had my whole extended family here and we're all holding each other up.
It would have been a long road if KW Cares wasn't here.
So I'll start with this. A couple of years ago, an event planner called me because I was going to do a speaking event. And she called and she said, I'm really struggling with how to write about you on the little flyer. And I thought, well, what's the struggle? And she said, well, I saw you speak, and I'm going to call you a researcher, I think, but I'm afraid if I call you a researcher, no one will come because they'll think you're boring and irrelevant. And I was like, okay. And she said, but the thing I liked about your talk is, you're a storyteller, so I think what I'll do is just call you a storyteller. And of course, the academic, insecure part of me was like, you're going to call me a what? And she said, I'm going to call you a storyteller. And I was like, oh, why not Magic Pixie? I was like, let me think about this for a second. And so I tried to call deep on my courage, and I thought, I am a storyteller. I'm a qualitative researcher. I collect stories. That's what I do. And maybe stories are just data with a soul, and maybe I'm just a storyteller. So I said, you know what? Why don't you just say I'm a researcher storyteller? And she went, there's no such thing. So I'm a researcher storyteller. And I'm going to talk to you today. We're talking about expanding perception. And so I want to talk to you and tell some stories about a piece of my research that fundamentally expanded my perception and really actually changed the way that I live and love and work and parent. And this is where my story starts. When I was a young researcher, doctoral student, my first year I had a research professor who said to us, here's the thing, if you cannot measure it, it does not exist. And I thought he was just sweet-talking me. I was like, really? And he's like, absolutely. So you have to understand that I have a bachelor's in social work, a master's in social work, and I was getting my PhD in social work. So my entire academic career was surrounded by people who kind of believed in the life's messy, love it, and I'm more the life's messy, clean it up, organize it, and put it into a bento box. And so to think that I had found my way, to found a career that takes me, really one of the big sayings in social work is lean into the discomfort of the work. And I'm like, knock discomfort upside the head and move it over and get all A's. That was my mantra. So I was very excited about this. And so I thought, you know what? This is the career for me because I am interested in some messy topics, but I want to be able to make them not messy. I want to understand them. I want to hack into these things that I know are important and lay the code out for everyone to see. So where I started was with connection, because by the time you're a social worker for 10 years, what you realize is that connection is why we're here. It's what gives purpose and meaning to our lives. This is what it's all about. It doesn't matter whether you talk to people who work in social justice and mental health and abuse and neglect. What we know is that connection, the ability to feel connected, is neurobiologically, that's how we're wired, it's why we're here. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to start with connection. Well, you know that situation where you get an evaluation from your boss and she tells you 37 things that you do really awesome and one thing that you can't, an opportunity for growth. And all you can think about is that opportunity for growth, right? Well, apparently this is the way my work went as well, because when you ask people about love, they tell you about heartbreak. When you ask people about belonging, they'll tell you their most excruciating experiences of being excluded. And when you ask people about connection, the stories they told me were about disconnection. So very quickly, really about 6 weeks into this research, I ran into this unnamed thing that absolutely unraveled connection in a way that I didn't understand or had never seen. And so I pulled back out of the research and thought, I need to figure out what this is. And it turned out to be shame. And shame is really easily understood as the fear of disconnection. Is there something about me that if other people know it or see it, that I won't be worthy of connection? The things I can tell you about it, it's universal. We all have it. The only people who don't experience shame have no capacity for human empathy or connection. No one wants to talk about it, and the less you talk about it, the more you have it. What underpinned this shame, this I'm not good enough, which we all know that feeling. I'm not blank enough. I'm not thin enough, rich enough, beautiful enough, smart enough, promoted enough. The thing that underpinned this was excruciating vulnerability. This idea of, in order for connection to happen, we have to allow ourselves to be seen, really seen. And you know how I feel about vulnerability. I hate vulnerability. And so I thought, this is my chance to beat it back with my measuring stick. I'm going in, I'm gonna figure this stuff out, I'm gonna spend a year, I'm gonna totally deconstruct shame, I'm gonna understand how vulnerability works, and I'm gonna outsmart it. So I was ready, and I was really excited. As you know, it's not gonna turn out well. You know this. So I could tell you a lot about shame, but I'd have to borrow everyone else's time. But here's what I can tell you that it boils down to. And this may be one of the most important things that I've ever learned in the decade of doing this research. My 1 year has turned into 6 years, thousands of stories, hundreds of long interviews, focus groups. At one point, people were sending me journal pages and sending me their stories, thousands of pieces of data. And 6 years. And I kind of got a handle on it. I kind of understood this is what shame is, this is how it works. I wrote a book, I published a theory, but something was not okay. And what it was is that if I roughly took the people I interviewed and divided them into people who really have a sense of worthiness, that's what this comes down to, a sense of worthiness. They have a strong sense of love and belonging. And folks who struggle for it, and folks who are always wondering if they're good enough. There was only one variable that separated the people who have a strong sense of love and belonging and the people who really struggle for it, and that was the people who have a strong sense of love and belonging believe they're worthy of love and belonging. That's it. They believe they're worthy. And to me, the hard part of the one thing that keeps us out of connection is our fear that we're not worthy of connection, was something that personally and professionally I felt like I needed to understand better. So what I did is I took all of the interviews where I saw worthiness, where I saw people living that way, and just looked at those. What do these people have in common? And I have a slight office supply addiction, but that's another talk. So I had a manila notebook, a manila folder, and I had a Sharpie, and I was like, what am I going to call this research? And the first words that came to my mind were wholehearted. These are kind of wholehearted people living from this deep sense of worthiness. So I wrote at the top of the manila folder, and I started looking at the data. In fact, I did it first in this in a 4-day, very intensive data analysis where I went back, pulled these interviews, pulled the stories, pulled the incidents. What's the theme? What's the pattern? My husband left town with the kids because I always go into this kind of Jackson Pollock crazy thing where I'm just like writing and going and kind of just in my researcher mode. And so here's what I found. What they had in common was a sense of courage. And I want to separate courage and bravery for you for a minute. Courage, the original definition of courage, when it first came into the English language, it's from the Latin word cur, meaning heart. And the original definition was to tell the story of who you are with your whole heart. And so these folks had, very simply, the courage to be imperfect. They had the compassion to be kind to themselves first and then to others, because as it turns out, we can't practice compassion with other people if we can't treat ourselves kindly. And the last was they had connection, and this was the hard part, as a result of authenticity. They were willing to let go of who they thought they should be in order to be who they were, which is, you have to absolutely do that for connection. The other thing that they had in common was this. They fully embraced vulnerability. They believed that what made them vulnerable made them beautiful. They didn't talk about vulnerability being comfortable, nor did they really talk about it being excruciating, as I had heard earlier in the shame interviewing. They just talked about it being necessary. They talked about the willingness to say, I love you first. The willingness to do something where there are no guarantees. The willingness to breathe through waiting for the doctor to call after your mammogram. The willing to invest in a relationship that may or may not work out. They thought this was fundamental. I personally thought it was betrayal. I could not believe I had pledged allegiance to research, where our job, the definition of research is to control and predict, to study phenomenon for the explicit reason to control and predict. And now my mission to control and predict had turned up the answer that the way to live is with vulnerability and to stop controlling and predicting. This led to a little breakdown, which actually looked more like this. And it did. It led to I call it a breakdown, my therapist calls it a spiritual awakening. Spiritual awakening sounds better than breakdown, but I assure you it was a breakdown. And I had to put my data away and go find a therapist. Let me tell you something. You know who you are when you call your friends and say, I think I need to see somebody. Do you have any recommendations? Because about 5 of my friends are like, woo, I wouldn't want to be your therapist. And I was like, what does that mean? And they're like, oh, I'm just saying, don't bring your measuring stick. It's like, okay. So I found a therapist. My first meeting with her, Diana, I brought in my list of the way the wholehearted live. And I sat down, and she said, how are you? And I said, I'm great, I'm okay. And she said, what's going on? And I said, and this is a therapist who sees therapists, because we have to go to those because their BS meters are good. And so I said, here's the thing, I'm struggling. And she said, what's the struggle? And I said, well, I have a vulnerability issue, and I know that vulnerability is kind of the core of shame and fear and our struggle for worthiness, but it appears that it's also the birthplace of joy, of creativity, of belonging, of love, and I think I have a problem, and I need some help. And I said, but here's the thing, no family stuff, no childhood shit, I just need some strategies. Thank you. So she goes like this. And then I said, it's bad, right? And she said, it's neither good nor bad. It just is what it is. And I said, oh my God, this is gonna suck. And it did, and it didn't. And it took about a year. And you know how there are people that, like, when they realize that vulnerability and tenderness are important, that they kind of surrender and walk into it? A, that's not me. And B, I don't even hang out with people like that. For me, it was a year-long street fight. It was a slugfest. Vulnerability pushed, I pushed back. I lost the fight, but probably won my life back. And so then I went back into the research and spent the next couple of years really trying to understand what the wholehearted, what the choices they were making, and what are we doing with vulnerability? Why do we struggle with it so much? Am I alone in struggling with vulnerability? No. So this is what I learned. We numb vulnerability. When we're waiting for the call, it was funny, I sent something out on Twitter and on Facebook that says, how would you define vulnerability? What makes you feel vulnerable? And within an hour and a half, I had 150 responses. Because I wanted to know, what's out there. Having to ask my husband for help because I'm sick and we're newly married. initiating sex with my husband, initiating sex with my wife, being turned down, asking someone out, waiting for the doctor to call back, getting laid off, laying off people. This is the world we live in. We live in a vulnerable world. And one of the ways we deal with it is we numb vulnerability. And I think there's evidence, and it's not the only reason this evidence exists, but I think that it's a huge cause. We are the most in debt, obese, addicted, and medicated adult cohort in US history. The problem is, and I learned this from the research, that you cannot selectively numb emotion. You can't say, here's the bad stuff. Here's vulnerability, here's grief, here's shame, here's fear, here's disappointment. I don't want to feel these. I'm going to have a couple of beers and a banana nut muffin. I don't want to feel these. And I know that's knowing laughter. I hack into your lives for a living. I know that's, God. You can't numb those hard feelings without numbing the other affects or emotions. You cannot selectively numb. So when we numb those, we numb joy. We numb gratitude. We numb happiness. And then we are miserable and we are looking for purpose and meaning. And then we feel vulnerable. So then we have a couple of beers and a banana nut muffin. And it becomes this dangerous cycle. One of the things that I think that we need to think about is why and how we numb. And it doesn't just have to be addiction. The other thing we do is we make everything that's uncertain certain. Religion has gone from a belief in faith and mystery to certainty. I'm right, you're wrong, shut up. That's it. Just certain. The more afraid we are, the more vulnerable we are, the more afraid we are. This is what politics looks like today. There's no discourse anymore. There's no conversation. There's just blame. You know how blame is described in the research? A way to discharge pain and discomfort. We perfect. If there's anyone who wants their life to look like this, it would be me. But it doesn't work, because what we do is we take fat from our butts and put it in our cheeks. Which just, I hope in 100 years people will look back and go, wow. You know? And we perfect, most dangerously, our children. Let me tell you what we think about children. They're hardwired for struggle when they get here. When you hold those perfect little babies in your hand, our job is not to say, look at her, she's perfect. My job is just to keep her perfect, make sure she makes the tennis team by 5th grade and Yale by 7th grade. That's not our job. Our job is to look and say, you know what? You're imperfect and you're wired for struggle, but you are worthy of love and belonging. That's our job. Show me a generation of kids raised like that and we'll end the problems I think that we see today. We pretend that what we do doesn't have an effect on people. We do that in our personal lives. We do that corporate, whether it's a bailout, an oil spill, a recall. We pretend like what we're doing doesn't have a huge impact on other people. I would say to companies, this is not our first rodeo, people. We just need you to be authentic and real and say, we're sorry, we'll fix it. But there's another way, and I'll leave you with this. This is what I have found. To let ourselves be seen, deeply seen, vulnerably seen. To love with our whole hearts, even though there's no guarantee. And that's really hard, and I can tell you as a parent, that's excruciatingly difficult. To practice gratitude and joy in those moments of kind of terror when we're wondering, can I love you this much? Can I believe in this passionately? Can I be this fierce about this? Just to be able to stop and instead of catastrophizing what might happen, to say, I'm just so grateful. Because to feel this vulnerable means I'm alive. And the last, which I think is probably the most important, is to believe that we're enough. Because when we work from a place, I believe, that says, I'm enough, then we stop screaming and start listening. we're kinder and gentler to the people around us, and we're kinder and gentler to ourselves. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sharing. That's video on the Human Network. Siska, welcome to the Human Network.
We want more. We want more from our work. We want our personal and family life to be satisfying. We want spectacular success at it all. And at the same time, we want less. The daily barrage of emails, texts, tweets, messages, and meetings distract and stress us. The idea of the one thing is of being single-minded, acquiring a one-track mind, becoming a one-trick pony. In The One Thing, New York Times best-selling authors Gary Keller and Jay Papasan present the lies that block your success and how to identify and stop the thieves that steal your time and your life. They model the laws of purpose, priority, and productivity. And finally, they teach you how the one thing can radically change the way you work, the choices you make, and the results you get. Sometimes it's the first thing you do. Sometimes it's the only thing you do. But it's always the one thing that delivers extraordinary results. What's your one thing?
When deals close, agents who haven't capped pay company dollar to the market center. The market center uses that money to pay its bills. What's left over is profit. Every real estate business is in business for profit, and usually the owners keep all of that profit. This practice makes sense. Owners invest in businesses with the hope of seeing a return. At Keller Williams Realty, we do things a little differently. We believe in growing the business together. So we split the profit between the owners who took the risk and the associates who have helped grow the market center. Roughly 52% goes to the owners who took the risk, and roughly 48% goes to the associates who helped grow the market center. So, how is it dispersed? We figure out what percentage of the market center's profit is a result of that associate, and we take that percentage of the profit share pool and disperse it through the branches of that associate's profit share tree on a monthly basis. The associate sponsor gets half, the associate sponsor's sponsor gets 10%, and so on until all of it is dispersed through 7 levels of sponsorship. At Keller Williams Realty, we believe the profit will grow exponentially when everybody has the opportunity to share in it. We believe in finding the win-win and in doing the right thing, because together, everyone will achieve more.
We've got culture. Our agents always respond to clients' calls and concerns in a timely manner. Customer service and the image of this company are very important to us.
I've got culture. I love assisting new agents and always take time out of my day to greet guests and new recruits.
I've got culture. As an ALC member, I really love being part of finding solutions in my market center.
We've got culture. Our market center provided holiday gifts to a fellow associates family when they were struggling.
I've got culture. I'm living up to the ALC covenant by attending Mega Camp and Family Reunion this year.
We've got culture. Our associates are always considerate of our market center staff. We love them and we can't live without them.
I've got culture. On days that I wake up with a bad attitude or in a bad mood, I just stay home.
I've got culture. I helped a fellow associate when her business was struggling.
I've got culture. I have made a commitment to myself that I will perform a random act of kindness every day.
We've got culture. Our associates always pay their market center bills on time.
I've got culture. I follow the model and lead generate every day.
I've got culture. As a leader, I am willing to take a stand on an issue that is not popular when I know it's the right thing to do.
Well, I've got culture too. I put God and my family first and the business second, and so do you.
We've got culture.
When you joined Keller Williams Realty, you were asked to name the one person who was primarily responsible for bringing you to the company. It may not have been the first person or the last person you talked to about Keller Williams. It was the person who was most impactful in your decision-making process. That person was your sponsor. Your sponsor was asked the same question when they joined. They named the one person who was most impactful in their decision-making process to join the company. That person is your sponsor's sponsor. Just like a family tree, we can trace sponsors back in the growth share and profit share tree many levels. Whether a Keller Williams associate participates in profit share, growth share, or both, that associate will have one tree that goes down 7 levels. When someone names you as their sponsor, they go into your first level. Then, if someone names one of those people as a sponsor, they go into your second level. There are 7 levels to the profit share and growth share tree. While you'll focus on directly developing your first level, if you're truly purposeful about it, you will certainly want to encourage people in your first and other levels to develop their own first level. Why not get started now? As the Chinese proverb states, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
I want you to imagine that there are 2 gentlemen. They line up for a race, and you can see the end of the race way off in the distance. Now, the 2 men each pick up a single rock, their big rock, if you will, their goal that they want to accomplish, and take it to the goal line. Now, they both start running. Now, as they run, I want you to imagine that the runner on the left, immediately as he's running along, looks over and sees another rock. So he goes, wow, I could carry 2 rocks, I'm big and strong. So he slows down and picks up the rock. The second that he slows down, the other runner, who's just carrying the single goal, the single rock, just runs right on past him and keeps going. Now, the guy's carrying 2 rocks, but he realizes, you know what, I may not get there just as fast as him, but I'm still going to get there. And I like carrying rocks, and I think I have room for more rocks. So he picks up another rock. Now he's got 3 rocks. He realizes, oh, this is a problem. I need a sack. So he picks up a sack, and now he puts the 3 rocks in it. Well, now that the world realizes that he has a sack that can carry more than 3 rocks, as he's running along, the world is handing him additional rocks to the point where he finally gets where he is just crawling on the ground trying to get to the goal line. Actually, never getting there, being weighed down by all of his rocks. I want you to imagine that the other gentleman is standing at the end, already having hit his goal with his big rock. My point, it's real simple. Focus.
Well, I'm from Houston, Texas. Actually, wasn't planning on going to college. I came home from playing a gig one night and told my parents this music thing isn't working out. And my parents said, well, we've actually applied to a college and you've been accepted. Would you like to go to college? And I went, really, where? And they said, Baylor. I went, cool. Mom and Dad were both school teachers. We grew up in a normal family. There wasn't a lot of money. Mom was always being creative in how she, made things look great. For instance, for us, we didn't have a color TV for many, many years. We just had a black and white, and Mother refinished the old cabinet to make it look decent enough to put in the house. Mom played the moral compass in our family. If you got out of line in any way that she thought violated her moral compass, you were in big trouble. Dad, more of a non-communicator. What I got from my dad was steadiness. My dad was a straight arrow. If he said it, he did it. He kept his word. He was always there and keeping up what I would call his end of the bargain in terms of being a parent. Mary and I have been married since 1987, and we have one son, John. I think Mary and I focused on a couple of things. One is we wanted John to grow up in a family of unconditional love. I think secondly, we wanted him to know that he was always supported and appreciated no matter what. We also challenged him. Our goal was to put him in as many situations as we could that challenged him, either mentally, physically, artistically, or whatever. And then as he showed the things that he had an interest in, we tried to support that 100%. The big sea of change in the real estate industry is two things. One is the internet is not going away. It almost has a life of its own. In any industry, it ultimately wants to get in and rewrite the rules on how information is transferred, how information is received. The other thing that's going on that's pretty fascinating is we see the unleashing of the power of the real estate agent. In other words, if you went back to the 40s and the 50s, even the 60s, I guess, and you looked at how real estate companies ran, and then you tried to draw a parallel between that and the way real estate agents run their individual business today, they're very similar. And I think that what we're going to see in the next decade is we're going to see real estate agents expanding. We're going to see them, first it was real estate agents gaining leverage through adding people to their business and creating what's been called teams. I think the next phase of that, which is happening right now, is real estate agents expanding into additional market territories. And it's going to feel like a little bit of anarchy at first, but once the industry begins to understand what's happening and see the value in it, I think it's going to embrace it. I wake up in the morning with kind of two things happening at once. Number one is I don't want to have any regret. So at the end of my life, with my dying breath, I don't want to say I wish I had. I want to be able to say I'm glad I did. So I'm driven by making sure that I know what my priorities are and that I'm living my priorities. Number two is I really just want to help people. My big why, my big purpose is simply to help people have the best life they can. Companies are nothing more than people. People create everything inside an organization. And what's going to make us better in the long term is the way that our people think.
Keller Williams actually, in all honesty, was kind of a cultural experiment. At the end of the day, I wanted to see if I could build an organization that put people first. So we're sharing income. We now have an open book policy. Then you look up and you realize if they can't make decisions about what they see, they have no influence. So we actually invented the Agent Leadership Council so that people would have a voice. You could see the future. You could clearly see that at the end of the day, there is a finite dollar value that you can put on services that a real estate company provides. It's not unlimited value. And so I came back to Austin and suggested that we put a cap. Here's the funny thing is, the top agents didn't want to cap it. And the reason is because it would cap the money we would be sharing back in the profit share system.
And I went, oh my gosh, I'm having to argue with you paying me less money? We need to put a cap on this at some dollar amount. Otherwise, it's not going to be an equitable deal.
When I joined Keller Williams in 1991, there were less than 500 associates in the company, and yet the Keller Williams model was so relevant for the future of the real estate industry. And it was as though Gary had taken the way that I already thought about the real estate agent and the real estate industry, that it was a perfect fit for me to become a member of the Keller Williams family. I knew that Keller Williams was destined for greatness.
When Mark was our team leader for the Southwest Market Center, Mark was so amazing and such a terrific leader that it freed me to go work on this thing called Keller Williams Realty and expand it.
I chose Keller Williams initially about 24 years ago, and as soon as I heard about the economic model and how they were going to share with all the people that helped build the company, I actually said to Mark Willis, this will be the #1 company in the world.
I chose Keller Williams because of the Y4C2Ts. It was the first time in my life that I'd seen a company actually express their value system and what they believed in on paper. I felt that it was in total alignment with what I thought and what I felt.
As I studied culture, one of the things I discovered is one of the key things that separates cultures or defines cultures is language. And so I know Keller Williams gets made fun of for its acronyms and all of its wordings and phrases, but that actually is on purpose to create a sense of community and culture. Funny enough, most people just remember the W, win, win, or no deal, and S, succeed through others. And everything is in between. And I'm kind of okay with that, because at the end of the day, the W and the S absolutely defines the Y4C2Ts more than any of the other words.
In the very beginning, Gary had this idea that we had to provide the greatest education to all of our agents.
Keller Williams University was created because we saw ourselves as a training and consulting company, thinly disguised as a real estate company.
So what Gary wanted to do was he wanted to create an educational system that would involve all of our agents, not just the ones that we were in touching distance with. And it developed into what our university is today, which I think is the finest real estate education you could get anywhere.
Our expansion into Canada in 1999 was a big step for the company. And through that process, we learned a lot. We learned a lot about the agents. We learned about what it takes to be in another culture, in another country. So in 2012, we got to take a lot of those lessons and learn from them when we started to expand internationally outside of North America.
Back in those days, the phone was being answered Keller Williams International before we even went to Canada. So I think we were paving the way through thinking big and acting bold and aiming high, and it was just a logical extension of who we were to go beyond the U.S.
Our competitors were just beating us over the heads with this idea that we were unprofessional because of our productivity, that we didn't understand top producers. So the question was, how do you make Keller Williams fashionable among top producers? And we created over 100 ideas. We came back, and the next day we organized and we all voted, and the #1 idea was Gary Keller would write a book called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent.
Right there in that book, in plain sight, was the blueprint and a company that was apparently teaching people what to do, what I was doing. It just took me 16 years the hard way. So once I read that book, then I was really intrigued. Found out a little more and met some of the leaders and made a decision pretty quickly that this is where I wanted to be.
The beautiful thing about Keller Williams, there's one language, and it's MREA.
I heard about Katrina in the middle of Masterminds, and based on the news report, I knew there would be total destruction. I want you to know that our leadership team rallied around that call for help, and we raised $5.3 million in less than 4 months.
The idea of Red Day came from a former employer of mine. They had an event called Impact Day where all the employees around the world donated to their local communities. So when I came to Keller Williams, I proposed a similar idea to our Employee Leadership Council, It was quickly adopted. We decided to make it in honor of one of the biggest champions of giving and culture within our Keller Williams family, Mo Anderson. With that, Red Day is always planned the second week in May to coincide with Mo Anderson's birthday.
Red Day is a very special day in the life of our company and for me personally. But I believe Red Day is a day where the agents in our company gain more than they give. Because when we give, we receive.
Bold, Business Objective, A Life by Design was written in 2009 to help our agents with mindset, skill, and productivity. 2,913 agents started out, and today 55,253 agents have graduated with Bold. They've written 559,706 contracts, and they are 176% more productive than other producing agents.
With the start of the growth initiative, we were just coming off the shift back into growth. We really focused our leaders on the activity of appointments.
What John Davis and the Growth Initiative has done is take systems and models and put them into all of our franchises, all of our market centers. It's very powerful what happens when you have that type of synergy, and we're seeing it now with this exponential growth that's taking place.
The team leaders have done an amazing job of more than doubling their activities since that time. So what we're doing is we're seeing a whole new level of growth activities, and that's why we're experiencing phenomenal growth in our profitability.
When we started planning our expansion outside of North America, at first we came up with a list. Listed all the countries and which ones would be the ideal ones and where should we go first. And then we quickly realized it's not where we go, it's who we find. We launched our first region outside of North America at Family Reunion in 2012, and that happened to be Vietnam. It's not that we targeted Vietnam or decided that that was the best country for Keller Williams. We happened to find a great leader, and he happened to be in Vietnam. That was the first of now over a dozen countries that we've expanded to, and more are on the way all the time.
The Family Fund began because our associates in Des Moines were not being paid their full commission, and family watches out for family. And so we made the rallying cry at an inspirational breakfast. And in that breakfast, people donated over $100,000. And we have been able to sustain those associates for a full commission ever since this has happened.
In 2013, when we made the announcement that we were #1 in the United States in agent count, I mean to tell you, it felt amazing. Our local leaders did an amazing job, are doing an amazing job, and look out for the records that we're going to shatter here in the years to come.
Keller Williams family, because of your success, 2014 was an epic year. We shared over $98 million in profit and growth share. And because of that, we have now hit over $570 million since the inception of the program. There's another record that you set this year, and we have a huge announcement to make.
In 2014, we're the #1 real estate company in the world, and I gotta tell you, it feels amazing. That's historic. We're making history.
So when you ask me, if anyone asked me, so how does it feel to be #1? You know, it actually makes me want to go to work. It's almost like we've just begun, right? #1 and just begun.
Talk to a little bit about what this looks like, 5 years from now. How do you see this continuing to play out in
Well, we're going to have a lot of false steps, a lot of people that jump out and try to swim the channel without having taken swim lessons. They're going to immediately forget that this is a business concept, not a sales concept. And they're masters of sales, but they haven't mastered business. And then they're going to come up against the business concepts, and many of them are going to look up and throw up their hands and say, I don't want to be a business person. This is too complicated. Well, fine. But we're going to go through all that trial and error, and we're going to have a lot of misguided people that don't listen to the video or don't buy into it. Hopefully people will lead with action instead of expenses, fixed expenses, so they can survive their mistakes. But we're going to see individuals that don't, and they're going to go back and say this doesn't work, and you're going to go, Okay, you made a couple of errors here. Understand that all businesses make mistakes. The trick is, can you survive them? And the way that you survive them is either financial or legal. A, don't do anything illegal or unethical or immoral, or you're gonna lose your license and get kicked out of the industry. Number two, don't make a decision that puts you into a fixed expense that tomorrow morning, if you all of a sudden run into problems, that you still have to pay the checks. You have to write the checks. So it's either legal or financial that put all businesses out of business. And if you can survive that, you're good. But again, if you don't study business well enough, if you don't master RS, if you don't go to those classes a dozen times, 20 times, you're making a huge mistake because you're sitting at the holy grail of education on how to build an empire. And if you don't understand that, you probably shouldn't expand at all because you're going to make mistakes. Or you're going to end up hiring your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your kid, or whatever. You're going to end up expanding the easy way. Because remember, most agents hire out of pain instead of gain. They don't master hiring, empire building, motivated, chip on the shoulder, go take on a new territory individuals. They hire out of pain, and then they make friends with them because they're good people, and then they become like family. And basically, they look up one day and realize they just built a box. So it starts early on. If you could watch this tape and go to ESO and study really hard for maybe even a year before you did anything, you would come to understand you have to have a good economic model, and then you have to put the pressure on hiring the right people. It's only 3 great hires. It's no more than that. But they have to be empire-building behavioral styles. They have to match probably the behavioral style of you, the agent. So grow slow. It's called geometric progression. It's like the hockey stick, right?
Right.
Grow slow and spend your early years building talent and systems to lead generate. That's all you have to do. And expansion will happen naturally. It will happen naturally.
So what do you think the impact of expansion will be on this company 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
Well, it's going to blow it up.
How so?
Well, this company today operates at about 100,000 associates. But understand that as the industry, as technology and the internet and this whole idea of who owns the data and what do we have to pay for leads, as that battle unfolds, we're going to end up ultimately with broadly two types of real estate companies. Those companies that operate like an agent, right?
Right.
We know now companies that are already, they're getting into the lead gen business and they're charging their agents for leads. Okay? And that's just going to get bigger and bigger because they're going to treat the internet the same way that they've treated Relo, REO, and that sort of thing. Home builders, that sort of thing. And then there's going to be another group. And that's going to be the group that holds fast to the idea that we're an entrepreneurial foundation for entrepreneurial real estate agents who want to still be their own boss and have the freedom to operate. And I think that by us embracing this and trying to help our agents way ahead of the curve to master this, Keller Williams is going to end up with 150, 175,000 agents. We're going to literally be the largest real estate sales force the planet's ever seen. And it's not because we necessarily want to be, it's because we're willing to be, though, and we're willing to do the right things to support our people so that we don't put any ceilings on them. And they're going to take us there. They're going to take us there because they're going to realize that we're nothing more than adult Play-Doh, that we're nothing more than a distribution network. We're a system of distributing something. What do you want to distribute? And once they have that aha, Katie, bar the door.
The opportunity to research most of the international real estate brands. The one company that really sort of shone for me was Keller Williams. They have everything anybody could want.
When I looked at Keller Williams the first time, it was the vision, mission and values statement. And I thought to myself, it's so easy to write something on a piece of paper. And when I came to Mega Camp last year, I realized they live the value system. And that was it for me. The mere fact that everybody lives the value system, that's Keller Williams and that's me, that's who I am.
With the education that Keller and Williams provide and the tools, the technological improvements that they will provide to the market will be a game changer in the market. I would say they're going to set a new standards in the whole industry, which is good for the Turkish real estate market.
I think the agents in South Africa can really benefit from Keller Williams. because I think they are limited in the amount of training and coaching that they receive. They receive a bulk amount of information and no one ever follows up to find out how's it going, did that information that you receive actually benefit your business, and it's teaching them to grow a business, which none of them have ever seen. They've seen it as a job, and now they have this fantastic opportunity to actually grow a business with the same amount of effort that they've been using their whole lives just to make a job.
What I witness right now is everybody teaches the other agents very sincerely because they want to help other agents to, to be more productive. That's a big different from any other company.
And I think the most compelling thing was the fact that the company really stands behind the agents. That was what did it for me.
I was so much interested, looking for a much more vision type of company instead of a traditional one.
The training is there, the education is there, and the system is there, the model is there, and the value. I think it will be a really big bang in Indonesia.
We've been participating in all the labs, KW Command, we've been with Connect, we've been with Leverage. We started out with the referral process.
When we are providing feedback to the labs team, we are really giving them a lot of information of what we use on a day-to-day basis and how we use it.
We actually are in the trenches. We are the ones who are doing the paperwork aspect, and we're the ones who are using the system.
They told us right from the very beginning that nothing is impossible.
And there were a lot of, can we do this? Can we do that? And so Josh was constantly, the answer is always going to be yes. You just need to tell me what you want and we'll make it happen.
Having a platform that really helps you out to make you more efficient. It makes you a lot more committed to actually using it because you know as you use it, we'll be able to build it. And it gives you a lot of pride too to know that we're getting to help kind of put this together.
For any agent that has not participated in labs yet, there are still opportunities for you to provide your input and feedback. Go on Kelly, check out what's new, and test the products.
Oh, hello. While I have you here, I want to tell you that now is the perfect opportunity to download Kelly to your smartphone or your mobile device. The more that Kelly is adopted, the faster Kelly grows. The faster Kelly grows, the smarter Kelly becomes. And the smarter that Kelly becomes, the more that Kelly will be able to do for all of our agents in the field. What's not to love about any of this? Do yourself and everyone else in the Keller Williams family a favor and begin your adoption of Kelly today. Kelly, your business's future operating system. Download today at the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Do you guys need adopting?
This is a very cool feature.
It's amazing.
It is the coolest tool Keller Williams has come out with yet.
Called Kelly Snaps, and this is how it works.
Show me a snap for Anthem Highlands in Henderson, Nevada.
Sunset Park, Santa Monica, California. Fort Wayne, Chesterfield Village.
So let's see, I pull up Kelly and I say, oh snap.
Show me a market snapshot for Alderbrook and High Point.
Here it is, a snap for Chesterfield Village. There are 73 total active listings.
The average list price is $2.1 million.
It even tells me days on market.
Wherever you are, Kelly, oh snap, and you are the consummate professional for that particular area.
It gives you real data right here on your phone at your fingertips, give you the competitive advantage when door knocking or going on listing appointments.
For instance, at the grocery store, overhearing somebody ask about current market conditions in that neighborhood, I'm able to pull it up real time in front of their eyes, and it really is a wow factor. Thanks, Kelly.
Oh, nice! Perfect, Kelly. Keep the referral invites coming. And another one. Yes!
Experiencing FOMO? Kelly makes networking easy. Just ask Kelly to find an agent, find the right person, and then invite that agent to your referral network. It's that simple. So if the fear of missing out truly haunts your dreams, leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later.
Hey, can I add you to my network?
Kelly, an easy way to grow your referral network and build your referral business.
Hey, Keller Williams. We're out here at Inman Connect in San Francisco, where Kelly was just awarded the Most Innovative Technology Award, and we couldn't be more excited.
This award is for you, all of the agents that participated in labs, submitted feedback, and downloaded Kelly. So congratulations to you. And remember, to download Kelly, continue to play with it, let us know how to make it better, and we'll keep on winning.
I'm Jason Hardy. I'm
the former CEO of Nature Blinds. I'm a father of 4 children and married to a beautiful woman. There's a page in there where he talks about the important things in your life. What is the one thing that you can do to improve your spiritual life, your personal life, your family life, your health? And what dawned on me is I wasn't doing a bad job of at any of those things, but I definitely wasn't doing it the best that I think I could. I went to my wife, I'm like, hey, what's one thing that I could do every day and it just takes 5 minutes to really show you how much I love you? And I never stopped and just asked her, was there something I could do every day that would do it? And she smiled, and she's actually, yeah, there is one thing, if you could just help me with the dishes every evening, after we eat, it just is a little bit chaotic after dinner. And so if you could just help me with that, I'm like, dude, I would happy to do that. That's such a small thing. And if that shows you that I love you, then I absolutely can do that. And so anybody that wants to grow, or in your life that wants to grow, I highly recommend this book to. I even gave it to my own father. I think he has dreams and untapped potential, and sometimes as a son, it's hard to ask him those questions, those hard questions, and so I was able to give him this book to ask those questions.
People should come to the roadshow because it really helps to take all the data that we've been getting through emails or maybe side conversations and just makes it so much more real.
They're doing a fantastic job communicating with the agents through the tech roadshows.
I'd love to see more sessions like this because as technology gets updated, we are going to need to stay updated as well so that we can update our clients.
I just like to get my hands into more of it now. I really want to be a part of the end result.
KW Command, I'm so excited to get my hands on that. It'll help save money in a shifting market. It's going to prepare us to compete with other companies.
I love the fact that Keller Williams is on the front lines of the technology.
I've gone from having 3 CRMs because I didn't know which would be the best one to now I'm excited to just use one.
I'm spending probably $5 grand a month just on tech, and if I can reduce everything down to something that's free to me, would be incredible.
Just watching the videos here and learning how we can do neighborhood tours and how we can share that with the buyers and sellers is absolutely amazing.
This new technology is going to help us leverage our business.
You have to attend events like this one.
If you're not with Keller Williams, who are you with?
Jill, you haven't responded to any of my messages about this new business proposition. I would take this on myself, but I'm so swamped with work. They're willing to pay your full commission, plus an extra $1,000, all up front for your services. Okay.
Why leave money on the table?
Who's that British guy?
Kelly makes working with referral requests easy. Watch for push notifications. When one comes through, click the alert. View the request in the Kelly notifications window. And then press accept, reject, or counter. So if growing your business is important to you, leverage Kelly. You'll thank me later. Kelly, an easy way to grow your referral network and build your referral business.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew, agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets, We solve this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. Get leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
Hi, I'm Josh Team, Chief Innovation Officer for Keller Williams. I have a passion for building new technologies for consumers and changing experiences. I'm excited to do that for real estate. It's important that we acknowledge that innovation is going to happen with or without our participation. We need to drive this change. I would say that the main charter and the main focus we have right now in innovation is that we kind of look around and data is everywhere. But the truth is, how many of us are data rich but insight poor? And that's not just with agents, that's also the consumers. There's all this information, and how do they make sense of that? The first and largest opportunity we have is to turn data into insight for our agents and then for our consumers through the agent. I think another really key opportunity is for us to revisit those natural and standard experiences of looking for a home, evaluating homes, putting offers on a home, listing a home. Right now, looking for a home is all broken. It's true or false. How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, what zip code do you want to live in? I have no idea. There's not a right or wrong answer. It's a gradient. The goal is to have a search experience that understands that. It doesn't rule things out, rule things in just because it's true or false. And so we need to revisit that experience. We also need to understand that when multiple people are buying a home together, that they need to look at data differently. Some of them want to be more about the pictures and the aesthetics of the home. Does this feel like a home to me? Others want to understand the finances. And we need to embrace that multiple people need to see the same property from different perspectives. There should be a natural experience that allows us, and as people, to look for homes in a more human way and not a systematic way. Let's revisit these fundamental things that we've just accepted as true and start pioneering new ways of creating value for consumers. The 25-year-old agent in Manhattan who's just starting and the 55-year-old agent in Wisconsin need different tools. They need a different system. They need to look at data differently and talk to consumers differently. We have to know in seconds that this type of consumer wants to be talked to this way. We need to have the data to tell the agent, you're most effective doing this with these types of people. I think the opportunity here is for all of us to be able to say, we've changed how people buy and sell homes through new technology, through new models, through new offerings. And the only way we can do that is if we ask some tough questions, if we commit to innovation, and we're able to grow in that. We, as 130,000 plus agents, have the ability to change this, to change the conversation, to change how people do these types of things, and that is innovation.
My name is Matt Lee, and I am a team leader, managing broker, operating principal, and real estate broker with Keller Williams Realty. And what I'd love to do is share with you the opportunities of our company and how you can build a pretty fantastic career within the real estate industry that includes more than the traditional route of just working with buyers and sellers. So follow along to this diagram and you'll be able to see a career that you could build for yourself. So here we go. So let's imagine for a second that this box represents you. And the traditional route that most people take is to become a real estate agent. So we would call this your career path. And what we know is when you live on this career path, then this becomes your revenue stream. And what we mean by that is, as we all know, it's a 100% commission industry. So when you sell a house, you get paid a portion of the commission. When you sell a house, you get paid a portion of the commission. The problem is the day you stop selling houses is the day you stop making money. And so this becomes sort of a hamster wheel that people cannot get off of in this industry, because they start getting into production, they start making consistent money, and then there's no exit strategy here. So Gary Keller saw that as a problem, and so he went out and did a lot of research and ended up turning into a book called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent. And one of the premises of that book is talking about the idea of leverage. Well, what does leverage look like in the real estate industry? Well, that is building and developing a real estate team. Now, a real estate team does not necessarily mean you plus a team of 10, 15, 20 agents doing $100 million a year in volume, although it can. What it really means is, how can you, as an individual agent, which research tells us, individual agents can do about 30 to 40 deals on their own before the value proposition they're providing to their clients ends up going down because they're spread too thin, or they just get over the whole thing because they're working too much. And so if you want to grow a business above and beyond this, following our model, you would need some help with that. And so you would go out and hire an executive assistant, a transaction coordinator, a buyer's agent, eventually a listing agent. You could hire inside sales specialists. You could hire virtual assistants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever you needed to do to accomplish your value proposition. And at that point, now you can start selling hundreds of houses a year because you have scalability via the leverage that you've put in your business. And at this point, now you start looking for talented people and doing less and less of the agent activities. And what research has also been showing, because of the agents that we have doing this at a high level within our company across the world, is that at some point you sort of reach a critical mass of this in your market, a saturation point. And nobody seems to, for the most part, dominate an individual real estate market. It just doesn't happen. The top agent in Denver, for example, might sell 500 houses this year, and 50,000 plus houses are going to sell. So that's a lot of houses for one team, but it's not dominating the actual overall market. So if you wanted to build a $100 million real estate business or sell 2,000 houses, you most likely, statistically, will not do it in your local real estate market. And so the next evolution of this is what we call our expansion model. And what this really is this allows for exponential growth. And so if you wanted to build one $100 million team, you may or may not be able to do that in your market. Most likely not. So, but you could go and create five $20 million teams in 5 different markets. And you could expand regionally. So you could go from Denver, in this case, to Colorado Springs, to Fort Collins. You might have a really good agent or a sister in the business in Phoenix, so you expand there, wherever you find talented people. And so now you can create a business of an exponential growth across the country, running locally via the talented people you have as what we would call your hub. And so the first evolution of the real estate side of things is sort of this. And so you become then sort of the CEO of your real estate empire, and you spend your days finding talented people within your organization, coaching and training them, and less time doing this. And so now you also own an asset. You're building a business upon which you could potentially sell someday. So that's sort of the real estate sales side of kind of the model of our company that you could build. We are also the #1 training organization in America. So training is something that's very important to us. And if it's something that interests you or you have a passion for it, you could become a trainer at your local market center, or you could become what's called Keller Williams Master Faculty, meaning you teach the models and systems of our company across the country, and you can get paid several $1,000s per speaking engagement to teach the models and systems of our company to real estate agents across the country. And so if this is something you're interested in, then we can help create a path for you for that. We are also a consulting company. That's one of our pillars of our value proposition. And so coaching is extremely important to us. And we believe that goal setting and accountability is what really leads to a vibrant, sustainable business. So if you're interested in this, if you like being the type of person that watches the light bulb go off for people and provides support and accountability for that, then you could start by being what's called a productivity coach at your local market center. This person traditionally helps the new and newer agents get into production, and then helps agents move kind of up the production ladder as they build and develop their business until such point as they would graduate into MAPS coaching. This is the world's largest real estate specific coaching program, and we have MAPS coaches all across the country that help agents via webinars and phone calls to build and develop their businesses. And this, if you wanted to become a MAPS coach, there's definitely steps and metrics you have to meet to do that. And you can really make a lot of money doing this. I mean, a mastery coach, which is the highest level coaching program that we have, pays $1,000 per month to the program, upon which the MAPS coach gets a portion of that, and then Keller Williams International MAPS gets a portion of that as well. So you can really create a pretty awesome world just within coaching. We are also a franchise model company. So we are looking for people that like taking territory and being investors in market centers. Okay, so you could own a portion of as many market centers as you have money to invest and opportunities available to you. And people that invest in market centers are people that believe in the models and systems of our company and are going to be on board to helping grow that local franchise. Once you become the majority owner of a market center, you become what's called the operating principal. The operating principal's goal really is the person who sets the vision for a local franchise. Says this is what we're going to be about, but who implements that vision? That is the leadership team of any one particular franchise. Well, what does that look like? The first person would be the team leader. Think of this person as sort of the CEO of a local franchise. They are the primary relationship holder between the operating principal, and they're the ones who are going to oversee the implementation of the vision of that local market center. Then they, at a certain size of that office, will go out and hire an assistant team leader, which is kind of like the vice president, a market center administrator. Think of this person as sort of the COO, CFO of the office. They kind of handle all operations and oversee the financials. A managing broker, a productivity coach, and director of communications. A lot of market centers will have marketing coordinators or technology coordinators. Whatever value proposition that you and the operating principal, your market center and the operating principal deem necessary is kind of what the team leader oversees. They also have a group of volunteers called the Agent Leadership Council, which help be the liaison for what the agents are looking for as value for the market center. And so the OP says, this is what I want our market center, our local franchise in this particular market to look like. The team leader and their team go out, they implement the best training and coaching programs, utilizing our technology so that our agents can focus on building these businesses, okay? You can also go more of the corporate route, and you can work for the regional level of your territory that you're in. Colorado happens to be one region, of which we have 24 market centers. So there is a regional director, and there is a regional operations manager. They collectively interact with the operating principals, who then interact with the leadership who implement the vision. And the region is sort of the operating principal's conduit between Keller Williams International, which is always one of America's top companies to work for, based out of Austin, Texas. And so it goes Keller Williams International, interacts with the regional level, who interacts with the operating principal level, who implements, organizes the vision of which the leadership team implements for the agents. Also, within Keller Williams International, there's a ton of opportunities and a ton of what I would call, sort of sub-organizations. KW Worldwide, we are one of the world's fastest growing real estate organizations. So there's opportunities for market center ownership, leadership opportunities within, across the world as we continue to expand into new markets. KW Farm and Ranch, KW Commercial, KW Luxury, our KW Labs. We are very, very heavily invested in the technology future of the real estate industry as a whole and where that's going. And so there's all kinds of opportunities just within the technology space at our company. Keller Williams University, and then obviously MAPS is a huge organization within our company. So there are all kinds of opportunities within here. And then the last thing I really want to focus on is profit share and growth share. And profit share and growth share are the opportunities that we reward to our associates who are helping us grow our company. And so we share on average around 50% of the profits, give or take, with agents who are helping us grow the company. And so if you look at every other real estate company that's in existence today, this is really all it's ever going to be. And they basically base their value proposition off of this. How can we service and support the real estate agent? And that's really what it is. You might become the managing broker someday is kind of the evolution of what that could be. And at our company, every single one of these arrows represents opportunity, but most importantly, they represent revenue streams. And so for myself personally, every single month, I make money when I personally work with a buyer and a seller. I make money when my real estate team closes a transaction. I make money training and coaching within our organization. I make distributions as an owner in 2 different market centers. I make a salary as an operating principal of a market center. I make a salary and bonus as the team leader of a market center. Compensation is the managing broker. And every single month, and for the rest of my life, I get profit share because of the growth that I have helped bring to this company. And so when you sit here and look at this all, most people can find a path that they would want to take. And if for you it is developing a killer, massive real estate business, then go do that. If for you it's to build a real estate business that then funds opportunities for you to do other things, then go do that. And this is really just the opportunities within our organization. But I mean, if you're building a big real estate business or a market center, there are so many other opportunities, revenue streams that come from that are kind of offshoots of that. Title companies and mortgage and other businesses and rental properties and all kinds of different wealth building opportunities that you can do. But I wanted to take a second to share this with you because I think this is the biggest differentiator between our company that we don't always talk about. And so if this interests you at all, please reach out to me. My email address is my full first name, so Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, dot my last name, which is Lee, L-E-I-G-H, @kw.com, or you can call or text me directly at 720-236-2373. But thank you for watching, and I would love to hear some feedback from you as to kind of what you thought of this. So thanks.
If we're going to build the most powerful real estate technology platform, we're going to start by building the most powerful industry-specific cloud service we can, the most industry-specific artificial intelligence we can. And this is going to be our innovation engine. Now we're going to look at the real estate industry, and we're going to realize there are 3 key players. There's the consumer, the agent, and the market center. Now we call them the virtual consumer, virtual agent, and the virtual market center because it's very informative to us. What we believe is that today, literally all consumers, no matter what they're consuming, they will start their search, their information or buying process online. So it's virtual. So we believe it's virtually based, physically enhanced is the way the world essentially is operating today. So we have to have a platform to run the virtual market center. We call that CloudMart. Then you have Connect. So how do we create a platform for the real estate agent and the market center to communicate and services be provided? And we call that Connect. And then we have Command. So Command would be your CRM, right? Now if you think about this, what's really changing about CRMs is that CRMs today, a lot of them are what we would say somewhat dumb, meaning that they're not plugged in to a cloud service and being run by artificial intelligence. So here's a good example of how these things work in harmony. So let's assume that you took an education class on Connect and you actually knew that what your production was before or after. Better yet, you knew all the classes that real estate agents took and you knew all the production before and after. So all of a sudden, you could see recommendations that said, hey, based on where you are in your production this year, people that got to the next level found success with these 3 classes, and here's the schedule, would you like to enroll? Now that's just a simple little example of how artificial intelligence becomes kind of a concierge virtual assistant for you. So let's jump into Command. So let's look at a CRM. So imagine that now what we have is our CRM is really just a set of smart tasks or smart plans. All the data is down here. It's not up in the CRM. So imagine again that you've created a smart plan, but because we know all the smart plans that are being executed and we know all the production from the individuals that are using the smart plans, we could come back and say, by the way, for that price listing that you just took, plan number 3 is selling homes in less than 30 days. You might want to try that one. that give you an example of it can do that because it is connected. Then we would jump over what we call Grow. And Grow is just our accelerators. This idea of lead generation. We started with a Facebook accelerator, and we'll move on to the other accelerators as time permits. And then the last one is we have to have a consumer platform. Ignore everything you know about KWP.com, because in our minds and in the workshops, we've left that behind. It will be a new experience built on voyeurism to search, to buying, to contract, to close, and then to ownership. And that's kind of the bigger vision. Now here's the thing you need to realize. All of this that I've put on this board already exists. A lot of people go, well, they're not a technology company, they don't know how to build things, and that's just pie in the sky. No, actually this is now over 2 years old. This is over 1.5 years old. This has already been operating in 22 countries outside of the United States, and we're now bringing it back there. This, by the way, is exactly what referrals is built on. Command has already been built and is being tested in labs at this moment. Grow, we've been doing our Facebook accelerator for over 1 year, and you'd be interested to know that in our test against real estate agents that we increased the efficiency of the dollars spent by 50%, on average of 50%. In other words, our accelerator beat the agent spend every time, and on average was 50% more effective. And the consumer, yeah, we've been on that for 18 months. We have a working prototype of our new consumer platform. So when people say you can't build software, well, actually we can, and we actually are.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew: agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets. We solved this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. Get leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
There's so many things that are really working with labs right now. I think the collaboration is probably the biggest piece for me. Keller Williams is asking agents what they want and then doing everything possible to deliver that. The biggest goal that we have in labs is to create a more human experience through technology. That's happening with a really clean user interface, a ton of automation to take the rote administrative tasks off of the agent's back, and really to allow us to spend more time with the client building that fiduciary relationship so that the tech-enabled agent stays at the center of the real estate transaction. The challenges that we've got in the labs process right now are probably threefold. The first and the biggest that we're seeing is anticipation fatigue. There's so much desire to get our hands on and start working with these products right now, and they're not always ready. The second is feature development. And I think some of the products initially come out and they're not a full-fledged version of what they're going to be. And so there's limited use. And then the third, I think, has just been version release. It's taking that idea of features and then saying there's 4 or 5 or 6 features we really want and pulling them together to get the next iteration of something that will be a successful product. Honestly, Gary and Josh have been fantastic in taking harsh and open criticism, and they've been really actually seeking it out and saying, okay, tell us what works, tell us what doesn't. So one of the absolute coolest things that we're working on in labs is the digital listing experience. It just really recreates the way that we engage a seller in the path that they have to both select their agent, price their home, and then bring their home to market. And it's a way to get them emotionally involved in a process and gives you a much better tool to go in understanding what their frame of mind is and really seal the deal on your listing presentation. We're at a time in history where the real estate industry is fundamentally changing into a technological industry, and to have a partner like KW that's at the forefront of that and really pushing the envelope, we just couldn't be in a better position.
My labs experience started at Family Reunion last year. I attended Gary Keller's vision speech where our vision as a tech company was laid out for us. Right there and then, I went to every tech session, I downloaded Kelly, and I started using it. As I started using it, I started breaking it, submitting feedback, and was committed to making it better. I am one of those people that spends a lot of money on a bunch of systems. I have different CRMs for leads, for buyer leads, for seller leads, for Facebook leads, not to mention my email, my phone, and then after all that, I have a spreadsheet that manages my business. So what's working is slowly, one by one, I am canceling these systems and putting everything in Command. Not only am I saving money with different systems, but having everything in one place and not having to do multiple data entry and having things fall through the cracks has been huge. Referrals for me has been a game changer. Before Kelly and Command, I was managing by Post-it note or by my whiteboard. I had to remember and remind my assistant that, hey, we have to pay out this referral. Now, regardless if it's a KW agent or not, I'm tracking all referrals in one place. Before it was just sort of, oh, the phone rang, I have a referral. Now I have a referral strategy and I have a way to manage it that isn't manual. One of my favorite things is the integration with Gmail. Today, for example, I was looking at a contact in Command and I had gotten an email in my Gmail from this contact. She's starting a nonprofit, she was sending a message. If I go to her contact in Command, that email interaction's already recorded. So then I can make further notes that, oh, I'm gonna call her, send her a note, etc., based on that interaction. I don't have to sit there and go, oh, who did I talk to? Let me go in there and add an update. It's updating automatically based on how I communicate with her. So I think one of the misnomers about technology, every time you read about disruption and innovation, I don't know, I think you feel like your whole life and your whole world's gonna be managed by robots, and that is not the case. For me, the human element is something that has to come with tech. I like to call it high tech and high touch. You need the tech piece to be efficient, but that efficiency gives you time to go out there and be belly to belly with your clients.
Real estate is about helping people with one of the most fundamental aspects of their lives, home. And you are the expert they turn to. And not just when someone buys or sells, but before, after, and all the little spaces in between. So it can be frustrating when you don't have the time or technology to know when someone needs your help. And when you miss that opportunity, it creates a gap that someone or something else can step into. So let's close that gap and give you the time and technology you need to build high-quality relationships with more people. Let's join forces and demand our technology not replace us, but help us be more human, more present, more everything. Let's take Command. Built exclusively by and for Keller Williams agents, Command is your do-it-all, do-it-quickly, people-centric, less stress, more time, end-to-end platform to grow your relationships, your pipeline, and your market share. Whew! Luckily, using it is a lot easier than explaining everything it does, but let's give it a try. Organize, customize, and sync all your contacts. Group them however you want. Know exactly who to reach out to, when, and about the things they really care about. Send personalized neighborhood-centric just-in-time marketing materials in a snap. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Say, hey Kelly, and escape from your desk in the office. Add a new contact, log notes, and sync everything while on the go. Seamlessly and transparently source, send, and manage referrals through one of the world's largest and most profitable referral networks. Deploy an ROI-maximized ad campaign across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter in like 30 seconds. Integrate the systems and tools you already use every day. Automate paperwork and background tasks. Access real-time revenue projections, end-to-end ROI insights, and goal tracking to get a bird's eye view of your business. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Command empowers you to be a better agent by giving you more time, more value, and more freedom. And best of all, it ensures you and your relationship with your clients remain at the heart of real estate, where you belong.
Local realtors are taking a day off from selling homes.
Instead of closing on houses, agents will spend the day doing a service project.
Employees from Keller Williams took part in a Red Day.
It stands for Renew, Energize, and Donate.
Great to get out in the communities and donate our time
to show the community that we are supporting them.
Because that is part of our culture to give back.
More than 75 volunteers got involved. Today, volunteers gathered at VFW Post 97.
Cleaning up trash.
Help bathe, walk, and socialize the shelter dogs.
Employees served up burgers to benefit a number of area nonprofits.
Agents from Lubbock will volunteer at the Salvation Army.
Today they helped spruce up the Highland Park Church.
The group helped with indoor and outdoor projects for families left homeless.
This is our way to give back to the community that really has supported us through service.
Companies are nothing more than people. People create everything inside an organization. And what's going to make us better in the long term is the way that our people think. Keller Williams actually, in all honesty, was kind of a cultural experiment. At the end of the day, I wanted to see if I could build an organization that put people first. So we're sharing income. We now have an open book policy. Then you look up and you realize if they can't make decisions about what they see, they have no influence. So we actually invented the Agent Leadership Council so that people would have a voice. You could see the future. You could clearly see that at the end of the day, there is a finite dollar value that you can put on services that a real estate company provides. It's not unlimited value. And so I came back to Austin and suggested that we put a cap. Here's the funny thing is, the top agents didn't want to cap it. And the reason is because it would cap the money we would be sharing back in the profit share system. And I went, oh my gosh, I'm having to argue with you paying me less money? We need to put a cap on this at some dollar amount. Otherwise, it's not going to be an equitable deal.
When I joined Keller Williams in 1991, there were less than 500 associates in the company, and yet the Keller Williams model was so relevant for the future of the real estate industry. And it was as though Gary had taken the way that I already thought about the real estate agent and the real estate industry, that it was a perfect fit for me to become a member of the Keller Williams family. I knew that Keller Williams was destined for greatness.
When Mark was our team leader for the Southwest Market Center, Mark was so amazing and such a terrific leader that it freed me to go work on this thing called Keller Williams Realty and expand it.
I chose Keller Williams initially about 24 years ago, and as soon as I heard about the economic model and how they were going to share with all the people that helped build the company, I actually said to Mark Willis, this will be the #1 company in the world.
I chose Keller Williams because of the Y4C 2Ts. It was the first time in my life that I'd seen a company actually express their value system and what they believed in on paper. I felt that it was in total alignment with what I thought and what I felt.
As I studied culture, one of the things I discovered is one of the key things that separates cultures or defines cultures is language. And so I know Keller Williams gets made fun of for its acronyms and all of its wordings and phrases, but that actually is on purpose to create a sense of community and culture. Funny enough, most people just remember the W, win, win, or no deal, and S, succeed through others. And everything is in between. And I'm kind of okay with that because at the end of the day, the W and the S absolutely defines the Y4CTTs more than any of the other words.
In the very beginning, Gary had this idea that we had to provide the greatest education to all of our agents.
Keller Williams University was created because we saw ourselves as a training and consulting company, thinly disguised as a real estate company.
So what Gary wanted to do was he wanted to create an educational system that would evolve all of our agents, not just the ones that we were in touching distance with. And it developed into what our university is today, which I think is the finest real estate education you could get anywhere.
Our expansion into Canada in 1999 was a big step for the company. And through that process, we learned a lot. We learned a lot about the agents. We learned about what it takes to be in another culture, in another country. So in 2012, we got to take a lot of those lessons and learn from them when we started to expand internationally outside of North America.
Back in those days, the phone was being answered Keller Williams International before we even went to Canada. So I think we were paving the way through thinking big and acting bold and aiming high. And it was just a logical extension of who we were to go beyond the U.S.
Our competitors were just beating us over the heads with this idea that we were unprofessional because of our productivity, that we didn't understand top producers. So the question was, how do you make Keller Williams fashionable among top producers? And we created over 100 ideas. We came back, and the next day we organized and we all voted, and the #1 idea was Gary Keller would write a book called The Millionaire Real Estate Agent.
Right there in that book, in plain sight was the blueprint and a company that was apparently teaching people what to do, what I was doing. It just took me 16 years the hard way. So once I read that book, then I was really intrigued. Found out a little more and met some of the leaders and made a decision pretty quickly that this is where I wanted to be.
The beautiful thing about Keller Williams, there's one language, and it's MREA.
I heard about Katrina in the middle of Masterminds, and based on the news report, I knew there would be total destruction. I want you to know that our leadership team rallied around that call for help, and we raised $5.3 million in less than 4 months.
The idea of Red Day came from a former employer of mine. They had an event called Impact Day where all the employees around the world donated to their local communities. So when I came to Keller Williams, I proposed a similar idea to our Employee Leadership Council. It was quickly adopted. We decided to make it in honor of one of the biggest champions of giving and culture within our Keller Williams family, Mo Anderson. With that, Red Day is always planned the second week in May to coincide with Mo Anderson's birthday.
Red Day is a very special day in the life of our company and for me personally. But I believe Red Day is a day where the agents in our company gain more than they give. Because when we give, we receive.
Bold, Business Objective, A Life by Design was written in 2009 to help our agents with mindset, skill, and productivity. 2,913 agents started out, and today 55,253 agents have graduated with Bold. They've written 559,706 contracts, and they are 176% more productive than other producing agents.
With the start of the growth initiative, we were just coming off the shift back into growth. We really focused our leaders on the activity of appointments.
What John Davis and the Growth Initiative has done is take systems and models and put them into all of our franchises, all of our market centers. It's very powerful what happens when you have that type of synergy, and we're seeing it now with this exponential growth that's taking place.
The team leaders have done an amazing job of more than doubling their activities since that time. So what we're doing is we're seeing a whole new level of growth activities, and that's why we're experiencing phenomenal growth in our profitability.
When we started planning our expansion outside of North America, at first we came up with a list. Listed all the countries and which ones would be the ideal ones and where should we go first. And then we quickly realized it's not where we go, it's who we find. We launched our first region outside of North America at Family Reunion in 2012, and that happened to be Vietnam. It's not that we targeted Vietnam or decided that that was the best country for Keller Williams. We happened to find a great leader, and he happened to be in Vietnam. That was the first of now over a dozen countries that we've expanded to, and more are on the way all the time.
The Family Fund began because our associates in Des Moines were not being paid their full commission, and family watches out for family. And so we made the rallying cry at an inspirational breakfast. And in that breakfast, people donated over $100,000. And we have been able to sustain those associates for a full commission ever since this has happened.
In 2013, when we made the announcement that we were #1 in the United States in agent count, I mean to tell you, it felt amazing. Our local leaders did an amazing job, are doing an amazing job, and look out for the records that we're going to shatter here in the years to come.
Keller Williams family, because of your success, 2014 was an epic year. We shared over $98 million in profit and growth share. And because of that, we have now hit over $570 million since the inception of the program. There's another record that you set this year, and we have a huge announcement to make.
In 2014, we're the #1 real estate company in the world, and I gotta tell you, it feels amazing. That's historic. We're making history.
So when you ask me, if anyone asked me, so how does it feel to be #1? You know, it actually makes me want to go to work. It's almost like we've just begun, right? #1 and just begun.